Hello and welcome back to the Golden Fanfics. I hope you enjoyed today's very special video, What If Deku Was Spiderman? Made by Bastion Lights. And the story will be linked in the description like always. So leave a like, subscribe, and comment for another part. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Amazing Deku. Chapter 31. Oregon Smash. The video concludes with Spider-Man smashing into Yatsu and taking him down for good. A red line shows underneath the video which reads upload complete. Ghost Spider looks on at Hitomi Yatsu sitting, having fallen to the floor. She then speaks, now you know the truth. My father was a villain, she says, staring down at the floor. Tears form in her eyes that splash onto her knees. He lied and abandoned us because he was shamed. Here the Ghost Spider realizes that the girl isn't mentally stable at this point. Hitomi slowly stands up, her wide eyes staring at nothing. I want to speak to my father. I just want to see why he did all that, from his voice. She then looks down at the briefcase she has. If you want this Ibuki, this serum, then you'll have to wait. Sure thing. Over at Island, Izuku can be found walking to its airport. With his wrists wrapped up, he pulls his luggage awaiting his partner to board the private jet he came to the scientist paradise on. He sighs with a grin, saying, man, what an adventure. You can make a movie out of it. I'll say. The spider looks behind him to see his friends from UA High coming to meet up with him. Hi, Spider Boy. Says Kami with a wave as she comes forth. She would have too, had Jiro not stopped her with her earphone jacks. Oh, yeah, Izuku looks around nervously. Could you keep quiet about? Midoriya, says Ida as he walks forth. I should have known all along it was you. His eyes blocked from view by his glasses, he adds to his words. You were him, and that's why you knew my name back during the muscular incident. I still don't approve of your vigilante ways, but… The speedster then makes a bow, surprising the boy and the rest of his friends. I thank you. Had you not said those words, I'd be far from a proper hero in training. Or even alive. Oh well, sheepish, Izuku brushes his head at the praise while blushing. That's okay. I didn't exactly do it for praise. Yeah, Momo, did you know about this? Kami turns to the student president of class 1A, who pats her shoulder. He's not very good at keeping a secret, says Momo with a mutter. Dude, you gotta tell me about all you've done. Kirishima shouts excitedly. Izuku flails his arms about. Okay, but please keep quiet about this. The platinum blonde moves in closer to Izuku, much to Momo's chagrin. Fine by me, but you gotta do me a favor and get me some time one-on-one with Bakugo. Eh? I'm not joking. She gives a delectable smile. He's just my type. Kami then walks off heading for the plane. That was weird. We'll see you back in Japan, Midoriya. Says Iida as he and the others head off. Giru comes by Izuku and pats his shoulder. Nice to see you're okay, Midoriya. She then follows the others. Momo approaches Izuku, being the last student left. The Spider Boy asks, are you okay? I should be asking you that, she speaks while facing him. You never told me you had that kind of power in you. That's something new. I was afraid you'd be mad. She stops to think about what he could mean. Oh. Well, I can't say I'm not a little nervous and scared at the thought of a girl stealing you away from me. I'm just glad me and Melissa could talk things out. When she told me your pheromones were making you want to have Momo hesitates to continue, turning red as she smiles. When she said they were making you want to have sex and you did everything in your power to resist, I was very happy. I'm so glad you thought of me. Well, of course, I did. Izuku pats her left arm. I don't have real feelings for her beyond the pheromones, Momo, so there's no way we could have worked out anyway. Not to mention I'm way too timid to jump in and do something like that. He gives a sheepish chuckle here. I mean, we've known each other for half a year, only recently got in a relationship, and we've never even kissed yet. The heroine in training contemplates that fact, they haven't kissed. Despite her telling him her feelings, she honestly never made a move beyond that. And just like Jiro once implied, neither will he. You're right, we haven't. Until now. But before he could respond, Izuku is gripped by the collar of his shirt and pulled into Momo. With a light press, her lips connect to his. It's a moment that feels short, but for the two of them, it lasts far longer. The tomato impression explodes into a cinnabar ruby color that could be mistaken for a strawberry. She pulls back away from his lips, which come undone with a smacking sound. Momo opens her eyes looking deep within whatever his eyes have widened into, saying, let's do more back home. With that, she walks away. Izuku remains stunned in that position, unable to move or emote outside of shock. In his mind, he screams, "I kissed a girl, even though she did the kissing." Young Midoriya. The boy comes out of his red high and glances over at the person who called him out, Toshinori Yagi. Well, he's still kind of red. Are you ready? Yup. Are you sick? Nope. This is with an added P sound. The two head for their private ride and take off for Japan. As Izuku looks out to the shrinking form of the island, Toshinori gives his successor a serious glance. It's not too intense, but it's one the boy feels as he imagines his friend left. Turning to his predecessor in One for All, Izuku asks, "Is something wrong? Do you remember telling me of the time that spider girl bit you?" Yes, and he recollects telling All Might this shortly before his run-in with Eri. "Do you remember what I told you when I gave you One for All?" As if wanting to recollect that moment visually, Izuku squints his face to resemble All Might's and says, "Eat this." "No, besides that. I said that to gain One for All you need to consume my DNA." That's when it hits him. The horrible implication terrifies him with failure. "Oh. You mean, she'll get it then?" Toshinori waves his hand from side to side. "No, but it's curious that you never thought about it. One for All can be passed on by consuming the current holder's DNA, but only when it's done willingly. See, you got to want to give someone One for All when you let them eat your DNA, or else it won't work. It can't be taken by force, but it can be given away by force. That is why I wanted you to keep it a secret from everyone. Should a less heroic person use it, there would be a disaster." The boy nods as he understands the nuances of this handover quirk. That's good for him, considering how much blood he's lost since becoming Spider-Man. "So, you were worried about that?" "Well, it actually leads to what I have been worried about." The spider boy looks down as a thought crosses his mind. "All Might, since we got this time, I've been meaning to ask this after you told me One for All is passed on by others. If you received One for All, what is your original quirk?" "Oh, I was quirkless." This bit of information surprises Izuku. It's such a crash to his heart that it starts a fire inside of him. "My master also saw the potential for being a hero inside of me and gave me One for All. The rest of my training was just me working hard to gain the ability to use it at 100% before I moved to America to gain experience." With that, Izuku starts to piece that this whole time All Might has been using a power given to him by chance, just like him. The two are more similar than he expected. "I see, but where did she get it? Where did One for All come from?" The blonde hero situates himself better in front of Izuku. Then he breathes in and out slowly before he speaks. "That's actually where I was going with. When I was fighting Wolfram, he was working under someone. When I found out, I figured now would be the best time to tell you of this quirk's origin." He breathes some more before coughing. Izuku reacts, getting up to assist him, but he holds a hand out to stop him. "I'm okay." After a bit, he speaks again. "Back when quirks were starting to form, it was a dark time. People would segregate and attack those who had powers out of fear, and a large majority would use their quirk selfishly to destroy whatever stood in their way. Progress was halted. It was complete chaos." Izuku internally shivers as he looks up at All Might as he describes what's been going on in the past. He has read all of this and has seen a bit in that dream, but the way he paints a picture makes him think things could have never have become like this. This kept on until one day, he arrived. He was a man who was able to single-handedly unify those left to suffer in the chaos. But in truth, he just used them to spread his evil across Japan and then the world. His name long forgotten, he was referred to by his quirk, All for One. The name brings a shock to Izuku as he draws the connection to it and One for All. Hell, even the name itself brings him back to that dream. A quirk called All for One, which means is he called that because it's a quirk that steals and gives quirks. Izuku's quick assessment takes All Might by surprise. The boy could tell he probably wants to know where he came up with that assumption, and he would probably tell him if All Might didn't confirm it just now. Correct. It is indeed a quirk that steals and gives quirks. In the shadows he moved, collecting quirks for his own to utilize and amassing an army of subjects devoted to his cause. With his influence, power, and money, he ruled over Japan. I don't remember reading any of this in textbooks. There's no way they'll record this, lest they have more people sympathize and try to find him. It's like with the villain Destro. All Might coughs before he continues. You're probably wondering what this has to do with One for All. Well, the name itself gives me a scary idea. Then I won't dilly-dally. As you know, All for One could make people who didn't agree with him submit by giving them quirks. But certain quirks require a specific body type, which ruined theirs as well as their minds, turning them into mindless dolls. In other cases, the new quirk fuses with another quirk and evolves into something greater. Fuses? One such fusion resulted from his brother, a quirkless, sickly child who held a strong sense of justice. He couldn't stand what his brother was doing, so he resisted, until one day All for One gave him a power stacking quirk. It was a move made either out of kindness or in an attempt to make him obey. What he didn't know at the time was that the boy wasn't quirkless, but held a quirk that might as well have been, passing on other quirks. Izuku continues to listen to the story until he reaches that exact point. This is exactly how he feels the interaction went in his dream and beyond. But as he processes the information, the realization hits him with intense force as his mind brings him to the number 4. You mean? That's right, All Might interrupts. One for All was born from the fusion of those two quirks. How ironic that something used for justice originated from evil. He's never heard of riders. Though, as Izuku comes to terms with this information, he needs to find out. So he inquires, what does this have to do with Wolfram? Surely, someone who lived that long ago is dead, right? Or is this a successor to All for One? A serious glare forms in Toshinori's eyes, one that takes the boy back a bit. No, it's indeed him. He then continues. Because of One for All's special property he cannot steal it, but he did steal many others. Most likely, he stole a quirk that slowed his aging among others. With all that power and the various ways he could control it, he was an unstoppable evil who could potentially live forever. Even the little brother would stand no chance, but he had already passed on his quirk to another with the hopes that in time One for All would be refined enough to surpass that evil, a hope that I thought I made clear in my generation. Toshinori grasps his hand into a fist. After I had returned from America, I used the experience to challenge the underworld and destroy his organization until I got his attention, and concluding a long battle that put that hole in my gut, I put an end to him once and for all. He then sighs with disappointment. Or so I thought. Izuku thinks back to the events that have played out this year as Toshinori continues. With the villain alliance, I believed that in some way someone was following in his footsteps. But, Wolfram said something that only he would say. That told me everything I needed to know. All for One is still alive. Another piece of knowledge hits him hard. All Might fought an ancient evil that put a hole in his chest, and he couldn't even put him down for good. All for One is indeed a danger. Even worse, he's behind the many people who have been harassing his friends from UA and All Might. A thought reaches his mind when he imagines the villain alliance, realizing that All for One created them to have them fight and kill All Might. The same villains who tried to kill you and Momo and me and everyone is being backed by this immortal monster, even that hero killer I've heard about that defeated Endeavor. All pawns of his, he retorts to the worrying boy in a serious tone. Even now, he's still recovering from that battle we had. He would probably need an organization backing him capable of healing the damage, which is why I think he is behind the spiders that gave you and Melissa powers. Oh, right. I have a healing factor. Such a power given outside of a quirk would be more than valuable. This would also imply that Astro Corporation is connected to this villain, a thought he already had in mind when he found out Chisaki was working there. It's kind of scary to think that both of the gifts given to him originate from evil, the same evil at that. What else is he connected to? I wanted to let you know this a bit longer after I gave you One for All. Such a dangerous amount of information may be too much. What made you want to wait? That serious look returns to his eyes. Because you may one day have to face that evil. The boy's eyes widen. One for All is an inheritance to fight against All for One. It isn't just because of the power it gives and the damage it does to one's body, it's because of the risk that follows this power. But I know now that you won't regret this decision. Of course not. I'm going to be a hero, one even greater than you. Izuku sits up proudly at this point. Though he looks ready, inside he's nervous. By definition of this quirk, he'll be stronger than All Might at the end of his training, but this is still a scary thing to think about. Don't worry. I'll be sure to make you proud when I stand out in the world and tell them I'm here. Toshinori smiles, one that comes off weak. Why? Because he may not be there. With his injury weakening his body and One for All draining away out of him, he won't last to the end of the year as All Might. He might not even last as a living being. But, he could never tell him that. Toshinori promised Inko to be there for him, so all he can do is run out the clock as fast as he can. I'll wait for that day. Thank you for telling me this, All Might. It gives me some reassurance about what I saw. She wasn't very talkative. She? Asks All Might after a brief pause. Who are you talking about? At this point, Izuku tells him about the dream he had. Seeing no point in hiding stuff, he included as much information as he was aware of, including seeing All For One, his brother, and the beautiful woman who told him he would see more eventually. He even told him about the woman spider watching him from above. Whoa, that's scary. Hey, you don't know what I'm talking about. I don't. It's probably just a sign of your body getting used to One For All. It was like that for me, but I never actually spoke with anyone, nor did they speak to me. That worries Izuku a little, or at least makes him think about it deeper than he did before. Is he the only one who has ever spoken to the people inside One For All? Why are there people who can converse within his mind? And who the heck was that spider woman? And that's all I have to say, Master, speaks the ghost spider as she bows her head to a man in a chair. She and this other person are inside of a dark room, lit only by a single lamp above. So you failed to mention who Spider-Man is again, and I know you know. She sweats in response, keeping her eyes to the ground. But, no matter. You said that Melissa's shield was another success from the spider serum. The ghost spider nods, only to hear chuckling. Then you don't need to tell me. That piece of news answers my questions. Questions? A week has passed since the Eye Expo. On this burning hot Saturday, Izuku can be found at Dagaba Beach in swimming trunks and running shoes. With his physically impressive body exposed to the world, he takes a runner pose as One For All sparks around his body. Remember that feeling when you hit Yatsu at the end with that kick, spread One For All across your whole body at a low percentage. Feeling himself at 5%, he dashes across the beach shore at high speed. He runs for a full minute before increasing the output to 10%. That is when he feels it, a sharp pain shooting into his heart. It hits him so hard he drops and falls face first in the sand. After a few seconds to recover, he turns to face up and breathes deeply. What is wrong with my body? Every time I use One For All beyond 5% for longer than a minute, my heart starts to give out. Once his heart recovers, Izuku pats his chest before standing up and reusing the quirk. 5% this time. He takes in a deep breath and crouches, before running off again. After training, Izuku returns home better dressed than at the beach. He enters to find his home empty of people and aliens, since his mom left with Eri somewhere secret, and heads into his room where he proceeds to cool off. He also takes the time to tinker with his web shooters. After having his pair be destroyed back at Eye Island, he fixes up the one cut off by that sword guy. But since the other was crushed and left on that helicopter, he needs to rebuild a new one from scratch. This is why Izuku is cleaning out his past web shooters, because that'll take a while. Haven't done this in a while. Now that he thinks about it, his life for the moment is like this for the week. Without school, he has enough free time to work out, practice One For All, and clean his gear. All Might hasn't called for him yet either. While he does have time to hang with his girlfriend, Momo will be leaving on Monday for the summer camp. I still can't believe Momo and I kissed. Wish we could do more. He turns red now. Dang it. Focus on the job. He finishes cleaning out his tool, just as his phone beeps. He glances down at his device and picks it up. It reads, "Come to the bank, we first met tonight at 9 BC. Mandalay," he says, immediately recognizing the name. What did she want? Dressed in his black and green suit, a curious Izuku swings over to the location he was asked to appear. He lands with style on top of a ledge with a crouch. Mandalay. He hasn't heard from Shino Sasaki ever since she apologized for that incident back home. Hopefully, she's feeling better. Muscular has been hurting her for far too long. Well, nice to see you again. Spider-Man looks ahead to spot the person who called out to him, the bad luck kitty Black Cat. She sits at the edge of the building with a full spread of a picnic on a cloth. Mandalay. Black Cat. We're in costume, she reminds him. Right, sorry. Izuku sits down next to her. Black Cat, why did you want to talk to me? The silver wig wearer looks down out into the city with a solemn sadness. I need someone to talk to, someone who may understand where I'm coming from. Izuku glances over at the picnic basket she has. And that. Just something I made to help this conversation move along better. She opens the basket to show him some goodies, including sandwiches and drinks. The drinks are for me. Okay, he speaks before she gives him a sandwich. He opens the mask just enough to reveal his face and takes a bite. This is good. I had a feeling you'd like it, she says as she takes out a can and proceeds to drink. After a bit, she asks, how was Eye Island? It was kind of fun until Hitomi's father arrived and took over, Izuku tells her between swallows. I tried to find Hitomi, but she's been avoiding me since Eye Island. I couldn't even find her there. Right, Yatsu Black Cat sits back as she recalls that. It's been all over YouTube, Yatsu's revenge, and the battle you and the others had. We tried to track the account owner, but whoever it is smart enough to use a fake account and use a system that prevents us from locating their address. What an age we live in, Izuku jokes, causing the woman to give a light laugh from her nose. Thinking back on that video, the telepath recollects the time Spider-Man would fight Yatsu before he ended up falling for some reason. "Spider, are you okay?" asks the woman as she stares at the boy. "There aren't any issues with your health, are there?" "No," but Izuku sighs before patting his heart. "It's a secret." "I won't pry into your privacy then," she replies before sipping again. Her eyes turn dark, as if deep in thought. "But, these decisions you've made, do you regret them?" The spider gives a brief pause before giving a light laugh. Man, has he ever had that thought in his head. "I don't. I made them because I didn't want to regret them. After all, I feel." "You feel obligated to keep fighting," she says, placing the can on the edge next to her. "You can't sleep without constantly thinking about what you failed to do and how you let down those who aren't there." Izuku stops eating to stare at her, surprised by how closely accurate that statement feels. "Muscular killed my family. All I wanted was to make him pay, no matter what. But I went alone, and my friends followed. We fought again, and Tomoko lost her leg." Her claws extend and pierce into her arms, anger getting the better of the woman. "Each time we clash, someone else around me gets hurt, and I'm only on the side unable to do anything. I can't even die." Her teeth gnash against each other. Blood draws from her claws. "He's just going to constantly appear in my life, just ruining the lives of everyone I care about, and I won't be able to do a single thing about it." At this point, she's violently shaking. "I hate him. I hate him so much." Izuku grabs her arms and pulls her hands away. Luckily, no one down below hears them. "Black Cat, stop. You're hurting yourself." "This is nothing," she cries. The Catwoman looks over at Izuku, shocking the boy when she sees tears have ruined her makeup. "I keep losing the people in my life, and he gets to walk away free." It hurts so much she hiccups, more fluids coming from her face. Through the almost noises, it's clear she's at the edge, about to cry. Eventually, she breaks down and hugs him, crying into his green and black chest. Izuku, unable to leave her, hugs the woman and keeps her close, letting her vent her sadness. They stay like that in a comforting embrace until her pained screams of sadness turn into empty whimpers. As she does, he continues to think about what exactly to say, only to find himself at a loss of words. All he can do is wrap up the wounds on her arms with his webs. Their face ruined by her sullen heartbreaking to the surface, Black Cat looks over at the masked boy after she finishes crying. She then breaks away, saying, "I'm sorry," her voice still broken, "I didn't mean to break down." Izuku places a hand on hers before saying, "Black Cat, I'm sorry you feel this way, I just wish I knew what to say." As if this is something you can fix by simply saying words, she sniffs. "I just wish I knew what to do. Can I even let myself give up? I've spent the better of my time since he first killed them planning revenge, and I'm no match for him." Her eyes turn wide as her heart starts to break again. "Everything I've tried has failed. I'm powerless against him," and she stops here, unable to talk. "And I'm afraid of dying. Iruo Izumi, no. They can't be dead. They can't. Man, that was fun. It's him, it's that bastard responsible. He's missing an eye. Good. I'll take the other one." I pull out a knife and rush him at his blind spot. But, he caught me. "Damn it. Who are you?" "You son of a bitch. I'll kill you." I stab his arm. Every second he has me in his grasp, I stab until he slams me into the ground. Now all I can see is blood. "Luckily for you, the game is over. Time to reward me." No, get back here. Get back here so I can kill you. Muscular. Every time I think of my failures, I think of my brother and sister. If only I hadn't gotten in the way. If only I had stayed out of it. Then the Black Cat places a hand to her face, sucking in her sadness once more. Izuku watches her sulk, once again unable to help. Honestly, he's stunned. She's been dealing with the regret of making a decision that cost a loved one. She's just like him. Now he knows what to say. "Black Cat, I know how you feel," he tells her. The woman pauses in her sulking to stare at Izuku. "You regret making a decision that cost the life of someone you cared about. Your sister and brother-in-law are to you like your Uraraka is to me." "I know." Another surprise on his part. "I called you here to talk about this because I know you know how I feel. The report Izawa gave us told me everything I needed to know about your intentions." She places a hand on his lap. "Spider-Man, do you still believe you're on a path to no regret?" Do you feel that by doing these things you'll attain some personal forgiveness? He glances at her and then down at himself once more. It's not about forgiveness. I can't speak for her with the dead, so I don't know how she feels. But I know that if I stopped I would be breaking the promise I made to her to be a hero. Not to mention, something like this could happen to anyone else. I see Black Cat places a paw on her mask and removes it. You've handled your regret better than I ever did. You didn't once mention getting revenge for what happened. Well, that's not what All Might would have done, he replies, smiling. His answer gets her to chuckle a bit, an act that surprises her. You're still such a kid. The woman then wipes her makeup off and turns to the food. She then thinks back to the meeting she had with her friends. Thank you, Spider-Man. I now know what I have to do. Izuku sighs with relief, glad that she's feeling better. He gets up and prepares to leave. Where are you going? Eh? I thought you felt better and that you didn't need me to cheer you up. I don't, she says, before eyeing the picnic, but I can't exactly finish this whole thing by myself. True. He then sits back down and prepares to eat. Black Cat watches as he resumes eating the sandwich. Her face gains a mighty smile when she catches him smiling while eating the delicious meal. She whispers, "You're still such a kid. Don't ever change that." Sadly, the two are unaware of the dangers that are watching them from afar. For atop a water tower, the ghost spider can be seen sitting with binoculars and a listening amplifier. She removes the visors and headphones. Muscular was right after all, those two are close together. The girl then flinches when she feels something wet on her hand. She checks down before looking up at the skies, noticing there is no rain or such that could cause it. The spider girl then removes her mask and feels more liquid coming down her face. Why am I crying? What did he say? Later on, as the two finish their late night meal, Black Cat speaks with Izuku while still atop the building. Spider, if it's no problem, I would like to ask for another favor. A favor? I'll have some free time later tomorrow. I would like to introduce you to my friends and my nephew if that's okay. Sure. But it'll have to be later. I gotta see my girlfriend Momo off to her summer camp. That's okay, she replies. The girl prepares to leave through whip swinging. That your Raka girl, was she someone special? She was the first friend I ever made after I found out I was quirkless. The spider then swings away, leaving the cat left alone. Black Cat places her mask back onto her face. She watches his back as he leaves, her heart pounding harder than usual. Of course now would be the time to start feeling for him. Elsewhere, the ghost spider has fled the scene, concluding that final chat. Her face exposed to the world, she continues to swing as tears rain down freely on the world below. Izuku Midoriya, you're such a mystery. Tomorrow. The sky shines bright blue. The sun burns the world mercilessly. Here we find at a bus station the hero courses of UA High boarding their designated vehicles. Well. If it isn't Class 1 here to get in our way. As soon as this guy is dealt with. This blonde loudmouth continues to spout nonsense before Kendo jabs him in the neck. She then carries him away, saying, sorry about that. Izuku can be found with Momo and the rest of Class 1A. Momo, take care out there. I will. Try not to get into trouble. I can't bail you out of while I'm gone, says the red rich lady. She then looks around to check if no one's watching and pecks his cheek. With nothing left on her plate, she speaks, bye Izuku, before rejoining her class. All of whom stare at her so hard she turns red at the implication. You saw that. We're not gonna judge, says Zero before entering the bus. You better not, says Jiro as she glares at him. Maybe I can do that one day. Damn it, Midoriya curses Mineta, tears of blood from his eyes. The red Izuku waves to the bus as they make their exit, sighing once they leave his sight. She didn't tell me where they were going, but I know she'll be fine. They all will. Izuku checks his phone to look at the time, noticing it's 8 AM. He has enough time before he has to go visit Black Cat and her friends. Now with a plan in mind, he dashes for home on his strength. In that time he'll grab his spider costume so he can swing off if necessary. At the Sasaki residence, several figures of different sizes loom over the building from afar. One speaks, are you sure this is it? Of course. What, do you think I'm stupid? You don't want me to answer that, muscular. Hey. Enough. One of the fingers removes his hood, revealed to be Dragon. She gave you each a job. Follow through and we'll each get what's coming to us. The biggest of them lifts its cloak, revealing pterodactyl wings. Chapter 32. Tartarus. This maximum security prison located far off from Japan in an undisclosed location. Here you will find extremely dangerous criminals too good for the death penalty. You will also find Hitomi Yatsu in front of a visitor's booth where her father sits in a wheelchair. Father, she mutters, horrified at what she sees. What's happened to you? I know, it's shameful, he tells his daughter with disgrace. I sought to be renowned for my intelligence, only to be branded a criminal because of this soft society. And in the end, I got paralyzed by a vigilante who believes in the society. You're probably angry at me for leaving you and your mother. No, I'm not, though it's true that it hasn't been fun without you. She stares at her father's face with a scowl. Why? Why didn't you tell us? Why did I have to find out from watching a video made by a spider girl? I couldn't have told you. He shouts, anger coming out. Do you know how embarrassing it is to be me? Shamed and cast out from where I belong just because no one understood my brilliance. Who cares if it started out dangerous? Dangerous? As someone who specializes in quirk research, it was up to me to study the inner depths of quirk manifestation and its origin, as well as how to improve on them. This led to the creation of a serum capable of rewriting the genetic code of anyone and fix any mutations or defects that could be caused by quirks. When they found out how blasphemous that was and how it came to be, they stopped my research and David had me kicked out. Hitomi looks at him in shock before turning her eyes down to recall a memory. Wait. How was this any different from the quirk amplifier? He raves. If it was complete, it would fix the body and improve the quirk instead of destroying it. But why? Hitomi shouts. Why did you go through the trouble of all this? Why do you care so much? You never understood, did you? Because it's our duty as scientists, as intelligent human beings. He replies. It is the duty of people like us, like you and me, to use our talents in the service of others. We have to do what's best for those beneath us, whether they appreciate it or not. There are hundreds of unworthy people who need our guidance, otherwise, they will only cause more pain to themselves, and I know you know how that feels. Father. Back to the present, Izuku can be found getting to his home through the window while invisible. He sneaks inside and slides the window closed before sitting down on his bed. From there he attaches his web shooters and checks the capsules. Good. No running out when I swing outside today. He hops up and grabs hold of his suit inside of his closet. He looks between the second vigilante suit, the one Momo made for him when he joined with Black Cat against those assassins, and the one she made him at Island. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with wearing this. Mom worked hard sewing up the holes. He picks up the second one and slips it on. He then loads his backpack full of civilians to change in before strapping it on and sliding his mask down. Okay. Clothes, check. Web capsules, check. Keys, check. Phone, check. I think that's it. He opens his window and turns invisible before climbing out. After closing the window he leaps out into a full-on dive before shooting a line that he pulls down on as he passes the first half of the arc, reaching a higher altitude. From there he shoots a line and pulls himself through the openings of a water tower before correcting himself to swing like normal. A smile grows underneath his mask as he says, I'm getting much better at swinging. While in the air, he checks down below when he spots a strange sight. Well, with a world of quirks, it's not entirely that weird, but it's still a sight to behold. There are a couple of kids drop down on their behinds, looking in fear at what's in front of them. Or rather, who is in front of them. Where is it? A man stands in front of the children. This titan of a man stands taller than any city-grown tree. His appearance is cloaked by a rag big enough to cover him from head to the ankles of his bare, unkempt feet. An opening shows only the glowing red of his eyes. That can't be good. Izuku adjusts himself mid-swing to bungee on a web he shoots to stop himself at the last second toward the monster man. As he gets closer he starts hearing a distorted noise coming off him. Where is the repair store? Asks the monster again, this time more agitated. The children proceed to cry at what may happen to them for not knowing a single thing. He stops for a moment, sniffing the air when something touches his nostrils. At that moment, Spiderman lands in a crouch in front of him. The vigilante says, whoa, calm down there for a second, sir. What exactly do you need? A part of him wants to run, his spider sense isn't warning of danger, but even he can tell this man is not someone to joke around. The man slowly shows him a radio hanging off his neck. It's what's giving that distorted noise of garbled nonsense. It broke. Needs to be repaired. Oh, no problem, says Izuku as he pats his leg and points down the street. If you take a left down the sidewalk and walk 2 more blocks you'll find a store where an old man fixes clocks. He'll fix that for you. This is not a clock, he responds with annoyance. He'll still fix it. He just specializes in clocks. After a pause, the monster nods slowly and says, "Thank you." He then walks away, each step breaking down on the pavement to show the man's tremendous weight. Once he's gone, the spider gives out a sigh of relief. Phew. I was this close to being gunk on a boot heel. He then turns to the kids. "Are you kids okay?" That the boy gets his mouth covered. "Don't thank him. He's with the villains, remember?" The slightly older girl pulls him away and leaves. Izuku sighs, dropping his head down to the right. They're still not over the incident at Kantoi. Elsewhere at the Sasaki residence, Black Cat, or as she'll be called for the time being Mandalay, can be found in her room dressing up. After becoming more than decent, Shino exists to her friends Ragdoll, Tora and Pixabob sitting at a table with Kauta. "This is kind of exciting," says the woman with emerald hair as she shuffles in her wheelchair. "Getting to meet the boy behind the mask." "We already know what he looks like," says Uwara with a shrug in his tone. "Not in person," states Ryuko with a smile. "It's time I started settling down." Kauta, uninterested entirely, looks away just in time to see his aunt coming in. Seeing her, he avoids her gaze as well, remembering that time she cried around him. It's the first time he's seen her so vulnerable, even with the death of his parents. "Thanks for showing up, everyone," Shino tells them before raising her hand to her chest. "Izuku should be showing up anytime soon. I assume you guys can behave yourself, Pixie Bob." The giddy blonde glares. "Now why you gotta call me out? And we're off duty." An exhausted sigh escapes her lips as Shino waves her off. "Right, Ryuko. I just don't want you to scare him off by being yourself." "Oh, I promise not to scare him off," her sarcasm poisons the room. "I wouldn't want your perfume and makeup to go to waste." Yes, as the blonde points out, the former leader of the Pussycats has a good amount of makeup on. Red lips, eyeliner, eyeshadow and blush on her cheeks, Shino Sasaki is dressed to impress. I have no idea what you're talking about," she replies, denying the accusation upon her despite turning redder than her cheeks already were. "You sure?" "Ryuko, don't tease Shino," Uwara tells her in a big brother kind of way. Tomoko narrows her eyes, before smiling. "You must like him. I've never seen you this happy in so long." Kauta looks over at his aunt, also noting how surprisingly whimsical she is. Whoever this Spider-Man is, she's improved because of him. Don't make assumptions. It's not what you think. Her heart scuttles when she hears the doorbell ring. Ooh, that's him. She adjusts her hair and moves to the door quickly, with the excitement of a woman going on a date. At that moment, the door bursts open, shattering into splinters, an event that causes all heads to turn and face what happened. "Knock knock," speaks the man who steps in, Muscular. "Muscular?" Shino shouts, staring up in shock at the muscle man who's been tormenting her for years. She angrily gets up to face him, only to be kicked back down by his boot heel to her throat. "Shino." Uwara and Ryuko get up quickly to fight, while Tomoko moves with her wheelchair and Kauta to a safer location. "You better get off of her, now." Ryuko shouts at him angrily. The muscle-bound menace glares at the heroes in the room. "Oh, hey, now I remember. You guys were part of that loser team that tried to jump me." "Shut up." Uwara moves in to attack. Muscular summons his meat fibers around his arm to block his punch, but instead, his arm wraps around the villain like rubber. "You have no right to be in our presence after what you did. You have no right to be alive." The villain grins deviously. "You don't know why I'm here." "Hiya." Ryuko, Shino and Uwara turn around and face the source of the noise. There, Tomoko is laid on the floor with blood on her face, while Kauta is held up in the air by the clawed hand of Dragon. "Kauta!" screams Shino. "Everyone, calm down. We're only here to leave a message for Spider-Man," he tells the heroes and Shino. "Spider-Man?" repeats Tomoko. "Muscular noticed that you and Spider-Man are rather chummy. Since he knows who you are, you can guess why we have this boy." He arcs his claws before the boy's face. "There's no profit to be made without his capture, so just bring us the spider." The former pussycat, still trapped underneath the boot heel of her most hated enemy, growls as she struggles to break free of his pressuring weight. "There's no way I'm going to." Added pressure shuts her up. "I know your history with Muscular," he continues, the muscle man grinning proudly. "Because of him, this boy is your only living relative. It would be a shame to lose him, and just when his life is starting." "You heard the reptile." Dragon gives him the look. "Now tell us where Spider-Man is, or bring him here to us." Did somebody mention Smash? Out of nowhere, a coming into reality from being invisible Spider-Man jumps out and attacks Dragon from behind, kicking him so hard in his back that he loses his grip on Kauta. The spider takes advantage and shoots a web to pull Kauta out of harm's way. "I gotcha, Kauta." Spider-Man Shino shouts when she notices him. Spider-Man. Ryuko and Uwara shout this when they see him appear. Tomoko remains silent. Spider-Man. Muscular shouts, removing his boot off of Shino's chest. He kicks her aside, punting the poor woman into the wall so hard she doesn't get up after being free. About time. He places the boy behind him. "Kauta, go back that way," says Izuku as he crouches in a protective stance. He points to the room he came out of, which is the same place Dragon snuck in from. Scared, the boy prepares to make his exit. But on his way out, a new figure bursts through from that room. This being is what the group can easily describe as one of the Noma monsters that attacked Yue, Kantoi, and Hosu, where the hero killer defeated Endeavor. This one, however, has pterodactyl wings and a mask over its mouth, along with blue pants. Seeing it, Kauta cries before running away to escape, just as Izuku notices it. Kauta. The Noma reaches its talon out and grabs hold of the boy, before flapping those Jurassic wings to break through out of the apartment walls. Throwing his backpack aside, Izuku jumps over to give chase, swinging out the building and into the streets. Uwara moves in to attack Dragon, but as he does, Muscular reacts and lunges beside the Tiger Man. He then slams his leg into the right of his abdomen, sending him into the wall. Shino gets up and reaches for weapons that do not exist on her person at all, cursing afterward. Dragon places a finger claw to his ear. He took the bait. Move us. Like a regular cop-out, the black liquid appears again and wraps around the two villains. Ryuko grabs a knife and throws it at Muscular, missing when it passes through the liquid and impales into the wall. "Damn it," she shouts. Where did they go? Shino, stricken with the trauma she's been repressing, slowly starts the process of hyperventilation at the thought of what will happen eventually. Not him too. Over with Izuku, he continues to swing through the skies chasing after the Nomu and its captive victim. Flipping up in the air, he gets a clear view of it and its path. It's heading into the forest, the same one he followed and teamed up with Black Cat in before he found out she was Mandalay. Why is it going there? He shoots a line and snags its foot, allowing it to pull him along as they pass over the trees down below. Our emerald protagonist grits his teeth underneath his mask as he pulls along the line toward the brain soldier. Within a few seconds, he'll reach Kauta and pull him free. That was the plan, but as soon as they reach halfway over the forest, it releases its grip on Kauta. He screams in terror as he descends rapidly, about to meet his death. Moving quickly, Izuku releases his web to dive down for the boy. "Hey, kid. You forgot your parachute," he shouts, firing a web to pull Kauta back up and allowing him to catch the kid. Night Eye's advice on funnier jokes to quell tension should work here. But the grace and equilibrium, which he has gained from using his skills over the months, our emerald protagonist in red lands in the grass snapping a twig his foot stomps on, Kauta safe in his arms from harm's way. Gotcha. Kauta looks up at him, shaking from all the apprehension and fear he has been stricken from being kidnapped. So scared, he can't even bring his composure together to ask why he knows his name. He can't even ask why he bothered trying to save him. Is he just as stupid as his parents? Izuku's spider sense goes off, and he quickly jumps away to avoid a shockwave coming his way. He lands on the side of a tree looking at where the blast originated, but for the time only seeing dust, leaves, and grass as a smokescreen. It disappears shortly after, showing the person responsible as someone he never thought he'd see again. It's the man from the Society of Assassins, who he met during that mission with Black Cat. If he recalls, his name was Shikaku. He says, "I hope you remember me, Spider-Man. Because I haven't forgotten you. Might as well play along. Who are you again?" "Oh, you son of a." He adjusts his sound modules and fires a sonic boom at the spider. Izuku easily sees it coming and swings out of the way of the blast. While mid-air, however, he senses another threat coming his way. He fires a web line to another tree to convert his angle, dodging the pincer blades of Deku the Scorpion. Scorpion. My codename is Deku, damn it. He shouts, watching the spider swing and land on the side of an older tree that might as well be deadwood. A little on the nose, don't you think? His senses flare up once more when he looks behind, where Dragon and Muscular appear from the black liquid. No more than half a second has passed since he comes from the transportation that the muscle man wraps himself full on in his meat fibers, before charging at Spider-Man, that menacing smile of bloodlust and carnage in his eye. Oh, balls. Izuku jumps away to avoid the attack, the entire tree shattered to nothing from Muscular's strike. Our emerald protagonist looks back just in time to see flames coming at him. Under his mask he bites down as he braces, holding onto Kauda protectively, his back taking the full blow of the fire and the searing pain enough to make him scream had he not. He skids across the dirt in pain, holding in his cries. Smoke emits from where he was burnt, his back exposed enough to show the second-degree wound his costume didn't protect him from. Dragon steps forward with flames emitting from the mouth of his mask. Poor little spider. Izuku inhales and exhales deeply to try and ignore the pain, Kauda in his arms with a face full of fear. Drawing one for all in his left index finger, he aims a flick motion down at the ground just as the other villains start to surround him. He whispers to Kauda, "Close your eyes." Elware smash. At 100% he releases the built-up power and causes a smokescreen of leaves and dust around him. Ah! The villains cover their eyes as the dust billows upward. Deku adjusts his modules. This won't work on me. I can simply hear why a spider shuriken stabs into the module on his arm, causing it to spark. Ah. Ah. He quickly rips it off before it could get worse again. Soon any sound he would have heard before is replaced with a roaring ring. The smoke disperses, with Dragon looking around for their target. He's gone. He turns to the bewildered group. Search the forest. He can't have gotten far, not with a hostage and a wound. The villains proceed to look for their target. Not more than a mile from where the action started, Izuku can be found hiding in an opening under a dying tree's uprooted base. He continues to keep his teeth together, still not used to the pain in both his finger and his back. If I move from this position, I'll expose myself. He glances down at the frightened Kauda and sighs when he realizes the choice he has to make. "Why?" speaks the child. "Why are you risking your life to save me? They're after you, not me. You shouldn't even have to, you don't know me." He can feel some dark-seated memories brought up by those words. "I don't need to know someone to save them. I'll save whoever I can reach." Kauda's eyes lower in anger. "This is what I don't get about you people. Keep your voice down. You go around showing off your quirks and running labels like hero and villain just to kill each other. It's stupid. Shouldn't your own life be more important?" Now Izuku understands why he's like this. It isn't the best time, but he needs to properly respond to those words. This might be the last time he can. "Are you only saying that because your family died fighting a villain?" "Shut up." He stares angrily at Izuku, still crying over his impending death. "You don't get to talk. You don't understand what it's like to live without your mom and dad because they'd rather look cool being heroes." The injured spider pats the kid's head. With his other hand, he pulls off his mask just enough to show his face. Kauda's rage quells, no longer scared or angry about the situation the moment he sees that Spider-Man is a teenager, a scared child only so much older than he is. "If that's what you think, then you don't understand heroes at all. I never once put this mask on so I could look cool." He turns his head around to see Deku close by. He resumes talking in a whisper. "Once I step out there, I'm as good as dead, but you'll be free to run. Just run, and you'll be safe. But what about you? They only want me. If I got away they'll just chase after your aunt and capture you again." He pulls down his mask. "I don't intend to die here. Now go." He pushes Kauda away before jumping up into the trees. Landing on a branch that gives off a snapping noise, the scorpion stops in his tracks and looms over to the source of the noise where he spots Spider-Man hanging off the branch. "There you are." Deku grins from ear to ear with the trace and eager of a menacing badger. "Hey guys, he came back." Izuku looks back to see the boy running away as fast as he could. Had he seen his face, he would have noticed the tears the boy held as he ran. But now, he has to focus on the 5 who have come to kill him. His spider sense flares rapidly as from above the Nomu lands on the tree he's on the branch of. Muscular pushes down another tree as he appears for intimidation, and Chikaku walking over with hands clenched. Dragon moves out from behind a tree, tenting his claws on a single hand. He glares at every villain in his vicinity. "That was your only chance to escape. Yeah, it must feel nice to waste all your effort chasing down a vigilante. What, you ran out of heroes to bully?" Izuku jokes, though on the inside he's rather scared. Even if he used one for all, a single minute wouldn't be enough. But, as he charges himself with 5% throughout his entire body, he knows now is the time for plus ultra and either defeat them all or stall long enough for help to arrive. "Remember," speaks Dragon as he walks up facing Spider-Man, "the job is to capture Spider-Man. Do not kill him." "That is a very good idea," Izuku says while pointing at the forever-breathing assassin. "If you think about it, we don't have to fight at all if you don't want to." Muscular goes full on Muscle Man as he states, "We definitely want to." They all charge him. Izuku jumps from the tree, avoiding Muscular's fist strong enough to shatter through the hard bark. He shoots a web line to zip across to another tree, but his threat is cut by the flamethrower dragon breathes. He is then caught by the foot by the Nomu and dragged in the air. He shoots a line at its face, causing it to let go of him. His sense flares up again, just as he spots a torrent of flames coming his way from below, forcing Izuku to shoot a line at a tree and pull out of its path. Unfortunately, this leaves him open to a shockwave that sends him flying back into the center of the villains. He rolls on the twigs and grass before pushing against the ground to jump in the air. This move allows him to dodge a punch made by Muscular that would have crushed him. He grabs hold of the muscle man landing on his broad shoulders and stretches back a punch. But before he jumps up to dodge a flame breath that narrowly misses Muscular. Izuku lands in a crouch before getting up the moment he sees Muscular turning around for him. At that moment his spider sense warns him again, his back quickly struck with a tough piercing feeling. The pain quickly overwhelms him as One for All shuts off, dropping down face forward with a heavy thud into the grass. He weakly looks back to see the person responsible for the poison now running through his veins, where Deku can be seen with legs bent and his tail stinger held overhead, dripping with green ooze. Unable to properly move, the spider boy tries his best to call upon his quirk. Can't concentrate must be a neurotoxin, he can't think further on about it, and not just because of the venom he was injected with, but also Muscular comes over to kick him in the face. The others pop up too to stomp Izuku, including the Nomu clawing at his chest, ripping off the red, Muscular kicking his ribs before punching him in the face, and Chikaku stomping his fingers. Dragon stands on the sidelines with his arms crossed, staring at the spider vigilante. How long until the poison knocks him out? 20 seconds. With one final punch to the face by Muscular, Izuku stops moving. His eyes loom up as he tries to stay awake. He hears the sound of a mechanical clanking slamming into the dirt as something comes his way. But being face down, he can't see who it is. "You didn't kill him, did you?" He hears a girl's voice. "Of course not," Dragon's voice tells this woman. "Good. All for One has been meaning to meet with him," the man behind the spider. From there, all he can see is black. Then comes silence. Elsewhere in Musatafu, an old man steps out from a nearby store. As he exits, he comes before that giant man standing before him. He shows the damaged radio. "Can you fix this?" Upon seeing this scary person, the elder shakes in his clear mustache. Pulse pounding. Senses shattered. Expletive deleted. Chapter 33. Outa can be seen running as far as his feet could take him. He could hear the sound of pain faintly stretching out to grasp at his eardrums as he pumps those little legs of his against the grass, leaves, and sticks. He shouts out calling for help the second he reaches civilization, noticing a hero standing not far from his location. He is a tall, well-built man with an enormous chin. He wears a purple bodysuit with black markings, along with a parakeet-colored scarf and gloves. From his black skull cap, his eyes loom down at the boy as he smiles. "What's the matter, young one?" Outa runs into his leg holding him. His tears continue to fall. Forgetting his dislike of heroes for the moment to pay back the one who saved him, he shouts, "You gotta help him." Elsewhere at that moment in time. Over in the forests of Japan, the students of UA continue their hellish training to improve their quirks. Among them Momo sits at a table eating various meals while creating items, her face ready to puke from conjuring so many ocelite-based items. As she glances around, the girl notices her classmates all suffering as much as she has, including Todoroki sitting in a can of hot water. "This training is harder than I thought," she drops to an elbow as she catches her nerves. Her mind goes back to where she would see Izuku risking his life for others, doing more than a boy with no hero license should or could. If he can tangle with a monster like Muscular and continue to fight despite broken bones, I can do this. With training concluding, the hero students gorge on their meals and settle in for the night underneath the majestic stars. Momo lies in her sleeping bag staring up at the stars with fear in her heart. Out in the mountains, there is no reception, so she can't call her boyfriend. Thinking about the dangers he's gone through behind her back, so much trouble could happen to him. Even more, she won't hear about it until the week's over. Sighing, Momo shakes her head eventually. No need to worry about it. There's no way Izuku will be caught in another incident where his life is in danger, right? Dripping water, the buzzing of electricity on a light bulb, and his heartbeat, these sounds are what Izuku Midoriya can recognize as he awakens from his near-death slumber. He groans as his eyes adjust to the light over his body. This tells him that he's face up, the pain letting him know he's alive. Speaking of face, he realizes that he still has his mask. Oh, thank goodness. He leans up to move, stopped in his tracks because something is holding him back. He checks his arms and realizes that they've been cuffed down by his wrists and elbows. His legs have the same bounds above his ankles and on his thighs. He's even held by his abdomen. From here Izuku realizes he's been captured, not even having to remember what happened to him last. He was stomped and beaten down by a slew of villains he fought before. Including that voice he heard before blacking out, there were 6. Oh, he's awake. Is that Doku's voice? He looks up to see a tail dripping a green fluid over his face, gliding along his body until stopping at his waist and pulling away. The light dims enough, showing Izuku who else is in this room. As he expected, there are the 5 who jumped him in the forest, a man formed entirely of a black mist that resembles a description of a villain Momo met back at USJ, and a man with hands all over his body that resembles the villain he saw on television, escaping All Might with Stain. Also, Stain is here. Welcome to the Villain Alliance, Spider-Man, speaks the handman. Izuku narrows his eyes and lenses staring at this person and his messy cyan hair. Up close, something about him seems familiar, except for his voice. Are you Tamura Shigaraki? Good, you know who I am. He says with the associated clap of his hands. Didn't think Musatafu's vigilante was so knowledge of myself. It's hard to forget anyone who managed to dodge All Might by picking at his heart. The handman flinches at his response. From his face hand, Shigaraki's crimson eyes can be seen narrowing with intensity at the spider boy, almost ready to kill him. Don't talk about him. I'll be sure to strangle you with your web if you do. Web? Dragon raises his claw, showing the boy the web shooters removed from his wrists. Hey, that's mine. Was? The assassin presses the palm switch on one of them, firing a glob of webbing that sticks to Shigaraki's hands. This is surprisingly impressive and familiar. Huh? Hey, now it's on me. Complains Shigaraki before he places a hand on where the synthetic glue is. His hand breaks free as the webbing decays, a moment Izuku studies with narrowed lenses. I had no idea Spider-Man made his own webbing. The ghost spiders are organic. Why does everyone think that? This is not the first time he's heard someone mention that they thought his webs were organic. It's kind of annoying, considering not all spiders make webbing, but also he wishes that he did end up gaining webbing grown in his body. Also, it's biogenic. When you say organic that doesn't really connect to Shigaraki slaps the boy in the face, stunning him with the audacity of the act. Shut up. I didn't ask for a science lesson, nerd. He then faces the others. Get that mask off him. You should learn to follow orders, Shigaraki, Dragon retorts with a narrow of the eyes. The cyan-haired villain turns to the fire breather angrily. His eyes give the impression that he's about to murder him. You watch it, Hitman. I am the leader of the Villain Alliance, not you. You're just a flunky to some big shot who doesn't even show his face. His target lightly chuckles, bowing his head down at the unmitigated gall the psycho has to say these words to him. How is that so different from you? Those crusty fingers reach out to take hold of the assassin's face, who easily grabs his hand with those mechanical claws of his. Izuku holds himself steady hearing that fired shot. He's surprisingly funny. As the 2 adults bicker, Deku reaches down to grasp at the boy's mask by his neck. He attempts to pull, only to meet with resistance. What the? It stuck to his face. That's my spider cling Izuku says, but while his tone is confident, behind the mask he's really scared. Thankfully for him, his spider cling power works on all surfaces of his body. Though if that was the first time they've tried, why wait so long? Would they not have done this while he was unconscious? Pretty confident, are ya? Shigaraki pulls free of Dragon's grip, turning over to the door. Roll him into the room with the master. Now Izuku starts to sweat under his clothing, a condition made worse as Muscular pushes the table he's bound to. The muscle man psychopath grins as he does, whispering in Izuku's ears, now let's see how brave you can be. Inside the room, the man pushes the boy further out. Down the hallway, he rolls, still left to do nothing but test his bonding. If he tries it now, he could use one for all to break out. But there are still too many people around him to make a retreat, not to mention he has no clue where he is at the moment. Escape would be meaningless without a plan. Soon, the spider boy is brought inside a new room. From what he can see from top to bottom, it looks like a laboratory. His eyes pick up beakers reflecting off of the dim lights, several cases just as big as Muscular, containing what looks like those monsters that have been rampaging Japan since the school year started, and a computer monitor screen showing him. It's the recording of his battle on I Island, right where he's using his Oregon smash on Wolfram, Yatsu. Though there's a massive darkness surrounding his eyes, he can see there is someone else in here sitting in a chair facing the screen. He makes a turn in his rotating seat, his face and appearance masked by the light of the screen overtaking his appearance, but he can see something reflecting off where his face should be. "Welcome," speaks the man politely, his voice spooking Izuku deep to his heart. "I'm upset that we couldn't meet under more Dawnish conditions, but I feel this is the only way we can meet one another in such a short time." The man leans forward in his chair, his face finally revealed to the boy. Well, that wouldn't be accurate. The man wears a fancy tuxedo with a white collar shirt underneath, tie, and neatly polished shoes. But his face itself is covered by a strange black mask that shows only a one-way reflection just like his lenses. There are tubes attached, making him think it's important for breathing. "It's such a pleasant moment to see you face to face, Spider-Man." His sense of danger isn't going off, but he knows for sure this man is someone to get far away from. Just being in his presence is making him lose his self-control. He knows exactly who this man is, not just through context, but by listening to his voice. It's the same man he saw in his dream within the vestige of One for All, which means this is the same villain All Might warned him about, All for One. "Ha! How's that, vigilante?" shouts Shigaraki suddenly, a smug grin underneath his hand as he stares down the spider. "For all your quips, you're scared as hell of our boss." That's true, he's still a child facing a century-year-old monster that put a hole in All Might's stomach. What can he do in this situation? He mutters, "Is this necessary though? If you wanted to meet up, we could have." "Hey, speak up." Shigaraki gloats again. "We can't hear you under your fear." All for One silently stares forward. "Tamura, do not pester our savior. If not for him, we would not have discovered the secret to the formula." As the handman looks on with confusion, All for One turns to the rest of the audience. "You all may leave. Only Dragon and Shigaraki are needed for this." As a collective groan goes off, the stragglers walk off to let the four have their privacy. With fewer people around, Izuku sighs with relief now that he has less to worry about. With the right opening, he can break free and escape. Once the door closes, All for One tenses his fingers and chuckles. "Well, aren't you going to tell us your little secret there, Spider-Man? We're dying to know." He struggles to find words. "I have no idea what you could be referring to, Dark Helmet." As Dragon snickers at the comment, Shigaraki slaps the boy once more. "Watch it, boy. You really can't keep your anger in check, can you, Shigaraki? Children, do not be so repugnant." All for One stands up from his chair. "Though I must admit, I've never heard you laugh in such a long time. What's it to you?" And again, the situation is rather humorous if you think about it. If only we figured out Spider-Man was quirkless from the start. 3 heads rise at that statement. All 3 turn over to the master of villains, his face as unreadable as always, who smiles. As Shigaraki asks for clarity, the man explains himself. "The formula you produced has not worked on anyone until Spider-Man. It was something no one could figure out until the Expo where we saw David Shield's daughter Melissa Shield also had spider powers." "How did you know Melissa had?" Izuku stops to think about it. "Oh right. Yatsu knew her, and you knew him." Though, the boy does start piecing things together. That's why Melissa was able to get spider powers. That's why they used his DNA to make those Spider Namu and Ghost Spider. "I didn't know that," Shigaraki speaks with the same perplexity as before. Though as the truth settles in his mind more, he grits his teeth in a silent rage. "So you mean, the only reason every experiment failed and he survived was because he was some quirkless failure, to begin with an unlucky bastard who just so happened to get bitten by one of the spiders?" As much as he'd like to comment on his rudeness, Izuku is still blazing on the proof that his powers came because he was quirkless. Well, at least they haven't determined he has All Might's quirk. Shigaraki scratches his chin with a grin. "That gives me an idea. This could be just what we need to revive you, Master." He gets moving to the door. This distraction is perfect while the others are at that summer camp. "Camp?" Izuku turns his head, as much as he could, to the crusty-faced destroyer. "What camp?" "Jiao. He's gone now," the door closing behind him. With Shigaraki gone, Spider-Man sighs while craning his head up from the tilting chair he's bound to. With them gone, it's far more silent than before. If there is noise in the air, it would be the tension that he's starting to sense between Dragon and All for One. "So, we're back together again, alone save the company," says the fire-breathing assassin as he glares at All for One, eyes staring through his mechanical mask. "Family reunions are always hard." The quirk-stealing king glances back at the man with eyes elsewhere. "I bet your son misses you." Dragon turns those dark eyes to All For One. Don't bring him into this, I did everything I could to make sure he stays out of this life. He shouts, his claws clenching. A quirkless boy has no right to be involved in this life. Quirkless? Izuku repeats this fact in his head. What a coincidence. Even now, I owe him an apology. I owe them both an apology. Then go see him. All For One makes a turn, raising his hands in a stretch. Your boy is probably dying to see you, the father who abandoned him after all. You know exactly why I can't. Dragon turns to his right, facing away from all. And I don't feel like talking about my son in front of this vigilante. The leader of the villain alliance turns his head down to the shadowed door leading outside. Oh, but he's no stranger. He has far more in common with us than you realize. All For One turns around to face Dragon, saying, it's only fair that we each address each other in the appropriate familiarity and open ourselves more. So do your family a favor and apologize to Spider-Man. The draconic assassin glares at All For One with his eyebrows scrunched in confusion. Why would I do such a strange thing? Weren't we just talking about how you should tell him you're sorry? No, he pauses at that. An ominous feeling comes over Dragon, something so dark and depressing he can barely speak. He slowly turns to face the restrained arachnid. No, it can't be. Izuku, having listened to their entire conversation, starts putting 2 and 2 together. Once he gets to 4, his eyes widen in equal shock. With equal horror. No, it can't be. Dragon reaches down and grabs Spider-Man's mask, pinching it by the bridge of his nose. With the boy having released his inter-atomic attraction force long since the others have left the room, the mask now comes off with ease. The boy's face exposed to the air, Dragon stumbles back, almost falling on his feet. No, he says. No, 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 no. He then puts the mask back on Izuku's head, his eyes still exposed. Izuku. Please, don't be you, Izuku says in a whimper, tears swiftly coming out of his eyes. Now, your turn to unveil, Hisashi. As if responding to All For One, but actually to his own distraught, Dragon pulls off his mask. His curly black hair flutters about as he stares down the boy. Izuku mutters, his eyes squinty and covered in tears. They were like that before the unveiling, as he figured it out long before he saw his father's red eyes. No, no. All For One comes over and places a hand on Hisashi's shoulder as Izuku cries in horror. The dragon asks, how did you know? Again, Island, he replies easily. The girl who survived the spider's venom, and like Spider-Man here gained spider abilities, lacks the quirk factor. Taking that into account, and after measuring Spider-Man's size, possible age, and looking into the school present at the exhibit when that one spider went missing, it only makes sense that it's the grandson you never let me see or told me about. Just like you, he was born without a quirk. Later that night in Musatafu, a police car can be found outside of the Midoriya residence. Inside, Inko can be seen on a couch. Namasa, Yagi, Shino, and Kauda are there as well, the latter boy crying his eyes out. The olive mother shakes in her seat as her fears have come to fruition. Tears swell up and pour down as reality hits her. Her son is once again in danger, and even worse, she has no clue of his whereabouts this time. This is a calamity. No, Izuku. Miss Midoriya speaks Shino with hesitation and regret. She wants to apologize. She wants to say she'll find him. She wants to say she'll bring him back home safely. But she can't. Inko glares her sobbing eyes at Yagi. You said you would be there for him, she sniffs hard. And then this happens, how could you? Miss Midoriya. Yagi looks down with shame. At that, she can't remain silent anymore. It's not his fault. It was mine, she speaks, bowing her head to the woman. They used me. They used my nephew to lure him out. And now it's Shino's turn to start crying. I was completely helpless again as they chased after him. Inko watches as the former hero breaks down, a shocking scene that brings even her out from her sullenness. Only by so much. She's still distraught at the kidnapping of her son. As Yagi pats her, Inko speaks up. What are you doing to find my boy? Namasa lowers his head slightly before he tells her, we were already looking for the location of the villain alliance before Spider-Man was kidnapped. We have a good lead, but with your son being captured we'll have to step up the plan. Inko narrows her eyes at the plain-faced detective. But, we'll be keeping his kidnapping quiet. What? Namasa coves his fingers and hand together. The goal of the villain alliance is to disrupt the world of heroes and destroy our society built on it. Many people already believe that Spider-Man is in league with them, and instead of kidnapping, many will believe it's a ploy to dissuade those rumors. Should your son still be okay when we find him, we don't want to destroy any hope he has to become a hero. Well, that's the official reason. We believe there's more to it than that, Inko speaks, Kuri entering her mind here, as if responding to her growing frustration. It was Toshinori over here that suggested we do not reveal this information. If we reveal him being kidnapped, we have to reveal his face. I'm the only one in the police force who knows his identity, and the League is still after him. As in the League of Assassins. Inko looks to the side, entering her mind as she recalls that name. Exactly, says the deflated symbol of peace with an air of determination and finality. Which is why we won't waste any more time. Tomorrow night at 9, we'll finally take down the villain alliance. And all for one. The mother looks into Yagi's determined cerulean eyes, taking great notice of how serious he is in this decision. We see she rises and walks to him, placing her hands over his and gripping tightly. Thank you. Namasa takes up his hat and places it on, giving a bow to the mother. I'm sorry that this visit was accompanied by bad news, but we will make this right. Excuse me. He turns an eye to Yagi, and the two get up, heading to the door to exit the home. But just as the door opens and the two associates are to egress, a faint call from the nearly destroyed mother catches their ears. Yagi. The symbol of peace stops to turn back to the mother. Remember your promise. Her words bring pause to the man, half to briefly remind himself of the promise he made to this woman for the sake of her son, and the other half is himself questioning whether or not he can keep it. I haven't forgotten. He then exits the home. Outside in the darkening skies, the symbol of peace stands with his hands clenching into fists. Smoke emits from his body as rage burns into his soul. All for one. To think he was after Midoriya this entire time. Namasa pats his shoulder. Calm down. We'll get him. Yes, we will. I must look after and raise Midoriya to be a fine hero, which he already is. To see her so scared and angry. Later that night. Back with Izuku, he's left inside a dark room closed off from the rest of everyone. Here, his arms and legs bound to the table he's stuck on, he lies face up staring at the ceiling fan, replaying the information that came to him not 24 hours ago. His father is an assassin, a vicious killer who set him on fire and threatened his girlfriend. He held his old man in such high regard, finding a good reason why he left and meaning in his words, to help people through science as well as heroics. It is a thought he's been avoiding his whole life, his father abandoning his family because he was quirkless. His mom never spoke about it and didn't even hint about it, but he knows that she overate out of grief because he was quirkless. It's very easy for him to assume his father left because he was a quirkless failure. Just the thought of it breaks his heart and makes him cry. Even worse, his grandfather is all for one. That fact doesn't hurt as much, but the idea that he's connected by blood to the man who turned his inspiration and hero All Might into the wounded man he is now is as painful as it sounds. If All Might found out, would he hate what he did? Would he regret giving me one for all? How pathetic. Izuku raises his head when the new voice speaks. He turns around, where he discovers he's no longer in the room he was in previously. Now, he's standing in total darkness. It's familiar. He looks down at himself and realizes where he is the moment he views that his body is black fumes, except for above his nose and his right hand. He's in the dreamscape of One for All. Standing before him is a pale man with a large scar running down his left eye. Yo. Who are you? Oh yeah, he can't talk yet. Why do you question your inheritance? Izuku looks down with shame. You can't let yourself be easily controlled by your emotions. It's been your biggest failure as a hero. I think that's quite enough. He turns around to see the woman who spoke to him before making her appearance. This dark-haired beauty who looks like his mom approaches Izuku. The other user of One for All pushes his fingers together sheepishly. I'm just trying to help him. By yelling. It worked for your predecessor. Now, please step away. We need to talk. The woman takes his hand and walks off with the boy. As they wander in the dark void of his mind, Izuku looks around, noticing silky threads stretching in and out of the darkness. The two stop just underneath an enormous web. The woman looks up at the sky, where a figure can be seen looming down at them with a hateful stare. What is that? She crosses her arms. It's the funniest thing, in the mind, quirks can manifest as spirits. Within the vestige of One for All, I've been able to live on and experience the world through your eyes and Toshinori's. You have. If the boy's face was still in place, it'd be read by what he's thinking. Don't worry. We don't watch everything you do. She watches you bathe. At that, she glares at one of the previous wielders running off after embarrassing her. She then sighs, turning to the boy. Anyway, the point I was getting to was that this wasn't supposed to happen. Though quirks manifest as spirits in the mind, they cannot interact with the person they're a part of. She takes his hand. You're an anomaly, Midoriya, because while I could never speak with Toshinori before he transferred our power to you, I am not only speaking to you, but touching you as well. And I think it has something to do with your heritage. Heritage. Izuku looks down with shame, remembering what he was depressed about. Hey, it's okay, says the woman soothingly. Midoriya, children do not inherit the sins of their fathers. Why your father is a villain is a question only he can answer. I was listening, and I could sympathize with him. Because I know exactly why he did it. You do? Did he not leave you aside to protect you? Looking back, Izuku thinks about it more in depth. That would make sense. With this realization, his anger starts to fade. Did his father leave him and his mother for their protection in the same way he keeps the mask on? But then, why keep doing it? And why does this lady believe in him? Any real parent would make actions for the benefit of their children. I know, because I did the same thing for my son. The lady grips her gloved fists tightly. Her tone drops with applied anger as she speaks. When my husband died, I had to leave my son in the care of others, solely so he would avoid this deadly path I was walking down. If only I had killed him when I had the chance, we could have avoided this. She shakes her head to achieve freedom from this hatred. Now calmer, she says, make no mistake though, your father may have had good intentions, but his father is nothing more than a monster. Your only connection to All for One is by blood alone. I've heard enough of this. The two look up at the skies. Descending from the top of the web net, a massive dark spider leg pierces the ground. The shock wave sends them back a few feet, though only the woman recovers. Up at the epicenter of the leg, she sees 8 crimson eyes staring down at them. The boy is mine. Step back. She warns, standing protectively before Izuku. 7 lights fly out and surround her. The boy is mine. This body is mine. You do not belong here, intruders. The voice, while monstrous, is distinctively female. A powerful gust of wind blows, hitting the woman hard. Even so, the 7 lights protect her and keep her standing, protecting the boy in the process. This is futile, Arachin, shouts the woman. You can attack us all you want, but even if we wanted to, we're not leaving. More spider legs stab into the ground. From their piercing, cracks start to form in the reality around them, the same rainbow color as the 7 lights she possesses. You will leave. If I can't have this boy, no one will. We'll have to work something out. Go back, Midoriya. She holds a hand out to him, and he begins to fade away. But wait. Who is that? Who are you? That's the manifestation of your spider powers. As for me, she looks back at him. I'm the 7th wielder of One for All, Toshinori's master, and Tenko Shimura's grandmother, Nana Shimura. And with that, he fades away. Izuku turns around realizing he's back to reality. He looks down at his mask. It doesn't seem as if a lot of time has passed. It felt almost instantaneous being in his mind, or soul, or wherever that was. Putting that aside for the moment because there's a lot about what happened in his head just now that he needs to unravel to process, and now's not the time. He still has to finish off the situation he's stuck in regarding the headquarters he's trapped inside of. What can he do now? His head rises when he hears the door opening up. His sullenness increases and becomes angry with the appearance of Dragon, or as he recently found out, his father. He carries a tray of food in on wheels before closing the door behind him. The assassin then approaches his son, setting the tray next to the boy. Izuku. Don't, Izuku growls, his lenses narrowing to showcase his anger. How? How can you be a villain? It's complicated. Is it? His words sound incredibly emotional and unstable. You left me and mom when I was 5, just to use your quirk to kill people. How is that complicated? Dragon pulls off his mask. You think I left you because I enjoy this line of work? Izuku flinches, not because of his words, but because of his face. He's seen that look of regret and despair before. I wanted you as far away from this as possible for a reason. With his anguish out in the open, he reveals the Katsuden and lifts Izuku's mask enough to show his mouth. With the opening exposed enough, he removes his gloves and proceeds to feed his son. After the swallow, Izuku speaks. Dad, why are you a villain? Why were you after me? A sigh releases from the foreverything assassin's lips. It's a life I had always wanted to put away. He uses his soul hand to lean back on. As you know, my father is Ryu Shigaraki, the man who controls the underworld of Japan and runs the villains who have been tormenting you, also known as All for One. The spider child lowers his head in a nod. That won't be easy to file away in his mind of acceptance, but, yes. I made a few mistakes when I was your age. I won't make excuses, but only as an adult have I come to regret them. And when I came to realize my mistake, they wouldn't let me out. He glances down at himself, his words filled with regret. I became an assassin, took down many, all for my selfish reasons. Becoming numb to it was all I could do until I met Inko and gave it up. He gains a smile as he comes to those words, before frowning. Until about 6 years ago, when the organization I worked for dragged me back into this world the day my old man was challenged by All Might. Such news turns the boy's eyes to widen in shock. What? When I had given up on that selfishness, the society used what I had gained in you two to force me back into this gig. Divorce seemed like the best option. He looks down at his son. Divorce? Asks Izuku, looking at himself while thinking about his mother's plight. You mean, you got a divorce and left us? To distance you from this world, which is why I was secretly happy you were diagnosed quirkless. Our paths would cross paths after all. Hisashi digs into the back of his suit and pulls out the web shooters. In the end, the worst case scenario happened, you emulated me more than I wanted you to. The man places the web shooters into Izuku's utility belt. Now, stay here. I'll get you out of here, somehow. A piece of fried chicken is plucked into the boy's mouth. Too bad neither of the two family members are aware of the guest ride outside the chamber. He leaves as quietly as he came. Tomorrow. Over with the students of the UA Hero course, these 20 students can be found in the forest at night. As Awa glances over at the pro heroes other than himself and Vlad King supervising these kids, the three better known heroes from the Night Eye Agency. Sir Night Eye himself, Bubble Girl, and Centipeter. The Erasure hero raises a watch as he notes many are getting overzealous about the next event to happen, the test of bravery. One of them being Ishido and the other failures from the finals. On the contrary, this is where you five will take your remedial lessons. Of course, the pink girl screams in disbelief. No. Soon, she along with Kirishima, Shiro, Sato, and Kaminari are dragged off to their cabin. As they prepare for their test, 8 figures make their move in the darkness of the forest. So, what's the point of this again? To prove how fragile the hero system is and tell apart this broken society. Just remember the plan. Dabi, you're up. Chapter 34. Izuku groans as he remains bound in his prison. With no one around to watch or stop him, he increases his strength on his right arm and pulls. After a grand amount of time in under a minute, his arm breaks free of its wrists bonding, an action repeated on his other arm. He then follows up breaking out of the bonds on his elbows by pushing his arms forward. Once his arms are free, he grabs the bonds on his neck and pulls it off before extorting his strength on the rest of his body. Free at last, Izuku sits up on the table. Step 1 free himself completed. Next, he'll have to find a way out of this hideout. Sighing, Izuku leans onto his hands and elbows, repeating the information he received not 24 hours ago. I better get moving, because I can't do anything now. A collective sigh releases from his mouth as he pushes himself off the table. With an application of strength, he tests the door's resistance. It's not that strong. An application of his foot to the door rips it off its hinges, in which he peeks his head out afterward to check for anything. No guards. Not even an alarm. It's like they want me to break out, or maybe Dragon did help me. Izuku stares up at the ceiling and looks for ventilation, an opening he sees and climbs up to before breaking into it. Inside, he crawls through the condensed space, rather easily. Someone of All Might's body and girth would be unable to move without damaging the surroundings. Now to get out. Night has taken over Musatafu. Many a person can be found walking through the red light district. Moving up across the buildings above a crowd of unsuspecting guys looking for a good time, a silver-haired foxy lady with the appearance of a cat in leather can be found swinging until landing on a wall. Her silver claws impale into the brick, allowing her to cling to the side, and after a quick look down below, she climbs up to the roof of the building. The woman flips up to the top. The feline in leather steps over to the edge of the building on the other side, staring out at their target. It's a large factory, not too suspicious or out of the ordinary. It's a tree in a forest practically. There it is. There he is. I hope his info is right, Inko. Flashback. Inko. I can't believe it. You? Inko, I know you probably don't want to hear my voice now. You picked the worst time to call. If that's not the truth. You heard about Izuku, huh? What? How does he know our son is in trouble? We have him here. What? Inko, calm down. Who is it? I think that's what Shino asked. I've no time to respond. What do you mean you have him? Hisashi, please don't let this be what I think it is. He's your son. I've leaked the location of the VI to an old friend on the force, but Izuku can still be caught in the crossfire. I need you to believe in me and not to worry. There's a pause on the other end, as Inko relaxes more. Never would I have thought Izuku would be Spider-Man. I wish I had known sooner. So he knows. Does he know? He doesn't say anything, but I know the answer. Oh, my poor Izuku. Just thinking of the anguish in his heart from what he knows hurt so much. Even after the divorce he still looked up to you. I'll make this right. Goodbye. The phone cuts off. Hisashi. Then flashback. I still can't believe Izuku's father was one of the top assassins in the world, Black Cat says as she prepares her gun, still surprised by replaying that info in her mind. He loves being a hero so much, and yet his father is high up on Interpol's most wanted list. He must be so devastated. The former hero takes out her phone. She swipes across the screen to show a video streaming a press conference. On screen are teachers of UA, including Principal Nezu and Ectoplasm. Good. It's already started. UA is holding a press conference streaming throughout all of Japan. The goal of that is to let the world think we have no idea of their location. At the same time, the police and heroes will attack both of their locations. It'll start shortly, so I have to move fast. Black Cat takes out a grapple gun and aims, firing at the side of the building to sling herself across the air. The agent heroine extends her claws and clenches against the wall, climbing up to reach a window. These same claws slice open a circle big enough for passage, and after dropping what she cut in the hands of her alien accomplice, she flips inside and lands gracefully in the building. She straightens herself and looks around. Seeing what's before her, the woman's eyes widen in shock at what's before her. Oh my god, this is where they've been. Inside of the factory is what one would expect from an unfinished building. There are wooden crates, bags of cement, and a crane hanging overhead. She stands next to a forklift with rust on it in several spots. But what most has her on edge are the 14 pods to her 11 o'clock position, composed of steel and tubes stretching from overhead inside for the brain heads poking up top from the opening. These are the Naomu. She cringes when she hears a noise overhead. Looking up, she sees a grate for one of the air vents falling. The woman steps aside allowing it to fall beside her, as once it does another figure lands just above it. Her heart twists into relief as she sees with happiness that it's the person they've been looking for. Spider-Man. She says, almost too loudly. Black Cat. He corrects himself and stares at the woman. How did you get here? Wait, where am I? Not now. We'll talk when we're safe. She grabs his arm and points at the window up above. The two are just about to leave, but at that moment, Izuku's spider sense goes off. He grabs Black Cat and leaps up to the support beams above, a feat accomplished with the application of his spider strength, and one for all directed into his legs. For at this moment, a truck slices down from the top of the building down to the floor. In from the opening, the two attached to the ceiling witness heroes moving inside. One of them is Best Jeanist, using his Fiber Master quirk to collect the Naomu that have been freed from their containment. Another is a villainous-looking hero with an orca body clearing debris. Aside from Mount Lady grasping some, there is also to Black Cat's relief tiger. Oh good. I guess they got this all taken care of, says the feline former hero looking to Izuku. He doesn't look all at ease. What's wrong? There was someone else here, he declares. The spider freezes when he hears footsteps. How applauding this is. From the darkness these words are spoken, a whisper from the devil. I sense this same problem is happening over with Tamara. Izuku tenses up. It's him. Stop. Not another step. Shouts the orca hero as he holds a hand out. A single shoe steps into the light. Immediately, Best Jeanist clenches his fingers into a fist. The man's clothes tighten, though they could barely see it. No. They gotta run. Izuku breaks his cling and falls. But then it happens. 5 minutes ago, elsewhere. Over in the abandoned pub, Shigaraki sits back in his seat staring at the press conference. Aw, how sad. They can't find us. Laughter contorts out of his throat at his team's victory. After USJ, Hosu, Endeavor's paralysis, and those idiot kids brainwashed into becoming heroes getting harassed by the Vanguard squad. Wait, they don't know that yet, states Muscular with a scuff. And I'm a little offended you didn't send me. They're not going to kill them, there'd be no point. The handman glances back at the screen. Those cops and those heroes can't stop us. The plan is working perfectly. That reminds me, Stain speaks with a glare. Crimson eyes rest upon brown eyes as the later male continues. You never really told us your plan. It all seems random, these attacks. Though the hero killer asks this, he feels a bit of regret as the VI leader speaks with uncertain hatred. To prove a point, this society is poisoned. His men surrounding him take a step back. There is no value, not in the people around us, not in the rules we file under, and especially not in the heroes that exist because of it. Disturbing does not properly describe their situation, so it comes to head when Sound Master Chikaku has to ask, what do you have against heroes anyway? Laughter. The volume of a squeaking mouse resounds behind the counter, where Deku guffaws while holding a drink. Maybe a hero killed his puppy and paid people off not to squeal. His laughter repeats until the bar table he rests on decays away, causing him to flatten his face on the floor. The boot heel presses softly against his skull, Shigaraki applying pressure slowly as he leans his head down. His menacing crimson eyes say, do not assume that my motivations are a laughing matter. All manner of activity comes to a screeching halt. There is a knock on the door. Hello. Camino Pizza Delivery. The 5 villains look to one another. Then they face Muscular. What? Oh, just because I like pizza you gotta assume I would send anyone an exact location to our hideout to every hero in the city. Smash. The right wall of the building smashes open, and out from the dust and debris the symbol of peace All Might lands. With no time left to properly assess the situation, branches fly out from the opening and wrap around them. All Might stands up as his accomplice, Kamui Woods, hangs from another series of branches used by the other arm. You think this is enough to stop me? Muscle fibers wrap around the A-class villain's body, allowing him to easily rip the tree on him. Texas smash. Not wasting any time, one punch from that man is enough to send Muscular crashing into the floor. He remains face down, unconscious might I add. I won't be taken so easily. Growls Deku as his tail snaps up. But out of nowhere, a yellow and white blur flies by and kicks the scorpion in the face. He's also out cold. You stay there for the time being, Glassjaw. Helicopter lights shine in the background. All Might stands in the midst of it glaring at the villains. With our young upstart Kamui Woods and the speediest old-timer of all Gran Torino, there is no escape for you Villain Alliance. Why do you ask? Because we are here. Stain looks on with a credulous smile. Right after the press conference Shigaraki groans as he tries to move, unable to use his quirk. You timed this like that. From the door, a figure slips in through the slight opening. One must never neglect defense when attacking. The paper man is revealed to be the ninja-like hero Edshot. He unlocks the door and opens up. Camino Pizza is more than just those of us here. Once the door opens, armored policemen raid the place. After all of our scheming and plotting, you decide to just show up at our front door. Shigaraki turns angry staring at the heroes. Kurogiri isn't here, I can't reach my mic, and Muscular and Deku are down. All Might places a hand on his earpiece the minute he gets a call. All Might, I have Spider-Man. Take him down. Thank you Shino. His cerulean eyes refocus back onto Shigaraki. You were so confident we wouldn't find you, you've underestimated our trusted police's investigation, as well as heroes in general, and it has cost you greatly. Chikaku tries to break free, managing to squirm his hands over to reach one another. Let's see what your ears have to say about that. The black line shoots over, piercing through the dial buttons on his gauntlets. They spark, and all he hears now is silence. What? The line reforms, turning into Edshot. Sorry about that, but the man was talking. The ninja turns to face the assassin. Oh, but you probably can't hear me right now. The little old man speaks now. As I said, it's best you all take it easy now. Ansoku Haku, Maku Sasori, Chizumakaguro. With little intel and even less time, the police have figured out your identities. You have nowhere left to run. Shigaraki trembles in silence as he glares at his inevitable defeat. Now, Shigaraki, you are going to tell us how you know about Shimura and where your boss is. His stress and anger spikes. He doesn't even hear Gran Torino's words. This can't be happening, those crimson eyes of his slowly translate his hatred. I refuse to give up, I refuse to lose like that. Where is he, Shigaraki? Shouts All Might. I will never accept you. I will never come quite. She was wrong. She was wrong. That's when it happened, without warning, the black ooze from before explodes outward. From it, Naomu with the appearance of spiders shoot out and attack. These mindless monsters station themselves as more appear. What the? All Might looks in shock as the room is suddenly filled up with these monsters. Kamui turns around just in time to see a horde of these Naomu collecting outside. They strike and swipe at the police with their talons and poisonous fangs, who all fire at them without haste. There's more. In the crowd, Tsukauchi looks around in shock. Our investigation confirmed that this was their location. He turns on his mic. Genist, don't you have everything under control? His worries reach max when seconds go by without any answer. Genist. Inside, the human villains have all become absorbed into the black liquid. Each splash of negrescence disappears, a common occurrence, leaving All Might and the others behind. They just got away. Kamui Woods curses himself. I'm sorry, everyone. It's not your fault, Edshot says. We still don't understand this quirk, that's why they've gotten away so much. The spiders jump onto All Might, two latching on his arms to restrain the hero. But he ignores them, all on his mind being a sole thought. The factory, he's there. Mr. Symbol of Peace proceeds to spin. Oklahoma smash. Holes in the walls and ceiling are quickly produced as the Namu on the hero are thrown off of him easily. Free, All Might stares outside. Tsukauchi, do you guys have things covered? Even amidst the chaos, the detective faces his friend and gives a thumbs up. Good. It's time to end this. Back to the other action, Izuku opens his eyes as he groans. What happened? Pushing himself up from the rubble he's been buried under, he scans the scenery. The half of the building that was damaged for entry earlier is now completely wrecked, a wide space of everything behind him. The ground, buildings have been destroyed as well, and far behind him the heroes lie defeated, and except for Best Genist the others are unconscious. But, there's no sight of Shino Sasaki. Black Cat. He cries out suddenly at the sharp pain in his right arm, it's exposed up to his shoulder, bleeding from mostly his forearm. Pieces of his costume are also torn, including his mask, which is exposing his left eye and mouth. A round of applause halts him. Not even begun search. All for One walks forward a few steps. Bravo, Spider-Man. I was intending to send them all to hell. But you diverting my attack with a rushed application of One for All, added to Best Genist pulling everyone away at the last second, saved them all. That's my boy. All for One. Spider-Man drops down to a knee. He shivers at the realization of his situation. I used 100% and it didn't even reach him. Over with Best Genist, he groans as he sits up trying to make his next move. We were wrong. We thought he was just using the villain alliance, but he's actively trying to save them. Well, that's no reason to quit. In an instant, blood goes flying from his abdomen. Stay down. And he does. Izuku looks back at the number 4 hero, defeated as easily as that. He didn't even see the attack going. It happened before his spider sense could react. Gross. Izuku turns around just in time to see the black liquid appearing before him. 5 splotches stain reality as Tamura Shigaraki and his 4 men appear from it. The cyan-haired villain eyes both the spider and his master. Said villain speaks, you failed, Tamura. You said you would destroy the society of heroes that ruined your family and childhood, and I still believe that you can. Shigaraki glares down at the floor in shame. I will. Good. Now, finish your mission. All for One floats in the air, moving past Izuku and his men staring up at the sky. I have unfinished business to settle. Like a meteor aiming to destroy all of humanity, All Might descends from the sky and impacts All for One in a grapple. Though the strike causes an explosion of wind that blows back the villains, Izuku keeps his standing by sticking to the ground. He takes great notice of his idol's face, seeing that the hero isn't smiling. All Might. You're gonna give it all back, All for One. Come to kill again, All Might. The century-old villain pushes back the symbol of peace, both of them staring at one another. The shockwave of power also awakens the unconscious villains, Muscular being the first to recover. It took you 30 seconds to cross 5 kilometers after the Namu were sent to the bar. I doubt someone as old as you still have what it takes. Don't talk about age, at least I'm not wearing a breather apparatus, All Might snaps back. I'm slamming you and your villain alliance friends into a jail cell once and for all. The symbol of peace charges All for One. As he does, the villain's left arm inflates. He then thrusts his hand forward and releases a shockwave to repel the blonde Hercules miles away, through a multitude of buildings that are almost instantly demolished. All Might. Shouts Izuku as he watches him go flying. While staring, he spots someone over behind All for One inside the building. Underneath rubble, he sees Black Cat unconscious. Cat. He ignores the situation at hand and rushes over to her. Once there, debris goes flying every which way as he digs her free. The woman has blood coming from the left side of her head and running down the knee of the left leg. Black Cat. Sasaki. 2 fingers to her neck allow him to breathe a sigh of relief. Good, she's still alive. Outside, Shigaraki watches where All Might was flung. What was that? A quirk combination skill. I combined air cannon with spring-like limbs to make a super air cannon. Not a bad technique, but I'd rather improve it with another quirk. All for one looks onward. Now, grab your men and go. Kurogiri will open a portal behind the building for you to escape. But, what about you? Like I said, unfinished business. His head turns slightly. Almost warmly, he says, it's your turn now. The minute he finishes these words, All Might comes charging back in, fist poised into a Superman jump. He and All for One clash once more. Meanwhile, Izuku helps the unconscious woman over his shoulder, just as his spider sense turns on. He quickly turns just in time to jump away and evade the stretched fist of Muscular, leaving a mini crater in the ground. Our emerald protagonist lands on the side of a support beam, staring down Muscular, Deku, and Shigaraki coming toward him. Don't let him escape, speaks the decaying leader menacingly. I have special plans for that insect. I don't plan to help you. Izuku shouts while still nervous. You're going to help us, Spider-Man, whether as a soldier fighting for our cause, or the cornerstone of my formula. Shigaraki adjusts his gloves as he storms forth for Spider-Man. Stain can be seen guiding Chikaku, for non-hearing reasons. Not waiting a second, Izuku jumps back to avoid Muscular's punches that demolish the support beam he was on. He then jumps over to the next one, this one also being destroyed by Muscle Man. Shigaraki looks on, holding back Deku. He looks annoyed as he says, I can't believe he's falling for this. The third one breaks down from his fist. Angered, the Muscle Man shouts, you can't keep this up forever. Don't need to, the building's out of support. Izuku runs over to the back wall, just as the ceiling above quickly collapses. Shigaraki and Deku run back avoiding the imminent cave-in, jumping back into the action going on outside between All Might and All for One. Spider-Man! Shouts the hero as he notices what happened. This leaves him open to being slapped into a building. Shouldn't you be more focused on me than him? Asks the burglar of quirks calmly as he stares back. Besides, don't think so less of my offspring. Rising from the rubble unharmed, All Might gives a confused expression. What? He then witnesses Izuku rising from the rubble holding a steel container that once housed a Namu overhead. Black Cat is safe as well. Though proud, his thoughts remain on what words All for One spoke. Back with Izuku, his senses catch Deku coming at him from behind. He tosses the container at the scorpion, who crawls to the left to avoid getting crushed. A stinger shoots out from the tail and scrapes against Izuku's left leg, but he remains standing. The clothing of his leg remains intact too. Izuku then takes note of his situation, where Shigaraki and Deku have him cut off. The rubble nearby breaks away, showing Muscular rising with an enraged face and blood dripping from the left of his face as his muscles unwrap. He growls, saying, I'm going all out. All the muscle fibers shoot out and encase his body. The three villains charge him. Earlier. It's late at night across Japan. The forest is covered in smoke. All of the students in the hero course of UA are out doing a test of courage. Sadly, there's a problem. Why? How is this possible? Mineta cries as he looks up before him. Why are there villains here? There are two villains before the little great boy and several other students. The first person is a big-lipped Male, with straight hair a red magenta shade, dressed in simply a peach-orange vest over a white t-shirt and jeans with suede shoes. The other is a gecko man with scaly green skin and rose hair that stands out from his black pants with knee pads and white polka-dotted shirt with knee pads, as well as black boots and a white bandana from a ripped shirt. Gecko man draws a sword from his back, a sword composed of hundreds of smaller swords stacked together. Pleased to meet ya, UA Hi. We're the Villain Alliance Vanguard Squad and we're here to beat up a bunch of kids. Not very heroic, but that's why we're villains. They get it, speaks his big-lipped partner, who holds up a large stone-like object. Sir Night Eye steps in front of the kids, saying, everyone, head back inside. We'll take them on. Bubble Girl holds up her fists into a fighting stance. Elsewhere in the forest, in the middle of the smoke and gas, Momo runs through the forest with a gas mask on. Next to her is Yosetsu Awase with a mask on. Are there more of you nearby? She asks him. Yes. We need to. He stops staring in her direction. What? Look out. Yaoi Rozu is grabbed and thrown aside. Awase, unfortunately, is struck by a bulky shoulder, bouncing off a tree after this blow. Awase. She shouts upon recovery, shocked at the boy suddenly being struck and hit so hard he's unconscious. Before her coming into the blue light of the fire is the monster responsible. To her horror, it is one of the Namu things that she heard about at USJ and saw during the muscular takedown in Kantoi. Unlike them, this teal monster has multiple arms with tools for hands. Chainsaws mostly, a hammer, and screwdrivers. Momo stares up at the monster, paralyzed with fear, staring at the monster that could easily murder her. Slow hyperventilation takes over. What to do? What to do? I'm so scared. The chainsaw arms start up, revving loud enough to echo throughout the entire forest. An image flashes through her mind. Even though I was afraid, they were just as scared, so I had to do something to overcome that fear, and that's how I won. Just remember his advice. Momo opens up her shirt and exposes flesh, allowing her to create a circular ocelite shield. She immediately throws it on her left arm and guards, standing before the unconscious Oase. The Namu jabs one of its chainsaw arms at her, which she blocks successfully with her shield. Foot stabbed into the dirt and protection held out, Momo holds her ground as the chainsaw teeth bounce off of the ocelite metal. Though with each strike of its arms she gets pushed back. Think of a plan. One of the arms comes down on her from above, forcing Momo to raise her arm and block. The tool scrapes along the edge of the shield, cutting into the edge to her surprise. It's cutting through, but to do that it'd have to be. The cutting continues until blood splatters, accompanied by a horrid scream. With all her remaining strength she raises her other arm and fires from the Wesson Magnum she created. 6 shots unload into the monster before it backs off, dragging the arm down and pushing her shield away to continue the gash down her chest. Oase awakens at this point, red splatter over his face. He looks up and sees Momo down on her knees, having dropped her gun and shield. He quickly gets up, shouting, "Yaoi Rozu," and catching her before she could fall. "Yaoi Rozu?" he repeats, taking off his mask to blot the wound with his headband. From where he can see, the cut has spread from her left shoulder down to her chest as well as on her arm. There's also a chainsaw tooth slashed across her face. "Don't worry. I got you." "It's not dead," mutters of terror come from her lips, causing the guy to turn and face the monster still standing despite the bullet holes in its body and head. Oase grabs the girl and proceeds to pull her away. "No," she says, holding out her hand to him. From it, she creates a small item with a red button on it. Weld it to him, press it, and then run. "Eh?" He looks between it and then the Namu, which is starting to come around. Gritting his teeth, the boy grabs it and runs to the monster. With all of his speed, Oase slaps the device to the monster's back as his quirk activates, fusing it to the beast's body before taking off back to Momo at the same speed. This is where he grabs her shoulders and drags her away quickly. 5 seconds later, the Namu has erupted in a mighty explosion. Flesh flies out everywhere like fireworks, with a piece of metal slicing across Oase's face. Despite that, he continues ignoring the sight of the topless monster. "Take that, asshole," he swears, dropping on his behind tired. His energy resurfaces when he remembers Yaoi Rozu's situation. Opening her eyes, Momo creates a first aid kit from her stomach. "We have." "Don't talk. You're bleeding a lot." Oase opens the kit and tends to her. "Don't think less of me though." "It's okay," she continues to breathe heavily, leaning against the welder and dropping her head to the left. All becomes dark. Elsewhere in the forest, Bakugo and Todoroki can be found in a section far away from most of the gas. A large fixture of ice made by the latter is at their front. Of course, that is of no concern. What is the multitude of blades tearing into the ice age in front of them. Todoroki pushes Bakugo aside to avoid one of these blades of death piercing through the ice with ease. "Get off me, icy hot." The walking nuke pushes off the white and red-haired teen. "What? You looked like you needed saving." "What are you, Deku now?" he retorts. "I didn't ask to be saved." "You don't save someone because they ask for it." Todoroki turns his eyes to the enemy above. "We have to do something about his movements." "I have an idea." Up above, the man responsible for their turmoil crawls forward along spider legs made of his teeth. He is a strangely tall man dressed in a black straitjacket set like an Iron Maiden. "Show me your flesh." His teeth tear through the ice and expose where the kids were hiding, only to find nothing. Nothing but a severed hand. I was certain I didn't hit anything." He moves down closer to get a view of the hand. "Wait, this is a prosthetic." As he wonders this, a torrent of flames rises from underneath the villain that lights most of the forest. The man groans in pain as his clothing evaporates off of him like ash as the fire subsides and he falls backward onto the ice. From the opening made in the ice, there is a hollowed out section underneath the ice from where the hand was left. It leads to the hole made where Todoroki and Bakugo are. The former says, "That was a good idea." "The fucking course it was," replies the latter teenager, clasping his handless stub of an arm. "Get my hand." Back with Momo, she remains unconscious as Oase finishes the touch-ups. "I'll take you back," he says, lifting her fireman style. As he carries her away, a figure lands onto the scene near the leftover items that were used to save her life. This is the ghost spider. She creates a knapsack out of webs and dumps the blood-stained clothes inside. Afterward, the ghost spider places a finger to her right ear on a device inside her mask. This is Ghost. Mustard, Moonfish, and the Naumu have all been defeated. What a shame. Abandon the mission, the master called us back. Understood, Kurogiri. She then extends her hand to fire a web line, swinging away. Chapter 35. While the action unfolds outside in Yokohama City, inside Tokyo General Hospital, a man drops down to the floor, dropping a walking stilt. He pushes himself up with his left hand, his teeth grinding down hard as his mustache ignites. Mr. Todoroki, no fire. You can't. His roaring silences the assistant nurse. I'm fine. He grabs the stilt and uses it to push off the ground. Mentally, he curses himself for skipping leg day. Oh no. I know, it sucks. The flame hero glances over at the lady who spoke that, and his eyes plant onto the big monitor placed between the wall and the ceiling. The screen shows Kamino Ward with a man floating in the air. He can be seen facing who looks to the flame hero like All Might. He wears his costume after all, only with one big difference. This person on screen is All Bones, and the caption below reads, All Might's true form. What the? All pain was gone for the moment. He pushes himself up on both legs and forcibly moves his feet to get closer to the screen. Anger billows up in a rising flame, but before long it turns into frustration. This can't be. Izuku raises his fists as the three villains charge him. With Mandalay out of commission, he's fighting all alone now. He can only do one thing, rely on the power that kills him. I've got no choice. And then, a miracle. Just before the confrontation, a figure lands just in front of him between the villains. The man rises from the ground with claws clenched, his wing cape billowing down to drape at his feet. Dragon Shigaraki shouts in shock upon seeing the assassin. Izuku steps back looking up at his father. Why are you here? Why else? Is his only reply, a slight turn to face his son and look him in the eye through his mask. We're getting out of here together. Izuku glances at him and then back at Black Cat. Not without Mandalay. Of course, hero. Dragon aims his arm out, firing a stream of flames from the wrist at Muscular so fast it takes him off guard. The red-orange blaze hits his right arm, forcing the muscle man to shout out in searing pain as his flesh chars. His face also takes some flames. The now incapacitated murderer falls over rolling in the dirt. The fire retreat back into Dragon's gauntlet with a sizzling sound. He then takes a crouch awaiting their next move. Next. Izuku looks over at his father in shock. He defeated Muscular so easily while using the design where his web shooters came from. A smile graces the boy's face within the mask, looking up to his father for once. Dragon! Shouts Deku, lunging forth with pincer blades at the assassin. The dragon raises his claws to block the blades. As the two battle it out, Izuku's spider sense warns him just in time for Stain to come at him. The hero killer jumps up and throws a knife at the spider, who tilts his head to the left avoiding the blade. Seeing an opening, Stain comes down with his jagged sword ready to slice him up. The sword comes down, but no contact of steel and flesh was made. Stain looks down in shock seeing Izuku has caught the handle of the sword with one arm. What? He struggles to move. After a quick scan of his clothing, Izuku grabs Stain's arm and flips him to the ground. This smashes the villain into the ground face first, a tooth getting chipped off and blood coming down his face. I already know how your quirk works, you won't get a lick of my blood, Izuku tells him, before adjusting his shooters and aiming at the villain. Before he could, his senses turn on and he grabs Stain. He then jumps away and swings on a web line, avoiding the ground crumbling and decaying into sediments. The boy glances over at where Shigaraki is, who has his hands in the dirt. Oh, how heroic of you to save the person who just tried to kill you. Shigaraki draws out his hands and storms toward Izuku. The spider boy drops down onto the ground and tosses Stain over softly into the dirt. He glares at his opponent while shooting webbing at him. Sadly, each of his fluids that fails to entangle him for Shigaraki would simply rot it to dust. Annoyed, Izuku easily jumps around Shigaraki without any trouble, avoiding those hands of his. He lands just by the hole made earlier and flips backward through it. From on top of a ledge, he perches atop the vigilante spots Shigaraki decay the wall, allowing him space to pass through. The quirk that decays, a design based off his favorite video game character and an intense hatred for heroes. Izuku surmises these thoughts with narrow eyes. This has to be. Over with Dragon, he continues to block and avoid the poisonous weaponry Deku is utilizing. Throwing his fists to the side, he blocks the pincers again and grabs them. Flames erupt from them with the man clenches hard enough. His heated claws cut straight through, melting the blades. Deku's stinger tail comes in from behind him to stab Dragon from above. As if copying Izuku's bare-handed block, the dragon assassin reaches up and grabs the tail. The stinger lodges just between his right hand's middle and ring finger, the heat of his claws, allowing him to grip and tear into the weapon as well. The scorpion cries out in pain before stumbling back. It's all bullshit to him. Why the hell is this happening? Why are you betraying us? You breached the one thing in our contract I wanted to avoid. And because of that, I'm turning my back on you. He then opens his jaw, unleashing a torrent of flames that billows Deku in a wave of fire that sends him flying into a wall. Why are you so persistent? You might as well join our organization, speaks the handman in an attempted soothing tone, far away from the action with Dragon and Deku. The world believes you to be with us anyway, so just sign up for a lifetime guarantee. With your DNA we can make an army of Namu stronger than 10 All Mights and destroy this fragile world reliant on heroes. I will do no such thing, working with villains after everything I've been through, Izuku replies with a scuff. I'd rather take you down for harassing the people I care about and me. This society needs to know its faults. Someone has to show them all how fragile this only heroes matter society is. Surely you must agree, otherwise, you wouldn't be wearing those illegal tights. You'd be in UA or Shiketsu trying to brain it up with the rest of the sheep. He extends a hand to the spider boy. Join my cause and we'll get to know each other much better. Yeah, no thanks. Izuku places a hand on the ledge he's on. I've made it a habit not to team up with murderers, no matter how much of them I know. Here, Shigaraki pauses questionably. And just what do you know about me? I've seen that quirk before and I won't be fooled by the disguise. His lenses squint. I know who you are under that mask. We all wear masks, Spider-Man, but which one is the fake? The cyan-haired villain throws his hands to the ground, causing all before him to slowly and then quickly rot. The one that hides your face, or the one that is your face? Izuku jumps away as the annihilation spreads further, causing the ledge and many of the buildings nearby to crumble and fall. So he can rot things he's not touching. Knock it off, Shimura. The sudden shout of this name surprises Shigaraki, causing him to pull his hands up and cease the destruction. Izuku safely lands on grainy concrete. Shimura, you think I'm him? Of course I do, Tenko Shimura, he tells him, pointing. You have the same quirk, same taste in character design, and you both hate heroes. You can't hide now. The villain pauses. He stares at the spider boy before laughing aloud. His hand sneaks behind his clothes and pulls out something. A press of the finger causes lights to flash in his hand. Oh, what a funny person you are. Just before Izuku could comment on those words, the villain tosses a ball over to him. It explodes within a second of being released from his fingertips. A white vapor mist comes out from its remains, attaching to the spider boy's clothing. Wait, what exactly is this? My spider sense reacted, but it wasn't as strong as the other times. Izuku wipes the white stuff off his arms, freezing up quickly. The boy drops down face forward into the ground, grasping his throat with his right hand, as the other tries to push himself up, coughing as harshly as an old man. Blood oozes from his mask's mouth. What is this? Shigaraki steps forward slowly. It's the funniest thing you discover while testing a formula. Many of the spider Namu we've developed retain the weaknesses of real spiders, including ethyl chloride. That bit of information adds to Izuku's despair. That enough of it, and that amazing strength of yours goes away, and your healing factor is quickly overtaxed, kind of like how All Might managed to defeat our mid-end Namu. Thinking about it through the pain, that makes sense to Izuku. He has never contacted ethyl chloride since turning into Spider-Man, and in all truthfulness, being a spider person would make him more susceptible to a spider's weakness. Shigaraki chuckles as he nears Izuku, his hands ready to grasp him. You're going to support the villain alliance, dead or alive. Sadly, there is nothing Izuku can do until it wears off. It, coupled with One for All, will put him out of commission before he can even make a move. An explosion goes off from where they left All Might and All for One. Whatever is going on there, he can't rely on the symbol of peace. What can he do? It is here, out of nowhere, that he is cornered off from the bad guy before him, all thanks to an orange and red blaze that hits the ground before him. Shigaraki steps back, holding his face, as he sees within the blaze is the assassin dragon crouching in what can easily be seen as a superhero landing. Izuku looks up in shock. D-Dragon. Just go. Get out of here, now. He shouts, unleashing another widespread fire breath at the villains. Shigaraki runs away with unbridled haste to avoid being roasted, while Izuku forces himself to stand. Knowing that he can't hold back, he forces one for all through his body at 6%, which gives him the strength to push through the other poison in his system. His body sparks with green electricity as a result. Empowered, Izuku rushes over to Black Cat, helping the unconscious woman over his shoulders. Though touching her, the woman is shocked awake. She looks up at him. What would happen? Izuku gestures over to the fight with Dragon and Shigaraki. I've seen through your quirk, Shigaraki, speaks the fire user as he waves his hand, releasing a wall of fire to repel Shigaraki. You can't decay things unless you touch them, and fire has no solid form to touch, you goblin. Standing just out of range, the VI leader takes a knee before digging into his back pocket. From it he clenches another crimson sphere, pressing down on the top of it. With it, he throws the sphere towards the flames, several lights on it beeping as it spins sideways in the air. Once it contains the flames, a large puff of dark purple vapors is expelled, accompanied by a deafening shrieking sound. All of a sudden, the fire is diverted upward in a spiraling inferno by a sudden change in wind pressure. The sudden change takes Dragon off guard, as even though the fire does not even singe his clothing, he cannot see beyond the flames and the dust encircling him. Luckily, his ex-wife and child are already leaving by the time the inferno dies down. And I'm more than aware of how your quirk works, Dragon breath. Dragon quickly turns around to face the source of the voice behind him, throwing a swipe with his claw. As he does, his arm is caught by something. To his horror, there stands Shigaraki holding his left arm with all 5 fingers of his right hand. What? But he shouldn't be strong enough to hold my arm back. Are his thoughts, focused on an arm that almost too quickly breaks apart and shatters at the cellular level. The decay spreads to his chest and abdomen, which by now has already caused him to scream in horrible pain. You've insulted me for the last time, lizard boy. Go ahead and die now. Both men turn to where the captured spider fled, just in time to see Spiderman appearing just in front of him. Shigaraki sees him at the last second and steps back. Izuku's fist contacts the ground, a powerful surge of one for all is released in an instant that repels the villain. Shigaraki hits back first on the brittle surface and knocks it over, now lying on ruined plywood, shaking about in convulsions. Izuku falls face first into the ground, looking up afterward to his lacerated father. Dad, he cries out, but it's a weak whimper of a cry muffled by the pain given to him by the toxins in his system. Dragon glances over at his son, ignoring the bleeding wound left on his person. Izuku. Elsewhere, the finally recovered muscular comes back to the scene breaking through debris. Eye of a crazed murderer, he storms about looking for the spider that defeated him. That is when he stumbles upon Deku beaten and lying on the ground, Stain left face down in the dirt, and Chikaku tossing aside his sparking equipment. He also spots Tamura Shigaraki lying unconscious in a pile of rubble. This is pretty sad. To the carnal murderer's surprise, he didn't say this. Up above where the voice came from, he spots dark fumes and yellow eyes. Back to action. All for one. All Might rear his fist back. Accompanied by a mighty roar, he thrusts a punch forward at the aforementioned quirk thief. His opponent moves quickly to the side, avoiding the fist that leaves a crater in the earth behind him. My, you should calm your nerves. What the hell did you mean about that? Your bloodline. The hero grapples with the king of villains, who holds him at bay. How is Spider-Man? Oh, let's not fret. All Might is tossed aside into the ground. We both know that Spider-Man is Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. Or, to be correct, Inko Midoriya and Dragon. Pathways to truth opening up in his mind, All Might clenches his fists angrily as he comes to terms with this knowledge. For as sad as it sounds, he is not speaking in denial. I knew it. When I had seen Hisashi's picture, I knew I had seen that face before. And there was just one criminal I had failed to capture. The dark thought then enters his mind. Then, Hisashi is also. He is my son, and until 15 years ago, my one and only descendant. Now, that title belongs to Izuku. Your only son. But, I thought. Tamura Shigaraki is my successor, but he's not my son. Being able to lead others and inspire must skip a generation. It was sadder that I never met Izuku until Tamura kidnapped him out of his selfishness. Of course, that worked in my favor as it called upon the opportunity to finish what we started. Turning his head to the side, All for One quickly dodges a speeding bullet of a man sent his way. Ah, Gran Torino. You took your sweet time. All Might rears back a fist. You. Transport. Once this word was spoken, Gran Torino is surrounded by a black liquid and brought before the symbol of evil. Plus, shock rebound. The symbol of peace accidentally slams his fist into Gran Torino, the force of the blow reflecting at him painfully, shredding the clothing on his arm and knocking out the old man. Sorry. I only intended to save Tamura and his team, but if you want to fight, that also goes along with my plans. I've grown tired of seeing the fist that crushed my comrades one after another. It must have been nice, watching the view you knocked me aside from to become the symbol of peace. Hatred spills from his lips while his left arm extends, engorging as magenta electricity sparks around it. All Might grabs Gran Torino and pulls him away, allowing him to Detroit smash the arm. The two forces push back against one another, effectively cancelling the other out. But, I won't hold back, especially when you have so much to protect. Shut up. Power billows up from the red and blue hero as he grabs hold of that same arm. I've also grown tired of you, you despicable virus. Do you think you can just use people, take away what's theirs, and then throw them away when you're done? I won't forgive that. With his other hand, he brings down a mighty punch that flattens All for One into the ground and shatters his mask. The vibrations created are so massive that the rest of the building has crumbled to the ground. Dust blows out passing by them, and Gran Torino awakens. Ashinori, he speaks, noticing smoke emitting from the hero's body, especially his face. He's turning back. HMPH All Might stares down at the century-old monster below him. Now that brings me back. I've been given many names, some I've grown accustomed to. But I believe Nana Shimura was the first and only person to call me a virus. What comes next is the taunting laughter. Shouldn't a successor surpass the predecessor, not copy? An expression of his rarely seen, All Might becomes wrapped with anger and hatred. Do not sully the name of my honored master with that filthy mouth of yours. Just as he prepares another punch, he gets catapulted back by a powerful gust of air. Luckily, Gran Torino catches him before he could go fully airborne and crash into an airplane. Do not let his words get to you. Shouts the old man as they land, staring down their ultimate opponent. This is what he does, it's just how he crippled you last time. I'm a virus, and I suppose you're the vaccine, you and your troublesome master. The villain king rises in the air through a levitation quirk, his faceless exposed. Choppers approaching the scene pull all their lights on him. You know, I have spent the last 5 years accepting the defeat you gave me, but what hurts more is what your master did. For that, I have sought not to just destroy you, but to obliterate your entire legacy. By the time we're through, All Might and One for All will have never existed. His right arm bulges up. The old man jets through the air. Oh sure, go ahead. Dodge this attack. A shockwave fires forward, and All Might blocks as predicted. The explosion causes a massive wave of dust to blow up in the air, a smokescreen that soon disperses in a matter of seconds. Of course you didn't. And because of that, the world can now see your pathetic form. From the dust clearing, All Might stands before a portion of the ground hollowed out by the force of their blow. He glances back at a collapsed building, where a woman can be seen trapped and injured. But just as important, his appearance, he has shriveled up and shown his weakened state. The helicopters above keep their cameras on the scene, a reporter announcing in terror what she sees, especially in regards to All Might's less than heroic appearance. Television screens across Japan, hell even world news, are getting their eyes on the scene. What the hell is this, All Might? Screams Enji Todoroki in uncensored frustration as his injury forces him down to a knee. Endeavor, don't force it. I put up so much effort just to surpass you, but the harder I try the more I see the gap widen. His fists clench harder, to a point where red oozes from within his palms. The despair, the frustration, the desire that led me to do that. You know, I kind of feel bad for doing this, All for One speaks, his arms spread out. Tamura's been doing such a good job tearing down the trust society has in you heroes that it feels out of place for me to put the final nail into the coffin. After all, in just one move I've ruined your image and destroyed your pride. Have you? The deflated symbol of peace remains tall, smiling even in the situation he's trapped in. Even if I wither, even if you show my true self to the world, you will not break my spirit. Ashinori clenches his fist heroically. That is what makes me the symbol of peace. A brief pause following, the villain king chuckles under his contorted modified voice. Maybe so. But, there are other ways of destroying that spirit of yours, a task Tamura can accomplish easily. He hates you and Shimura more than I do. But it shocks me that you can speak of pride when you've dragged Izuku Midoriya into this world. Don't you dare speak of him as if you have an ounce of warmth in your heart. You had him kidnapped solely so you could let Tamura kill him. Oh, I would never do such a thing. especially when you already have. A shocked expression fills All Might's face as he takes a step back, trying to fully understand what he means by that. Because you've built up quite an impression on him and gave him what he could have received sooner, you've doomed him to a life where should he be who he wants to be, the boy will only kill himself. All because you didn't know the spider venom and quirks do not mix on their own. Tashinori, with all his heroism and pride, looks on at All for One trembling. You're lying, he says. It's the funniest thing, he was given power from the same venom that kills anyone who possesses a quirk factor, but because you ignorantly gave him one for all that venom turns to poison whenever he tries to emulate you. And the saddest part is, he'll be broken no matter what. Shut up. You're lying. He'll die trying to be you or he'll give up the proof that you recognize him as a hero. It's just the most horrific fate of irony. All for One now levitates higher. Which is why once I'm finished with you I'll rid him of the curse you gave him, as a family should. His right arm extends down at the wounded hero, enlarging once more. All Might, still hit by the fact that he may have killed his protege, the boy he promised to guide for his mother is dying, remains trembling, unable to focus on anything else. Izuku is dying, and it's his fault, and as much as he wants to deny, he's seen evidence that this is true. What have I done? Please, a single word catches his ears and heart, like the coo of a dove. The lone woman trapped before cries out, please, you can stop him, without any doubt in her tone. Don't forget who you are. Please, save us, All Might. As she speaks these words, behind the screens broadcasting these events, everyone screams out. They shout as loud as they can for the victory of their number one hero. All Might. You can do it. If you can't beat him, I don't think anyone can. I don't care if he looks different. He's still All Might. Beat him, All Might. Energy sparks all around the hero, collecting up to his right arm. His limb bulges into a muscular state. The smile returns. Don't worry, young lady. There are many things a hero must protect. That's why I cannot lose here. Please. All for One aims, moving his head back to dodge an attack from Edgeshot. More heroes arrive onto the scene, including Kamui Woods dragging the defeated away from the scene. Tiger uses his malleable body to pull the trapped woman to safety. Even if this is all we can do, we're going to still his burden as much as possible, speaks Edgeshot, before going back around for another attack. Tiger carries the woman away, saying, it's up to you, All Might. You can defeat this threat. We believe in you. I've had enough of this, All for One says calmly as an explosion rips out from around the villain, dispelling Edgeshot with ease. If I am to properly kill you, I'll be using my ultimate quirk combination created just for you. His arm crackles and shifts. It is now the arm of a giant, containing the attributes of springs, dirty diamonds, along with multiple regular-sized arms on the length of the limb. Do you have enough strength in the dregs of one for all left in you to stop this, All Might? He comes down flying. Arms still muscular, All Might prepares for the final clash. Prepare to join your master, All Might. Be sure to tell her your missteps. Your failure to leave a lasting legacy, your failure to stop me, and your failure as a teacher. The two clash, an explosion of power resulting so hard cameras cannot view it. In the cloud of power, All for One pushes hard against All Might. The latter's muscles bleed. I'll recoil all of your power back to you. You're right. All Might slides back as he continues to fight. I have so much to make up for, including a promise I made to that boy's mother. That is why, his left arm expands as the right deflates. I cannot die. The mighty slam hits All for One in the right cheek, damaging his breather even further. Since when do you resort to petty tricks? The villain king attempts another quirk combination on the other arm. Too weak. That's because I didn't put blood coughs out from his mouth as he steps forward, his right arm now muscular. My back into it. Ryu has miscalculated. He still possessed enough embers. United States. With the greatest of roars, All Might smashes his fist into his left cheek, sending All for One slamming into the ground. The villain's face ripples from the impact, his skull impacts the earth and bounces off, before finally resting down. Of smash. The dust from their bout dispels immediately. All of Japan is silent as they await confirmation. Toshinori Yagi stares down at the villain who has caused him so much pain, finally taken down for good. He raises his right arm and triumphant, bulging until he's in his muscular form, despite all the blood being released. All Might. The people watching this event cheer as loudly as possible as they stare at the screen. As the news report the scene, Edgeshot notes his bleeding. What is he thinking? He's overdoing it. No, let him be, speaks Gran Torino, his solemn tone giving a grim impression. He's still on the job. Elsewhere atop the roofs, Izuku lands there before placing Shino and Hisashi on the floor. She recovers easily, but the assassin remains unconscious. Worried for his very life, Izuku rips his mask off and then his father's, finding no resistance. Hisashi, with his ruggedly handsome face, shaggy black hair, olive eyes, and diamond-patterned freckles that make him look exactly like an older Izuku, is still unflinching, despite the constant movement of his body against his will. Izuku presses a finger to his neck checking for a pulse. And dies inside. No. No. Izuku grabs his shoulders and nudges his old man. Dad. Dad, wake up. Please, get up. No, you can't be dead. Izuku mutters, Shino touching his shoulder. Please. Please, get up. The boy continues to push him futilely. Izuku. She grabs his shoulders this time and pulls him away, looking the boy dead in his eyes. Izuku, please stop. He can't be dead. His words stop short in his throat. Tears gather into his faucet eyes. We finally met, he sniffs, after years another sniff, and now. She pulls him closer just before the dam could break, knowing nothing she said could ever repair the damage that has taken place. Her strong arms hold the broken boy together as best as she could, the cracks of his sadness falling apart through her hold, no matter what she attempts. Even worse, she's cracking as well. How did she expect to hold together a mess like this when she is also a fractured mess? This is why the two of them are crying together, drowned out by the cheers of a dying era. Chapter 36. Thank you for joining us. Last night, the unthinkable happened. Our hero, our symbol of peace, All Might, went through the fight of his lifetime. As the police raided the Villain Alliance hideout, their true leader took action and fought against All Might in a battle that destroyed Kamino Ward. In the end, this menace was stopped and will be held to the highest punishment, but the cost was too great. Several heroes involved with this event have been hospitalized, including Best Jeanist, who has passed on from his wounds overnight. The battle has also shown his true face to the world, a decrepit man with a mighty big front. In connected, more important news, the children of UA High's hero course have undergone another attack. While the world was distracted by the battle at Kamino Ward, 40 children were attacked by a group of villains sent by the VI. All are accounted for thankfully, but many have been injured and/or poisoned. More as this story develops. There's nothing left to develop, says Bakugo as he presses the remote, turning the television off. He stares down at his stump of an arm wrapped up where his hand is as he remembers Best Jeanist. His eyes are downtrodden into depression as he remembers everything he learned from the man. Elsewhere in Musatafu General Hospital, Toshinori Yagi can be found in bed with his friends Tsukauchi and Gran Torino, wrapped up from the conclusion of his battle with his sworn enemy. The pro-hero sits up while clenching his bandaged fist. Then promptly sighs in defeat. I'm sorry. I can't do it anymore. You really can't muster any more strength to wield what's left of One for All inside of you? Asks the old man. No, he replies with such a morbid tone. All Might is done for. Toshinori begins Tsukauchi with remorse. Balal for one has been captured, his little gang of puppets is still out there, Toshinori says while sighing. And I still don't know how he knows about Shimura. It's obvious why. Shouts old man Torino. That bastard told him to mess with you. No, that's not how it is. Toshinori thinks back to when he first met Tamura, grasping Endeavor's neck. He spoke with such conviction, such joy. Satisfied with the knowledge of her death. Why? There is a knock on the door calling their attention to it. Hello? Asks a woman's voice on the other end. Inko? Asks the former pro-hero as he looks to the door. Inko? Repeats Gran Torino, before narrowing his eyes in a leer. It's not like that. Come in. The door opens up and in steps the mother of his successor. Dressed in her best clothing, she moves quickly to Toshinori's side. How did you get past the paparazzi? I had friends, she replies before taking a seat next to his bed. I'm so glad you're okay. The blonde patient sits up and asks with worry, how's Izuku? He's safe, thanks to you, she replies with content, tears in her eyes. Thank you for keeping your promise. Gran Torino looks over to the detective and nods before the two get up and make their exit. The skeletal patient watches his friends leave, asking, where are you guys going? It's called reading the room, Tsukauchi tells him, leaving out with the old man and closing the door shut. Inko looks back at them, asking, was I interrupting, while placing a hand on his. Toshinori looks down at her hand and sighs with a small smile. No. Not at all. A torrent of sadness downpours from the woman, both as tears and through her expression. It's about Hisashi, isn't it? She futilely wipes away her tears, saying, I'm sorry Tashi. Inko reaches over and grips him in sadness. It's a little too tight for his taste sadly. Too tight. Inko releases her grip on him. But remains in tears. I lost Hisashi. You, Izuku, and Eri are all I have now. She's a dam about to break loose. The only thing to do is save it. And that's what he does, with his feeble arms unable to so much as break wood. He can save her. Elsewhere. Izuku enters the hospital ward of Momoyae Rozu dressed his best. He opens the door as she calls him in, finding his girlfriend sitting up in her bed dressed in the pristine white her room is adorned. She wears a bandage around her head. Upon seeing the boy who is held deep in her heart, she brightens up with her smile. Izuku. She says with his appearance, the spider boy coming up to the right of her bed. Momo. He says while he takes a knee, his hands on her bed. He then moves in closer and hugs the creation girl. Her arms come around to hug him in response, the two holding each other closely taking in the other as much as they can. After a bit they part away, Izuku asking a million questions. What happened out there? Are you okay? Was anyone else badly hurt? What about you? Are you okay? She asks suddenly, taking him by surprise. I saw the news where you were with that villain. Calling him that is a stretch for her. I'm fine. Izuku looks down with grief. Thoughts of the dream he had and the events he was a part of come back to his mind. I wish I could say the same. Momo places a hand on her face where the bandage is placed and on her left shoulder. I took on a Naomu with a chainsaw and almost died. They say I might have a permanent scar. The depressed girl looks down at herself thinking of her weakness. Izuku easily picks up her tone and sits down next to her. Momo, it's okay. You were a hero, he tells her, though the girl still looks down at herself. You fought the monster, won, and saved your friends. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Unlike me. At those last words, Izuku drops his head in depression looking away. A glance from his girlfriend is the first result of it as he continues to descend mentally, all his depression coming back. Unlike you, I failed as a hero. I couldn't save anyone. Izuku. She speaks, placing a hand on his lap. The girl flinches when something wet hits the back of her hand. I'm nothing but a worthless Deku. What was I thinking trying to be a hero? I can't do anything right. Izuku, don't say that. Momo says in hopes to break him free from his funk. No, it's true, Momo. No matter what I do I just bring problems. I could have stopped Akagen Ken. I could have stopped Muscular from breaking Kaken. I could have let him die, so he wouldn't come after Sasaki and Koda. I could have stayed from you, so your mom wouldn't get poisoned. I could have saved my dad. Izuku shuts his eyes trying to dam the flood. But I couldn't. I've done nothing right. Izuku. I can't be like him. I can never be All Might. I'm just a useless. Izuku. Two sentences follow that name of his screaming out of his girlfriend's mouth. The first is a burning scald feeling on his cheek, and the second is the ringing in his ear, exacerbated by the pain and scream. Momo stares at him with stern eyes, her left hand held beside her face. She begins to tear as well. What's wrong with being Izuku? What's wrong with not being All Might? Have you forgotten what you've done despite your failures? She grabs his shoulders and stares into his eyes. You pulled Yubi and his sister from that fire. You stopped a villain when no one could. You protected others from that carnal murderer even when injured. You were the reason my mother is still alive. Why David Shield and Melissa are still alive. Why Koda and Sasaki are still alive. Why I am. Each sentence and sentence fragment is accompanied by a shake for emphasis. You are not All Might, but you don't need to be. No one can be anyone but themselves and you are perfect just as you are, as Izuku Midoriya. As Spider-Man. Momo at her words, Izuku sits back as he contemplates what she told him. Calmer than before, the boy still possesses those depressed eyes as he looks at her. Ichako, your father, my mother, Bakugo, none of their fates is your fault. And even if it was, you still did everything you could to make up for it. If you want to be a hero, focus on what you can do now, not what you could have forever. And if you ever find that the burden is too heavy, then let me help you lighten it. The rich girl takes a moment to breathe, looking at him deeply. A good minute passes. She asks, feel better? The little he replies, clenching his fists. I don't think I can just get over it that easily, but nothing you said was wrong. The quick lean leads to a peck on his cheek. Momo then constricts around him, her face rubbing against his. Here I am complaining about my problems and you lost your father. What happened? The two part ways as he explains himself. I don't want to talk about it here. We can talk when we leave the hospital. Then I'll just have to remind you every day that you're amazing, Deku, and you're stupid to think otherwise," is her response to those honest words of his before she follows up with a kiss to the cheek. He kisses back onto her cheek before saying, thanks. It makes me feel better when the girl I love is there for me." Eh? The color in her face quickly disappears before slowly returning to her face in a ruby haze. What did you say?" After a beat, he realizes exactly what he said. His face turns as red as hers when he realizes that this is the first time he's ever said that to her. Before it was her who would say I love you, and he just said it without even thinking about it. Did you mean it? Now he's embarrassed, a feeling he thought he would get over when they started dating. Well, better tell her the truth. Almost hesitant now, he says, "Yes, I love you, Momo." His words seem to have the desired effect, for his girlfriend retains her iridescent shade and places a hand to her heart. Feeling his own heart beating fast, Izuku gives a deep breath, calming himself. Anyway, without warning, he's pushed back down on the bed, pinned and straddled at the waist by Momo, who is also breathing deeply. Momo. Do you think I can just let you go after saying you love me for the first time?" She then drops her head, mashing her lips onto his. He returns the kiss with equal passion until she surprises him with a taste of her tongue on his. The heat inside of him builds up once Momo presses herself against him with a hug as their makeout session intensifies. A collection of saliva forms where their connection peaks while they make out intensifies. Their intimacy halts as the boys start to stand up against her. A pleasurable noise squeaks out when it touches her crotch, and now they're both standing up still in an embrace. A descending bridge of saliva connects them further. "Seems like someone's excited to see me." Momo Izuku pants out, surprised beyond all measures to seeing the hearts in her eyes. It's actually a turn on. Taking her waist, he awaits rejection only to receive confirmation through her eyes and pulls her closer. "Shall we continue? I did ask you to be more assertive, didn't I?" Izuku replies to that by kissing her back, holding her close by grasping her forearms. Though taken back at first, she relaxes into the kiss and smooches him back, holding him by his waist. "How about asserting your eye to the door?" Sadly, the lovers are forced to part when a third voice catches their ears. Izuku turns around as he and Momo perceive Miss Yaoi Rozu standing just in front of the open door. Quickly, the couple breaks away with Momo retreating into the bed, hiding her semi-exposed behind, and Izuku falling to the floor before sitting up on the bed. Embarrassment crayons their skin as the mother steps into the room, approaching the bed with the rapid clicks of her heels. She kicks the door behind her closed and glares daggers at the two lovebirds below her. "You think you can put that down yet?" asks Miss Yaoi Rozu, pointing without staring at Izuku's joystick. "I'm sorry," he replies, closing his eyes to think of anything other than what he and Momo just enjoyed. Sadly, now his depressing thoughts slowly return. Momo's eyes then bat at the appearance of her mother. She sighs before saying, "Mother." "You know," begins the Yaoi Rozu mother, interrupting Momo, "it's not fun having to cancel my appointments because my daughter wound up in the hospital. It's even worse when you learn that she was seriously hurt. But you must be pretty fine when you're able to get up to play create a baby with your quirkless boyfriend." White bed sheets cover the teenager's face in response. That said, soon, Momo finds her head pulled out of place and held by her mother in a warm embrace. "I'm so glad you're okay." Touched enough to deliver tears, Momo reaches up and hugs her mother back. The mother and daughter pairing remain like this for the moment. Izuku watches with a smile as the two reconcile. He gets up to leave. "No one said you could leave." "I'm sorry." He drops back down on his behind. Miss Yaoi Rozu gets up and faces the boy. "Izuku Midoriya, or do you prefer Spiderman?" "Eh? I eavesdropped on you two earlier," she replies, resulting in an immediate facepalm on their part. "I wanted to talk about your relationship." His arms come together and he stands erect as he awaits her words. Miss Yaoi Rozu then says, "My daughter has all of the things I possessed when I was her age. Beauty, an hurdless figure, money, all things boys would come to her for." A snide sidelong expression pops on the younger Yaoi Rozu's face in agreement with those words, remembering the two resident perverts in her class. "Ever since her father and I divorced, I wanted her to be strong and independent from any man, but recent events have convinced me that she needs emotional support that you have provided, thankfully. You've saved her more than I ever could have." Well, Izuku looks aside in agreement. The mother stands up and approaches him. "She told me that you would be there for her whenever she needs you, and you've proven it. You love Momo for her, and that's good enough for me to accept you." She extends a hand out to him. Izuku looks at her hand and sighs in relief. He reaches out to take it, only for his spider sense to warn him just as his guard is lowered. Too bad he was too slow at the draw. For now, the older woman has reached down and grabbed her pistol tightly. Or, to be more specific, his pistol. The boy flinches at the sudden vice grip on his gun, his face going blue, should she squeeze and bust something? Mother. Momo shouts, jumping in shock at her mother grabbing something so delicate. Monsieur Oirozu's dark eyes focus on the helpless teenager. That said, my daughter wants to be a hero just as bad as you. It would be a shame if something were to happen to jeopardize her future and her well-being as a result of your actions. For example, you break her heart by seeking another woman without her permission, or, more realistically, she loses face and cannot graduate because of early pregnancy. Her grip gets tighter. An even bigger shame than a young boy only having sex once in his life. Izuku groans in pain as she gets closer to his face and exacerbates his situation. Momo gets up and nears her mother. He gets it. Please let go of it then. Now, do I need to see such a thing? And no. He pleads. Are you going to be safe and smart? Yes. Thankfully, the woman releases him and gives him a serious look in the eye. Good. She then pats his shoulder. Now, my daughter and I have some things to discuss that require privacy. Please exit. Sure. He says with some hype. The pain on his family jewels is still present on his body, and as much as he'd like to be with the one person who can make him forget his turmoil, he does want to have kids in the future. I'll talk to you later, okay Momo? I'll hold you onto that. Bye, Deku, she says, waving to her boyfriend just before he could exit. Once the door closes, the mother faces her daughter and asks with sparkling eyes that betray what personality she showed before, when can I meet his mother? Later. It's late at night. The world continues to remember what happened to Kamino Ward. And as his friends still recover, our arachnid protagonist can be found resting on the bed of his home. With nothing left of his night and Momo out of reach, he can only take the time left of his day to sleep it off. I'm sorry for leaving you. Not everyone can be who they want to be. You're no All Might. And you'll never be. Their fates were not your fault. If you ever find that the burden's too heavy, then let me help lighten the load. With all these thoughts in his head as he rests, clearly, Izuku cannot sleep any more than he barely could. There are things that he needs to say to Toshinori Yagi. As he shuffles in his sweaty bed, Izuku lifts his head when he hears the sound of his front door opening and shutting. He goes to his door and opens it to see Toshinori with his mother. All Might. Who's that? He shouts, coughing up blood in response. Inko karate chops him on the back of the head. What did I say? She shouts demandingly. Seeing her son, Inko leads the bandaged man over to Izuku. Izuku, you're up early. It's barely 3. I couldn't sleep. But All Might, why are you here? You should be in the hospital. Toshinori sighs before taking a seat on the couch. The doctor said I could leave early, so long as I had someone to stay with. The boy glances over to his mom and then back at Toshinori with narrow eyes. Something is up. And my mom was the only one for you? Inko looks aside with a small bit of shame in her eyes. It was my suggestion. I needed someone there for me after I learned Hisashi died. Mom? Izuku Inko approaches her child and guides him to be set. I know what you're feeling right now. Let's talk it out. And so, the dark morning continues. Morning. Dawn hits the eastern sky. A little while after finds Toshinori inside the Midoriya residence. With him is Izuku sitting at the table as Inko places a plate of pancakes for each of them courtesy of Kuri's tendrils. Watching the symbiote in action is a true sight to behold for the blonde. To think I've seen everything. No, they're chocolate, Kuri, Inko says out loud to the alien in her head. And an alien's been living inside of you since May. She smiles before turning off the stove to join them at the table. Slicing up her stack she speaks, it's pretty surreal, just as strange as finding out you're helping my son. You even gave up your quirk just so he could have a better chance at that. Izuku drops the knife at that, just as shocked as his symbol of peace mentor. You knew? Kuri tells me everything you tried to avoid telling me. A motherly wink follows. But, that's an invasion of privacy. It'd be easier to respect your child's privacy when he doesn't become a vigilante and fight supervillains behind my back. His face turns red. I'm sorry. That's a real convenient ability, Toshinori mutters, cupping his chin as an idea comes to mind. Though, speaking of secrets, if you know that much, then there's no need for us to keep this to ourselves. He drinks his pancake smoothie, his serious expression killed by the flavor in his cheeks. The green mother smiles with warmth at the man enjoying her cooking blending. though once he swallows his deadpan returns. Anyway, as I was saying. Toshinori gets up from the table and raises his arm into a flex motion. His whole body beefs up, turning him into his hero form All Might. He jabs the air twice until almost immediately he spits up blood and shrinks back to a smaller size. All Might. Izuku shouts, getting up. Don't push it. She shouts, also standing to face him. He brings his fist coming closer to his face. I can't use my muscular form anymore, and One for All has all but leaked from my body. I may have enough for one more fight, but I can't use it without my body. I'll have no choice but to retire. Izuku looks down with a pang of grave guilt on his face. He mutters, All Might. I guess it was time anyway. He then faces Izuku. How is your body? The Midoriya's face Toshinori as Izuku frowns. You noticed, huh? All for One and I had a little talk, and he knew. Inko lifts an eyebrow at the mention of his grandfather. He knew you were given One for All and had the spider venom. Because the venom is only safe for quirkless people, you can't use the two in conjunction, or else it kills you. Inko faces Izuku. What? Sighing, the boy looks down at himself with a sigh. He wasn't entirely sure at first, but this adds more weight to his conclusion. It also brings him down further. He'll never be worthy of All Might's power, as long as he possesses this toxin. I'm sorry, All Might. I wanted to be a hero worthy of your decision, but I don't think I can if I'm like this. I can wield a small percentage, but I still can't fight anywhere near your level. And even if I get stronger, my organs won't just tolerate the toxin on their own. I'll simply be. Texas Smash. The skeletal hero clocks Izuku in the face, shutting him up once and for all before his depressive murmuring could continue. You're starting to turn into a prince of nonsense. Izuku rubs his face. No real damage is done thanks to his spider body. Toshinori continues with. It's not a hopeless situation. You just need to remove the venom. The boy glances up at the adult with a hopeful stare. It's such a simple course of action. Why did he not think of it before? Is it even possible to remove this power of his, and can he do it before the venom becomes too much for him? All Might, how can I remove it? We'll find a way. Midoriya. He pats the boy's shoulder, staring with compassion into the emerald protagonist's eyes. I made a promise after all. Confused by what that means, he decides not to pursue. He gets back to the topic, saying, if it's not possible, maybe I'll have to give up One for All to someone else. There's no need to do that. Yagi pats Izuku on the shoulder. We will find a way to help you. Izuku smiles, but it's more forlorn and resigned than happy. There is something he's been meaning to say, and now would be the best time to say it. This morning he was focused on getting over the death of his father, and while all that's transpired since has been a welcome distraction, he needs to get this off his chest. All Might, I've been meaning to say this, though. Izuku looks up to the taller skeletal man as he prepares to voice his thoughts. I mean, yes, this power is harmful as long as I have them both, but would it actually be best if I kept it? His thoughts backtrack to his past. The boy remembers being younger. When people would ignore him and his desire to become a hero, where people would bully him because he was weak, how Bakugo and Toshinori were ultimately proven true in their assessment of being a hero. I agreed to take this power, but I didn't think it too thoroughly. The only reason you approved of me in the first place was that I impressed you like Spider-Man, and that was what led to me receiving One for All. It's been in the back of my head ever since I saw your battle with All for my grandfather. There is a slight cringe when he says that. It is a fact he still has trouble accepting. Everyone went to help you in every way they could, but no one stood a chance against him except you. It just reminded me of how everyone puts their reliance on heroes to accomplish problems. If I can withhold this power, will the same thing happen? Izuku looks up into his eyes. Will everyone rely on me to solve everything? The pause emits from their surroundings. Inko approaches her son, asking, has it been eating you up this whole time? I couldn't help but think about it. Toshinori pats him on the shoulder. Spider-Man indeed got you to the door, but you passed through on your own. I don't believe that a villain as dangerous as All for One will bother you soon, but the fact remains that the world needs a symbol of peace to look up to. I gave you that quirk because I believed you could be that next pillar of justice. But, do I need your quirk to become that pillar? An impressive question brings Toshinori to question such a truth. There's only one real way to answer such a question. That's something you have to discover by yourself. The blonde adult then pats his shoulder. The way I did. Inko looks between the two depressed males and says, now, let's not start the morning depressed. She then sits down to resume eating. Ashinori does so as well, while Izuku follows the example, cutting his pancakes to eat. While raising his hand to eat, he flinches when his hand begins sparking with emerald electricity. It's a brief moment and remains surprising. He looks up to his mom and Toshinori who are still eating. I guess they didn't see it. That reminds me. The former pro hero speaks, catching Izuku's attention. Inko turns on the television. Don't forget by the way that you are to head to UA on August 21st. It's time for the DA to continue. DA? Izuku then straightens up with excitement. With everything that's happened, he had almost forgotten about his supposed apprenticeship. The fruit of his labors will finally show. Izuku, Tashi. The two turn to the mother watching the news. They take witness, watching an extremely surprising scene. On the screen, police have someone in captive handcuffed arms behind him as he struggles in vain, spouting untranslated swears. The caption below details a huge surprise, reading, Villain Alliance leader Tamura Shigaraki captured. The images on TV roll, showing the identity of the man they've captured. Tenko Shimura. Chapter 37. August 21st. Izuku opens his eyes. He looks around at his surroundings, which he recognizes immediately as the dark corners of his consciousness. Above, he notes the spiderweb from the last time. This has been an occurrence for the entire week. While in a dream he cannot remember, he always ends up coming to this place where he spoke to the previous owners of One for All, and that spider thing, the latter of whom he knows only as Arachne by name. Whether there is a connection to the Spider-Woman Arachne he learned in class or if it's just a coincidence is just another thing he wants to understand. Izuku wanders this black landscape for a bit, unable to tell the time until he sees a spider up above descending from above. But, once he gets a good look at it, his heartbeat and his body shake in horror at this new thing entering his mind. The spider is just Best Jeanist's head with spider legs attached, a scene straight out of John Carpenter's The Thing. He shouts out even though no sound is released and falls on his behind, staring at the head of the disembodied hero. As the boy freezes in terror, the eyes of the head focus on him. It says, I was there to rescue you. And I died. The fact hits him hard. Those words hurt because they're true. Best Jeanist was murdered by all four by his grandfather. If he could have. If you had done something, I could have lived. I would still be alive if you had taken action. Blood leaks down the face from the eyes. It's all your fault. That's what he does. A new familiar voice catches his attention now. He turns around to face Ichako, her dead body showing the bullet wound and lifeless eyes of before. He wants to be a hero, but causes death wherever he goes. From behind her, he sees his father dressed as dragon. His missing stub of an arm bleeds. My sole regret in life was not becoming a villain, but throwing it away to save you. Now I'm dead. All because of you. Izuku raises a hand to defend himself, but Ichako grabs it and places it over the bullet wound. You are a vile human being. You don't deserve All Might's blessing. We've suffered, all because of you. You killed me. Her pupils flash red. Die. Ichako grabs him. Stop it. Isashi grabs him. Die. Stop it. Best Jeanist grabs him. Die. Stop it. Izuku breaks free from their grasp. Each figure disappears from his vision, leaving but the void. And the 8 red eyes in the distance. Immediately, Izuku awakens from this nightmare. Since this tends to lead to a certain situation, he quickly checks his sheets. Thankfully, he notes that he isn't in a bed soaking in perspiration. What he does have in his bed is Eri snuggled up in his arms. Adjusting the girl in his arms, Izuku pats her head before lightly running his fingers through her hair and brushing against her one horn. She looks so sound, so calm, so protected. How she got in his arms in the night is something he wants to know, but honestly, he doesn't care. Being able to do that is impressive, and she's too sweet to turn away. Also, he's more perplexed that he's in a better mood despite the dreams. That talk with Momo is doing better than he expected. Izuku's clock reads 0513, leaving plenty of time before he has to go to UA. His thoughts retreat to memories of his father, the last of his words to him before his final moments. Just like Ichako, my dreams are blaming me for my father and Best Jeanist's deaths. Ever since Kamino Ward, he keeps ending up in that room while dreaming. He hasn't run into anyone until that last dream, and of course, now he had to be reminded that Best Jeanist died that time. He never forgot, nor has he tried to block it from his mind. But with so much happening, he didn't want to mope any more about the death of someone close to him than he already has. If you want to be a true hero, prove you can be more than a warrior. Truer words have never been spoken about a hero, about the kind of hero he wishes to become. He won't forget his memory. Speaking of which, it's been a while since he saw Dedechako, not that he's been waiting to see her bullet hole body. Hearing it again in so long makes him think about the last time he met with Izuku. Honey. Are you up? Inko calls out from the other side of the door. Yeah. He stutters. Little Eri shakes in her sleep. Eri looks up with slowly opening eyes and sees Izuku holding her in his arms. She grips his arms and says, "Morning, Papa." A heavy sigh follows. Luckily, his mom calls out, "I'm making blueberry pancakes if you want some." Both of their eyes shoot up when they hear about the mother's special overseas breakfast. He carries her off to the kitchen to get their eats. Filled and rejuvenated, a fully dressed Izuku gets up and heads out the door to start the day. On his way out the door he is suddenly gripped hard from behind, arms and hands on his arms and shoulders. His mother holds him close. "Izuku, I'm so proud of you. If no one can say that, then I will. Forever." "Thanks, Mom. I'm so glad things worked out this way." He takes her hand and squeezes the back of it. Looking down, he feels someone else grabbing hold of him as well. He ruffles the girl's hair as he looks down at her smiling. "I'll see you when I get back, Eri." "I'll see you when you get back, Papa," she says, her adorable face promoting a smile. Letting go of two of the three women in his life, Izuku dashes out the door and runs far, heading to the hospital. On his way to the establishment, his thoughts go off as electricity sparks around him. Back when he saw that Tenko Shimura was being arrested, it honestly surprised him. Only because he was proven right. With everything that he knew of Shimura, including his dislike of heroes, his erasing quirk, and even the game Tamura games, all flags raised for him were red. And yet, it seemed too easy. Wouldn't his spider sense have warned him every time they were near? Well, he didn't know everything about his powers, so maybe there's a reason for that. Or, maybe they have the wrong guy. Eventually, he reaches the establishment and checks in, heading for Momo's room. In front of her door, he knocks, hearing, "Come in," and enters. Izuku opens up the door and witnesses his girlfriend staring out the window fully dressed and ready to go. She turns around to face her beloved. Though once he spots her he is quick to notice the scar on her cheek. It would appear she notices that, for she moves her bang aside to cover it. "Thanks for coming to see me." "Of course I would." Izuku approaches her and pulls her into a hug, holding her back. She reaches up hesitantly and contributes to the hug with her embrace. "Is something wrong?" Momo looks away, before asking with a bit of shame in her tone, "Do you not mind my scar?" "No, I don't," is his quick reply, before she pulls away. She adjusts her short-sleeved shirt, exposing her neck and right shoulder. She pulls further to give him a further look just above her breasts. Running down it from her shoulder is a nasty red scar. Though surprised by her actions at first and red at almost seeing her chest, he calms himself and gives a good look at her scar. His eyes then gaze into hers. "See? It healed nicely." Izuku here reaches and touches her scar, causing her to flinch. "It's okay, Momo," he says, throwing in a more supportive tone. "It's still a scar," she says, solemn in her tone. "I'm never going to forget it either. It will be a constant reminder of how weak I am. I'm weak too." Shocking, she was expecting the next cheesy line to leave his lips to be about how she's not weak or how strong her quirk can be. But that took her for a loop. "We're both weak when you think about it." His arms wrap around her. "So don't worry about it so much, because I'm here to cover your weakness." It's a slow moment, but one that she cannot ignore. So that is why she embraces him once more. "Oh, Izuku. I don't remember you being this smooth." "If you call that smooth," she chuckles at that. The two then kiss one another, taking the time to savagely devour the other's tongue and lips. A few seconds of desirable moaning comes from their limited air supply before they part ways to pant. Following a quick flip of the tongue across the right of his lips to lap up the clear secretion created by their makeout session, Momo whispers into his ears, "To be continued." "Can't wait for it." A reply for the ages to come, Izuku makes. After gathering the rest of her belongings, the couple exit the infirmary before coming out to the sidewalk. Izuku faces his rich girlfriend and asks, "Can you head for UA without me? I have a surprise to do." She scoffs despite grinning. "Telling me that ruins the surprise." Though shaking his head at his foolishness, Izuku says, "But you don't know what the surprise is." "But I'll still be on guard." "I don't think you'll see this coming," are his words before he takes off. "I'll see you soon." She grabs him just before he gets too far away, before pecking his cheek. "Okay. Bye, Izuku." With his powerful legs pumping him away, Izuku dashes across the late summer haze of morning heading off. While running, he reaches the Dagaba beach. Here he spots Toshinori Yagi sitting in his pickup trash truck waiting for him. "Yagi? I made it," says Izuku, waving to him as he nears. "Not much trash left. We can finish it today if you work hard enough." Not waiting for him to finish, Izuku goes hard at work collecting the remaining scrap, crap, and wrap left on the now beautiful beach. One for all courses through his body at 5% as he nabs pieces of trash and throws it in a bag, one of them being a freshly bitten apple core covered in sand. He sighs and throws it away anyway. With a boost in power, Izuku proceeds to gather the rest shortly, looking back at where Yagi is. To the boy's surprise, the adult is being hounded like a celebrity, which he still is. Well, it's nothing he should care for to a huge degree. Even though he'll never take credit, cleaning this place is a good thing he did. Once the rest of the group leaves him alone, Izuku approaches Yagi with the remaining trash he's gathered. He drops it in the truck and pats the side twice. And finished. "Such great work, Midoriya," says the blonde adult looking at him proudly. Now the beach is officially clean until the next person decides to drop a can of energy drink. "I'm sure people will try harder not to litter this time." Izuku then turns around to face UA. "I'm heading over to UA for the training now. See that you do." Soon, the blonde adult drives away to dump the garbage they gathered responsibly. While doing so, he sighs with relief. "I better go pick up Melissa at the airport after this." With Izuku, he continues running, moving on his steam and power. Though as he beats feet, he notices sparks of emerald lightning coursing around his body for the briefest of minutes. What's going on? He passes by a vending machine. The electric sparks contact the machine, causing the lights to flash on and off before it proceeds to eject cans like a cartoon. Seeing that causes him to run faster. Over at UA, Izuku can be found at the front gate. The walls open up, allowing someone to come out, Hound Dog. Though as he is in his hero outfit with a muzzle snarling at the boy, Izuku steps back with fear. Hi," he says, stiffening up as the dogman starts sniffing him up. After a bit, the adult speaks. "Yes, that's your odor. Here's your pass." He hands over a security pass, but unlike the other one he received from Momo, this has his face on it. It's finally official. He is a student at UA now. "Oh, wow. What are you standing around for? Let's go." He grabs hold of the spider child and lifts him by the back of his shirt, dragging him forth through the gate and throwing him forward. After a bit more awkwardness, Izuku is brought inside of the main building to where the support course room is. Before the ironclad door labeled as such does the vigilante raise his hand to knock, only to stop right before he could make contact. "Why am I sensing?" He quickly jumps away, right before the door explodes outward and crashing just on his feet amidst a smoke cloud. Something also falls into his arms, something soft to the human degree, while Hound Dog jumps back going on guard. "Oh, what the hell? Can you ever make something that won't explode?" Though he can't see, he knows that it must be one of the teachers of UA. "Not this again," complains the dogman holding his nose. He's quickly moving far away from the odor of this explosion backward. Now, it's okay, teacher." This voice comes from down in Izuku's arms, as he soon starts to realize who or what exactly he just caught. The smoke clears and reveals to his surprise Mei Hatsum, which also turns him into a panic as the person is pressing her assets onto his chest. While freaking out internally, he leaves her in his grasp as he's too preoccupied holding her up. "Oh, boy. Hatsum soon realizes where she is, staring up at the boy who has caught her. A smile spreads across her eternally optimistic face upon recognizing him. "Midoriya," she says, "you finally made it." She pulls free and glances at him, still up in his face. Though now she has a bit of a scowl. "You tore your suit up, but don't worry about it. Luckily, I completed your suit." It is. He rubs his head in a sheepish motion. Since that battle showed him in the background, she must have seen what he did. He hasn't repaired the green and black suit since, nor has he given it to anyone else. Any attempt to repair on his end would have been pointless, and his mom is keeping it to avoid enticing him in his resting period. Which is why she has not sewed any of the tears holes. The girl gives a graceful turn back into the room. Hatsum proceeds to guide the boy inside, where through the smoke slowly clearing, they can see the collection of inventions before them. The girl points over to the wall on the far left, passing by Power Loader, where a spider suit rests on a mannequin. Unlike his usual suits, this one is more akin to armor. It possesses padded shoulders, chest, a helmet in place of a mask, and sports the red and blue color scheme with a black spider on the front. Izuku approaches with awe. Whoa, his hand stretches and touches the armor. Where did you come up with this? It's something that came to me, speaks the scrawny teacher as he joins the conversation. While making that hero costume, a thought came to me where you could use some form of protection. Thus, we made the spider armor. Izuku looks over to the teacher with a smile. It's hard to believe that someone he doesn't know went through all this trouble to make armor. Yet while, thank you for the suit, but I would rather have something lighter like my usual suit. I'm good at dodging. You sure about that? Hatsune mutters. Touché. But, I've gotten much better at dodging now than before, and armor this heavy will only weigh me down. Oh, I see, speaks Power Loader. That said, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have something for taking blows should he go against someone that can match his speed. But for now, good old spandex will work out fine. Hatsune then says, then back to the original plan. The girl goes to a drawer and pulls out a suitcase. Opening it up, Izuku unfolds his brand new suit. Like written in the letter, his suit is mostly blue and red, very similar to All Might's Golden Age costume. The red on his arms, shoulders, behind the legs, feet, and middle section from the abdomen to the mask has a black lining pattern similar to a spiderweb. The blue is separated from the other major color with a white border. There is also white on the knuckles, separate for each finger, as well as the back of his hand, and along the length of his forearms, prominent. The white is also prominent on the chest of the costume, in the form of a spider symbol. The boots are now sneakers to improve your running and jumping, as well as soften your landing. The red is a reinforced thicker material, the blue is to be breathable and flexible, and the white is of stretchy padding in case someone sees you and shoots that area, making more protection with your strikes. Izuku looks down at the spider symbol. What's this? Oh, that. She points at the symbol he's looking at. That's something I added since you were missing it from your suit. It's also padded and symbolic of you being a spider hero. And while we're on the subject, begins Hound Dog glaring at the spider boy, you can't wear that green suit as a hero ever again. Izuku knows full well what he means by that. UA still cannot promote vigilantism, and if people knew that they were endorsing Spider-Man, so many people would lose trust in UA, more than they already have after USJ and the summer camp incidents. As long as he can get a license that's fine, but according to Mandalay, he can't go by Spider-Man. Just like with Kamui Woods. Exactly. Power Loader speaks, raising a finger. He did the apprenticeship under UA before, but he was referred to as the Vigilante Geared. Now, no one remembers that name. Wow, as the Vigilante absorbs this information he nods, turning over to his friend Hatsune, who is busy taking out something from that same drawer. She shows it to him, 2 chrome bracelets. What's this? An improvement I've been working on since you keep breaking them, she tells him, before taking his hand. She slaps the item onto his wrist. It then unfolds and spreads, attaching to his wrist and turning into a familiar item. The web shooter. Yup. She says with a smile, getting up in his face. These are made using some nanotic Daddy had left over. They have a command to fold out when attached to the wrist and come off easily when used. Since you keep breaking yours, I figured this was a good idea. Seeing it, Izuku remains even more impressed with Hatsune's genius invention. Yet, as it rests on his arm it gives off a burning sensation. Is it supposed to burn me? Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Take it off. She grabs it and starts pulling, only to fail. Don't panic. I can fix this. Now it's starting to hurt. Okay, just calm down. She starts pulling harder. Not wanting any more, Izuku grabs hold of the item and rips it off. As its pieces fall to the ground, much to her horror, he breathes a sigh of relief. Sorry. It's gonna take a bunch of time to rebuild this. Nah, you think you can stay over so we can improve. Having enough, Power Loader slaps Hatsune, shouting, knock it off. Child abuse. August 21, 9:12 a.m. Not long after that fiasco has Hound Dog walking down the hallway with Izuku. He leads the boy over through doorways and enters a giant gymnasium redundant, yes, large enough to hold the mountainous regions the room possesses. The vigilante looks in awe at his friends of Class 1 fighting against clones of ectoplasm in various spots of the gym. Todoroki is summoning ice, Ajiro is swinging his tail for strikes, and from what he can tell by the explosions up at the top of a mountain of cement, that is Kaken. Izawa, says the dog man approaching the erasing hero overseeing the actions of the students. Izawa turns around to face Hound Dog. He then notes Izuku before nodding. About time you got here, time is of the essence. The erasing hero turns around to the training students, shouting out to the many clones of the peg leg hero. Ectoplasm, bring everyone in. After a minute, all the teenagers come over to gather around Aizawa, Hound Dog, and Izuku. The latter boy steps back as many eyes focus now onto him. Everyone, here we have a guest. Who is he? Asks Jiru as she gets a look of him over. As Izuku is dressed in his red and blue spider suit, many can't accurately recognize him. Momo, however, gets a good look over and gives a light gasp the moment she sees the eyes veiled on his face and the spider symbol on his chest. Aizawa pats his shoulder as he says, Spider-Man, watching the students jump in shock. What? Shiro shouts, pointing at him. As in the Spider-Man, this is from Aoyama. No way. Ashido pats her cheeks together in shock. Aizawa. Izuku shouts in shock. What, were you expecting me to cover your identity? The erasing hero with his smug face glares down at Izuku. After a series of events that he can explain to you, he will be training with you lot for the provisional license exam and attend as a student of UA. I expect him to be able to join in and work hard just like the rest of you. Midoriya, introduce yourself and get to training. That goes for the rest of you. Aizawa takes his leave. The students turn to face Izuku, the ones not in the know about his identity, confused by the sudden name call. Asui is the most credible. Midoriya. Found out, the spider boy removes his mask and reveals his true face for all to see. Sheepish, he waves to them saying, hello, guys. Jumping back, he avoids the flood of enthusiasm from his friends. Kirishima shouts, dude. How did you get in? I didn't think you'd be allowed here being a vigilante. Says Kami coming up to him. Wait, did you guys know? Asks the pink acid girl. Well, Momo did before all of us, is what the illusion girl Kami tells her, pointing over to the rich heroine. The rest of us found out at Island. I knew during the sports festival, states Todoroki, much to Izuku's surprise. Ahem. The group of students turns to their teacher, who glares at them with red eyes. What did I say? Immediately, they proceed to train. Momo grabs the spider boy's hand and pulls him away. We're learning new special moves to improve our quirk usage. They can speak afterward. August 21, 9:14 a.m. Over at Tokyo Airport, several people depart from the building to go to where they need to be. One such person is a blonde girl in red clothing, wearing golden frame shades with blue lenses. She carries a moving suitcase that looks extremely high-tech. The girl continues until she spots someone up ahead. Well, two people would be more accurate. They are Toshinori Yagi and Tsukauchi Namasa. Seeing the former, the girl quickly rushes over with a wave, ecstatic and overwhelmed with joy. Uncle Might. Melissa. He shouts as the girl comes up and grips the skeletal adult in a bear hug. Sadly, blood gushes up like a fountain as a result. Too tight. Sorry, she says upon realizing what she did, releasing him. With the detective, she is escorted into a police vehicle with her uncle by her side. As they are driven off, the two converse with All Might saying, I'm sorry this happened to you. She faces him with a half smile, saying, I'm the one who should say that to you. You lost your powers so you can't be a hero. This is just what father was worried about. The retired hero sighs deeply. It is unfortunate, but inevitable. I couldn't go on forever. He then turns to her, asking, how's David? Still locked up, is her melancholic response. It's even worse. I can't stay at Island anymore after what happened. I'm so glad I can be with you at this moment. Anytime, Melissa. Moping, the girl stares out the window while pushing her body heat against the window through her nose. While staring, her eyes focus on a single direction. Over there. Oh, that's where UA is, where we're going. He's there, isn't it? Deku. Eh? He gives a surprising look. How exactly does she know that? Elsewhere in the city of Musatafu, Tenko Shimura's father can be found walking down a hallway, well followed by other men equally dressed as him. We'll see you later for the conference, says one of them before they reach Shimura's office. Thank you, he replies, his dark eyes turning to the door and opening it by scanning his eye. The door closes immediately behind him as he enters, leaving the two outside. In the private room, Shimura takes a seat by his desk. He gives a fatigued sigh and rests his head on his desk. In a whiny tone, or at least what one would not expect from a grown man and more from a child, he says, this is all such a boring hassle. His eyes then shoot open, and he glares over at the window. Unlike regular ones, the outside is camouflaged while the interior allows him to see everything. He gets up and approaches the window, opening it up with a wave of his hand. Well, it's not every day you appear. In from the window swings the supernatural form of Ghost Spider. She lands in a kneel on the smoothly paved floor before rising to stand before Shimura. She says, "I've come with information. You couldn't do this by phone. They're watching you now." The girl takes out a piece of paper, handing it over to the CEO. Tamura is looking for the Spider-Man. Her words cause the CEO to gain a massive grin. He is. The vigilante has been missing from action since the battle at Camino Ward. To find him, he's been going after quirkless people, both for perfecting the formula and to find his identity. Since he was quirkless, he'll go as someone who is quirkless. And? Why are you telling me? The female spider remains blank, staring at the CEO. She then holds up a vial of blood. "Oh. This is for you." Chapter 38. Izuku stands alone on an even plane. His face remains on the floor as he stands. His inhale and exhale slow but noticeable. Within seconds, ectoplasm comes at him from the front with a straight-on sidekick aimed for his head. The boy raises his right hand and parries the peg leg. The pro-hero lands and makes a swing again, but fails to barely scratch his chin. Once his leg passes his chin, Izuku grabs his leg and flips ectoplasm in the air. As the hero lands, Izuku flinches before flipping up in the air. He then makes a reverse axe kick to strike the air below him, pushing Hagakure hard on the floor. "Oof. I still can't hit you, Midoriya. Those are effective senses you have," says ectoplasm as he watches Izuku takes a knee. Out of all of his powers, there is one special ability of his that makes the rest of what he possesses far greater. It may not be an ultimate move, but it's an ultimate ability he needs to start utilizing and listening to. It's time he worked harder perfecting that power, instead of focusing on one for all for the time being. The spider sense. Taking a knee, ectoplasm nods to him. 5 tries and we can't touch you, even though she's invisible." "Yeah? What's your quirk?" asks the invisible girl as she grabs her boots. "Having spider powers also gave me a 6th sense for danger." The spider boy then stretches his hand down to acquire her boots, accidentally bumping a part of her body, causing her to shirk back and give out a cute girly noise. "Huh. Watch where your hands go. That was my leg." At that, Izuku immediately gets an idea of where he touched. Sorry. I didn't mean to touch your naked body," he says quickly, stepping away with his hands up. "Naked? I'm not naked," Hagakure tells her as she puts the gloves back on. Here, Izuku pauses. "You're not." He then comes closer and pokes her arm. He then pulls back, thinking about the texture of what he felt. "Hey, it's actual fabric. Not fabric, hair." Izuku stands still as he listens to her explanation. "You see, my skin, my epidermis reflects light, which is why I'm invisible. So to make better use of my quirk, I had the support company make the suit for me." It's here that he is confused. "Wait, they made a suit for you? How did they do that?" "I cut my hair out and sent it to them to weave into a suit." "How?" is the question everyone wants to know. "Well, she pauses for a moment, though he can only tell because she's silent now. How did they do that?" Putting that aside, he says, "But I think I get it, they used your epidermis to create this suit to work with your quirk, that way you can keep your invisibility and warmth." "Exactly. It's the same thing as with Minetta's gloves," she tells him, pointing over to the great boy stringing balls together like they were beads. Now the boy is coming up with a new idea. He pats Hagakure's shoulder and says, "Thanks Hagakure. For the information and the training." He then takes off, moving over to where Momo is, taking a refuel break along with Sato. "Hey, guys." "Oh, Izuku," she says with a smile, brightening up despite her tiredness. "Finished training with Hagakure?" "Just about," he replies, repeating his sheepish movements. "Anyway, I was hoping to talk to you." "Gladly." Momo steps aside with Izuku away from the table to have their little chat, confusing Sato, who simply watches while eating cake. Pieces are missing from this puzzle for him. Those two are very close. Secluded, the vice president of class 1 asks, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming today? We could have shown up together." "I wanted to surprise you guys," is his reply, once she nods accepting. "Anyway, I wanted to ask about your costume." She looks down, checking herself. "What's wrong with it?" "Oh, and nothing, but," he pauses to pick his words carefully, lest he sounds like Mineta, "I was curious about if this was your first choice." "Not really. I wanted to expose more skin, but it would be against regulations." It's funny to think about, and shamefully he wishes that he could have seen that earlier choice. But, he'll keep that to himself. "Have you ever considered having a suit made that allows you to make items without ripping your clothes?" She huffs at that. "Plenty of times. But no matter what I wear it still tears off. It's not a problem though, as I can just make more clothes. Is that all you wanted to talk about? He looks up at her ponytail hair. Have you ever made something from your scalp? I have, but I try not to. She then points to her head. As you know, I have to break down fat at a molecular level to rebuild it into something else, and that fat usually comes from the area it comes from. If it's from my head, it'll steal fat from my brain, and that'll cause some damage. Plus, I've never really needed to. That makes sense. Why so curious? I just thought that if it did, then you could make items that can come from the parts of your body attached to the hair. Of course I can. I have hair all over my body. She then stretches her arm out to show the very thin strands of her epidermis. My hair is also a part of my body, so it doesn't get shredded or ripped. Suddenly, gears turn in her head's workshop. Oh. Yup. That's brilliant. Momo pats her boyfriend's shoulders in utter gratefulness. I can't believe the answer was in front of my face. This can't save me time in combat. So nice to have these talks again, huh? Oh, you. She kisses his cheek. I forgot how ingenious you can be at times. You should be insufferable to counterbalance it. I cacken. Oh, so true. She chuckles lightly, holding her hand to her mouth. It'd be such a shame, considering how well we get along. Before actions could be made, a loud explosion goes off, taking their attention away. Up above on the mountain, Bakugo steps by the edge, glaring over at Ectoplasm. Hey, Ectoplasm, he shouts triumphantly, you're dead. Send me another one. As the pro hero makes another, Momo turns back to face the others, resuming their training. Even though she's still flustered and bothered, now is not the time. Well, let's get back to training. Alright. Izuku heads off, making his way to another training partner. Unaware of his romantic partner continuously watching him until he disappears. After he's gone, she draws her sword and faces down her copy of Ectoplasm. I'll be a little crazy for the moment. But Izuku, our emerald protagonist, returns to the area he has left just in time to see a tower of ice made off in his peripheral, sending one of Ectoplasm's clones flying. The green-haired spider looks over to see Todoroki passing the tower of frost proliferated by his quirk. Oh, Todoroki, says Izuku as he waves to him. The Ice and Fire quirk user gives a side glance over to the spider. How's your training? Staring at him, the spider boy remembers what he said earlier. Curious, he asks, do you remember when you said you knew I was Spider-Man? You want to know how I found out? Izuku nods. I'll tell you, but what? He watches Todoroki go over to one of Ectoplasm's clones and speak with him briefly. After a bit, the pretty boy comes back over. Midoriya, let's spar. That request takes him by surprise. Is that alright? No, it's alright. Just surprising, says Izuku in response, who gets himself ready. As the Ectoplasm clone stands watching, the two heroes in training come face to face with one another. Izuku takes a crouch, bending his knees and resting on his right hand. Todoroki makes a stance as well. A white mist emits from the right half of his body that creates an illusion of mystery. After a few seconds of waiting, Ectoplasm taps his wooden leg into the ground. This signal is all that's needed for the action to begin. The trail of ice travels toward Izuku with an upward swipe of the pretty boy's arm. Izuku leaps directly upward, stretching his arms out, allowing him to grab hold of the tallest pillar to cling to. I've seen all of his moves from the sports festival. He makes incredibly strong ice attacks, but he can't concentrate it. So I can just dodge until he gets frostbite. While still elevated, he stares at the left half of Todoroki, eyes narrowing. Still, he can easily heat himself with that other side of his. But he never once used it during the festival, just during that video when he fought Stain. Is there a reason why? He then jumps off, diving straight for Todoroki. His senses pick up and warn him, forcing the boy to use a web line to pull to his left. This lets him dodge his right hand reaching for him. The boy then lands on the floor before a wave of ice is sent in Izuku's direction. This time he jumps over it, but it's a more lazy one, only 6 feet over with a flip due to how weak the ice was. Izuku aims his arms out and fires his web lines, hitting Todoroki's shoulders, and then pulls. The line on Todoroki's right shoulder freezes off, so he is pulled by the left. Since the force is thrown off, Todoroki gets pulled away into a curve instead of straight forward and slams into one of his ice pillars. Todoroki! Izuku shouts, running over to the teen with intense worry. The Ectoplasm come before Todoroki, lying face down into the frosted dirt, groaning in pain while clenching his back. He feels moisture where he touches. My back, it hurts. Todoroki, I'm so sorry. Izuku says before taking a knee to lift him. Take him to the infirmary, says the cloning hero before heading out the door. Izuku follows along carrying Todoroki, the rest of the class watching him go with incredible haste. Following a quick explanation, the wounded teenager is brought to Recovery Girl's quarters to be healed up. Where? Whack. Ow. Izuku yelps, clutching his head to rub the bump that is slowly growing on his head. Don't complain about what you did. The elderly woman responsible for the bruise on this spider's body that only Muscular has done, sits in a rotating chair while looking at the patient lying in bed. You're back healed up nicely, but you have to stay for a while to recover your lost energy. Recovery Girl then takes out a gummy dispenser and moves over to Todoroki. The sweets come out of the dispenser into her hands and she hands it to him. As she returns to her desk, Izuku bows his head to Todoroki while seated. He says, "I'm sorry Todoroki. I didn't mean to hurt you that bad." Silence is his answer. For the entire time including when he received the gummies that he is now chewing on, Todoroki looks up at the ceiling with a long beat. He hears them loud and clear, but has nothing he can say. Until now. "Midoriya, can we speak in private?" Eh? The request takes him by surprise, Todoroki could tell. It's something he is hoping he accepts whether or not it happens now or later. "Well, I guess I can. But. Goodness gracious," speaks the elderly woman before getting up from her seat. The two watch Recovery Girl exit, leaving them alone to their devices. Alone, the spider and the ice maker quickly face each other. Once their eyes lock, the former turns away sheepishly. "That was nice of her," he says. "You're probably wondering why I didn't remove your webbing using fire, correct?" Todoroki studies his face as the spider nods his head to the left side. Even in the limited amount of time between them and Izuku crying out an apology, those thoughts occurred to him. "It is something I would like to know. Is there a reason you would use it back at the Eye Expo and when you fought the hero killer?" "There is." Todoroki stares up at the ceiling, going back to his depressing memories. Sighing, he asks, "What do you know about quirk marriages?" "Quirk marriages?" repeats Izuku looking at the boy with two colors in his hair. "Oh, yeah I do. It's something that happened when quirks were starting to become popular. People would arrange marriages so they could pass on their quirk to their children, that would be a combination of the two." "Exactly." Todoroki nods to Izuku, glad that the boy he's sharing his secret with is smart enough to keep up. He even seems to realize where he's going with this due to the shocked expression on his face. "Todoroki, are you?" "I am." Todoroki looks back up. "As you know, my father is Endeavor. For years since his debut, he has always been ranked second under All Might. No matter what he did, he failed to reach the same level of power, accomplishment and fame as All Might. In the end, he gave up and came up with Plan B me." I see Izuku seems to have come to the next conclusion. "Your father sought a spiritual successor to All Might in your birth." Todoroki nods to confirm his hypothesis. The ice user then continues. "All that anger and frustration in failing to defeat All Might was beaten into his family. He ignored everyone else and forced training on me the day I gained my quirk. We all suffered, especially my mother. She was so broken that one day she saw my unsightly face and..." The ice user places a hand onto his scar. Izuku says quickly, "You don't have to say. Thank you." He's awful considerate. "I decided a long time ago to deny him everything by becoming the strongest hero without using his quirk, this cursed fire half I possess. And for a time, that's all that mattered. Until..." The dreadful feeling in his gut returns as he remembers a certain incident not too long ago. "Back at USJ, I was put in a position where I could have used my fire to help others, but didn't. Maybe if I did, I could have been able to help the teachers, and Izawa wouldn't have that scar. And during the sports festival when I fought Bakugo, I lost even though I could have won had I used my fire half. And he mocked me for holding back while hinting at you." He then grasps his right arm, his fingers tracing a line around his entire arm. "When I first used my flames, it was against Stain. The things he said stabbed me sharper than any blade he used, and for a minute I forgot about my hatred to do the right thing. From then on I made it so I wouldn't hold back these flames if another was in danger, but I still hadn't gotten over my trauma. I knew I would never get over this feeling of hatred unless I could see this fire differently, and each time I would remember you and your actions." Todoroki sits up in his bed facing Izuku with sharper sight. "You who were a vigilante broke the law because you believed what you were doing was right, and you overcame those obstacles by becoming a hero here. How could you get over all the bad to happen to you to reach this stage in your life? How can you still look to the future despite the past weighing you down?" Izuku looks to be deep in thought. His answer is something he desperately needs to hear from his mouth. Well, I'm not sure if I'm qualified to say what needs to be said. But, if I can help Momo, Jiru and Mandalay with their problems, I'll help you too. Mandalay? Never mind that. Izuku coughs to clear his throat. I'm not sure if I can just whip up a powerful speech, but I guess the question you need to ask is simple. It's your quirk, isn't it? A simple 5-word sentence, and yet it does so much to him as Todoroki has widened his eyes as far as he's ever done. Izuku continues. You control it and nobody else, so if you're afraid of turning into him, then it'd be because you let yourself. My powers are mine, so what I choose to do with them is my choice, my responsibility. Choose to be who you want to be, what not anyone else does. With all that needs to be said done, Izuku stands up bringing out his hopeful smile. I hope that helps. It does. The boy then opens the door and steps out of the room. As he does, a billow of sadness blankets over his eyesight. His heart pulls him back to the past. Children may inherit their quirks from their parents, but the really important thing to remember is not that connection. Instead, you must recognize your flesh and blood. That is what I mean when I say, I am here. These words attach deep into my heart as I listen to All Might on television. Maybe. I look back up to my mom holding me, asking, Mom, do you think he's right? You want to be a hero, don't you? Asks my mother as she hugs me warmly. More than anyone ever could have. It's okay for you to be one. You are not a prisoner of your blood, you be who you want to be. Now, he can't stop crying. How could I have forgotten? Elsewhere within the walls of UA, Izuku can be found walking down the halls. He looks down with a half smile, hoping his words help Todoroki in the long run. Thinking about it, Todoroki has had a bad life too, just like him. Personally, he's glad that he shared his past with him. He comes to the nearest corner heading for the men's change room. With how late in the day it is, he would no doubt have to return his suit and retire for the rest of the day. Maybe even go home. But on his way, his arm sparks with electricity. Huh. He whips his arm back, recognizing it as one for all. Why is that happening? Eventually, he reaches the changing room where he finds the others already putting on their school uniforms. Kaminari and Mineta have already left. Iida is the first to notice him. Midoriya. He shouts, approaching the former vigilante. How was Todoroki? He's fine now, he says, looking aside with a bit of shame. The speedster holds out the boy's spider mask, which he takes. Oh, thanks. It is my pleasure to help my fellow man, is his reply before he goes back to change. Kirishima approaches the spider boy while Bakugo leaves, saying, Hey Midoriya. You were incredibly strong though, I'd like to test my strength against you tomorrow. Okay. He says, a bit more glad to face him. Knowing his quirk, he'll tank his attacks more easily than the others. Hey Midoriya. Shiro comes up to him now. You think you can show me how you use your webs? Eh? Sure, he replies, surprised by that too. Over on the sidelines, Aoyama watches Izuku with his stale face. No wonder he was so good at making strategies. Très bien. After changing, Izuku exits the men's room to split from the rest of the boys. He wants to meet up with Momo. This is why he's heading down the hall at power walking speed. While walking, his body flares up with excitement. This is surprising because this usually happens when he's aroused, a feeling he's noticed especially around Melissa and Momo, not that he'd tell anyone. Yo-ho. Izuku looks down the hall to see to his surprise Melissa calling out to him. Oh. Melissa. He says with a smile before going closer to her. Next to the spider girl, he spots Momo with a deep red shade across her cheeks. And Momo. It's so great to see you again, Deku. The blonde comes up to him, her face also entering an iridescence upon her inhale. Feeling his heartbeat with excitement, Izuku places a hand to his mouth and nostrils before he asks, What are you doing here? Not that I mind, but I thought Island wouldn't let researchers leave. Well, long story short, Melissa begins, coming closer to him. After the Expo incident, I ended up losing credibility, faith, and friends. So, the deputy director of Island made a deal with UA High to allow me a residency. Unconvinced by her expression, Izuku is just about to ask her how she feels, before she continues with, to be honest, I don't think I could go back anymore. After what Papa did, no one will look at me the same way again. Words accompanied by a sad smile should not be possible, but it is with her. Melissa, I'm sorry. It's okay, she tells him, smiling at the boy. Because at least I can travel and see across Japan. Melissa will be working in the support course as an assistant to Power Loader, Momo adds, as if making herself known in a reminder. It'll also give me time to finally pay you back. Melissa takes out her left hand, a hologram showing from a bracelet on her wrist. There, the trio bear witness to an image of the spider armor May made. A friend of yours made this spider armor prototype, but as I saw it, I came up with a much better design for you. Wow, you're gonna make me a new suit. Of course, Yaoi Rozu over here will be helping with the designs. Melissa gestures over to Momo, who proudly nods. As will Hatsune. Izuku blushes out of embarrassment. Wow. I don't think I deserve all this support. You're making me a high-tech suit for free. Well, Melissa turns to Momo, stepping back to allow the couple space to talk. Blushing, Momo says, she said she would do it for free, only if you did a favor on my approval. If this were a cartoon, a question mark would appear over Izuku's head. What exactly would she want from him that he could provide? And why is Momo turning hotter after saying it? He almost regrets asking. What is this favor? Let's see how to word this. Melissa presses a button on her wristband. As you know, since we share the venom from the same spider, we have a sort of connection. Not only do we have similar powers, and I can track wherever you are no matter where you are. Wait, stop. That red flags Izuku hard. You can what? I'll tell you later, but we also release pheromones whenever we're in certain proximity that affects the two of us. He turns redder here, accepting that truth. Well, it makes sense since animals release pheromones to continue their species as an instinct. It's only during mating seasons that happens. In our case, humans are stuck in their mating seasons all year round. And sadly, I don't have someone like you to get over this. All that does make sense in a sort of way. So, where do I come in? Though he would regret that. Melissa turns extremely hot here as she speaks. Pheromones may stop during pregnancy, so I theorize if I'm knocked up then this will stop. Eh? So, sometime in the future, when you're ready, I want us to make a baby. And down he goes, falling onto his behind. What? I want to make a baby with you one day, she repeats more clearly. Have you been hanging around Hatsune and decided to prank me? Momo sighs, walking over to Izuku to give him a hand. It's not a prank. He takes her hand and stands with her assistance, though he's still completely red, matching her blushing. That's all she wants from you. But he looks back to the other spider, who smiles with anticipation, and his girlfriend, whose expression is rather unreadable. You're okay with this? Of course I am. She takes his hand, holding it tightly. I know you would never cheat on me, and I would never force you to stay away from someone you can connect to as closely as I do. I trust you after all. If you can't control it, then I won't control you. Phew. Of course, Momo brings him closer and glares back at Melissa. She's still going to wait in line when that time comes. You're mine, after all. I wouldn't have it any other way, he replies, though he is rather surprised by his sudden boldness. It must be the pheromones. You two are getting comfortable, Melissa says while coming close. I hope you get some good out of those glasses. I will, Melissa, says Momo to the blonde inventor as she walks off, waving to the couple still close to one another. Oh yeah, Izuku says as he stares face to face with the pair of glasses on her face. They are blue glasses that have a silver frame. I was going to ask that after the other questions got out of the way. Oh, these. Momo removes the glasses after stepping back from him. These are a gift from Melissa. After learning about my quirk, she created glasses that contain an AI system, allowing me to instantly display the atomic structure of anything I need to make. That's interesting. Very interesting. Let's go to my room. Maybe she can wait. What? Let's go. She squeezes his arm and pulls him. To my room. As the day becomes night, the students retire to Heights Alliance. With Momo, she leads him into her room, slamming the door shut behind them. Izuku is whisked onto a pearl-white queen-size bed, bouncing on its static softness. Face up, he looks around at all the stuff she has packed into this room, yet at the same time, it's a bit of a mess. He also notes a matryoshka of Spider-Man green costume on her shelf next to a beanie baby of him. He's been in the girl's room before, so he's much more used to this than usual, but there is something just much more pleasant about Momo's bedroom than Jiro's. It smells like jasmine and strawberries. Sorry for the mess. I've been too busy working on class plans with Eid and studying, she tells him, sitting on the bed right next to him before lying beside the boy. Momo then comes closer to Izuku, those cat eyes of hers narrowing as she studies him. Earlier when we spoke at the hospital, I noticed you were worried about something. Is there a chance we can talk about it? He sighs in response. You can tell immediately, huh? Leaning back, Izuku goes into his head to recall the immediate worry at its forefront. He then tells her his dreams, not including the one where he meets with the owners of One for All. Rather, he mourns over every time he sees Ichako dead in his dream, working off his guilt, and then the recent one where Best Jeanist is telling him how he died because of his rescue. He'd mentioned Todoroki's issue, but that's one between only him and the two-color-haired teen. Momo sits back with her hand to her lips. "Wow," she says with worry. "I can't believe you have been feeling this way." She reaches over to cup his hand with hers. "I know I shouldn't feel guilty, but my mind keeps bringing it back. And you did help me put it aside that one time, but I just keep having these dreams at the worst possible times. I've never even told anyone about this. Not even your mother." "Oh, she knows. I have a feeling," Kuri told her. "I did tell your teacher Eraserhead about how I wanted to be there for others because of her, but never about what the dreams were about." "I see. Now it makes sense why he still feels this way. He's been bottling up these emotions. He hasn't talked to anyone about it, and it's eating away at his heart. I'll apologize for this." "For what, Ao?" She hits him in the head with a book materialized from her body. "What was that for?" "Izuku, I wish you had said something earlier." Momo then pouts, staring down at him. "We're a couple, so we have to support one another, not just you supporting me. Also, you have me, your mom, and Eri all there for you, ready to be at your side, no matter how complicated your feelings are." She then retains a serious expression and looms down upon her boyfriend. "I wish you would remember that." A brief pause follows as Izuku realizes his foolishness. He's been trying so hard to be a hero that he forgot he's human like everyone else. What a fool he's been. Maybe he can finally talk to her about what All Might gave him. Since they're a couple now, it's only right she learns about the destiny and danger thrust upon him. He sits up and faces his girlfriend with a stronger smile. He says, "Thank you, Momo. I'll keep that in mind." "Good. Feel better?" "A little." Chuckling escapes his mouth. "Well, I better head home. Mom and Eri probably miss me." "Well, you could stay here and sleep with me." The tomato impression returns full force. Izuku almost falls out of bed. "Not that. I mean, sleeping in the same bed as me." "Alright, I know. I just overreacted," he replies, getting back up. "But I don't think I'm ready for that yet." She sighs at that, looking aside with disappointment. "Tonight." A whimsical hope spreads like a musical tune on her face as she looks at him. "Tonight? I'll definitely stay the night tomorrow. Will you ask permission from your alien mommy?" She jokes. "I'll probably have to," he retorts, and then share a laugh. Gathering enough courage, he leans in and pecks her lips. "To be continued next time." "By you," is her reply before she leans in and kisses back. "I love you, Deku." "I love you too, Momo." Izuku goes over and opens the door, leaving out of her room with a wave. Though once he's gone, Momo grabs a spiderweb pillow and shoves her face into it. Her eyes lift to stare at where he exited. He's surprisingly amazing. Outside, Izuku is doing the greatest impression of a tomato he could ever muster. "Wow, that happened. I'll make it up to her tomorrow night." He then takes off down the hall, blending in with the environment. Leaving UA and heading off for home, Izuku decides to stop in the middle of the sidewalk. He looks down at his hand, electric surges of emerald lightning surging through at the speed of light. He dashes off, pouring on the camouflage to also web swing. Reaching the Dagaba beach, slightly out of breath from the built-up fatigue of the day, Izuku stands dead center in the sand facing the ocean. As the cool breeze hits him and the waves hit the shores, he remains static. The boy takes in a deep breath, clenching his right fist. Electricity sparks around his fist, erupting from his quirk One for All. He stretches his hand outward facing the ocean. Focus on a single point instead of spreading it all the way out. Reach the furthest of your limit before your body hurts. One for All collects down to the palm of his hand, turning into electricity instead of the red spread. As the energy continues to build up, a light glows in his area. He continues to focus on this power. "Wait, it's working and my heart isn't in pain." Now what does he do with this? "I'll try to imitate a smash." He draws his hand back, bringing it right underneath his shoulder with his elbow bent behind him, as if imitating a beam attack from a certain anime about aliens that can blow up planets. In his mind, he focuses on one thought and one alone, releasing it from his palm. Thrusting his palm forward, that is what he does from start to finish, and fires. A bolt of emerald lightning shoots out from his hand, so powerful that the course of energy comes not just from his palm, but also around his arm, and sends him flying backward. He hits the ground face up, electricity coursing through the ground and spreading all around. The lights of several residences black out temporarily. Izuku pushes himself up, looking down at his hand. Though there is a burn mark on his arm, his palm is otherwise clean. Except for the sand it landed into. A flash of inspiration hits him as he stares in awe at his hand before his expression progresses into intense joy and realization. That's it. And so, the days have gone by for these students in training. Ready as they'll ever be, the provisional license exams start tomorrow. Meanwhile, Antoi one night. Looming overhead on top of a water tower, the notorious hero killer Stain stares out into the streets below. His uniform more or less the same, he has made a few upgrades including more bladed items and a few spray cans strapped to his waist. He keeps a keen eye down at the many heroes on patrol. The sight of it makes him retch. So many pieces of coal piled up in front of my eyes, all trying to turn into jewels. None of you deserve the luster and shine possessed by the diamond known as All Might. I'll cut down each of you pebbles until I find a true gem. In his right hand, he pulls out a photo. The thumb pushes it aside to show more, revealing 3 pictures of people. Prioritizing revenge for the sake of others, promoting your products instead of being a heroine, forsaking your nephew to hunt a murderer. All of you are my targets, and then I'll see to you, vigilante. With that, he tosses the pictures into the air before they scatter into finely cut pieces. He then jumps to dive into the city. Chapter 39. September 9th, 8:13 a.m. Bright and early out in Kantoi, Uwabami waves to her adoring audience as she enters her office. Here in her private abode, her snake hair twitches and moves to the ceiling. She sighs. It's no use in hiding, I know you're here. Do you now? From the shadows of the room he steps out into the light, the hero killer Stain 2.0. He draws from his back a jagged-edged katana and approaches her. I'm amazed you came to me personally, she states, stepping over to where her landline rests. Usually, the reports depict your actions as attacking from the shadows or sneaking around like a coward. According to the book, ambushes don't work on you. And you're not that strong by yourself anyway, so this works best. Stain hops up on a counter, his lead malice raining down on her plastic nerves. You spend more time in commercials prettying yourself up than actually being a hero. Is that why you're here? She questions, keeping her distance. I know about you, you who is obsessed with All Might have no idea what being a hero truly means. It's not always stopping fires, but inspiring others not to make them in the first place. Is that why you always take in students from UA who end up as nothing more than props in your commercials because they're pretty? Sweat drips down her face. Okay, you got me there. All Might is retired, the world has started to fall apart without a true hero to rein them in and inspire them, because the rest are just like you, cowardly money chasers and shallow glory hoggers who do nothing for this corrupted society. Uwabami discreetly reaches for the intercom button on her landline. But before she could, her snake hairs rise as she sniffs something new. She quickly turns around at a sight. Her eyes widen in utter terror. That's where the hero slayers Tamura finished come in. September 9th, 10:15 a.m., Takoba National Stadium. The bus comes to a stop. Doors open wide. From within, the 40 students of UA High's hero course come out carrying their cases. Before them sits a large building which would become their destination. Sato looks up nervously at Takoba National Stadium. He says, I'm not sure if I'm ready. You're telling me, adds Aoyama. Don't worry too much, speaks Izawa as he looks ahead. As long as you do your best and remember your training, you'll be able to further your career as heroes whether you pass or fail. Oh, Aizawa. Hearing that voice, the erasure hero twitches. He knows exactly who owns that voice. Oh god no. He turns around to spot a heroine approaching him, much to his immense displeasure. This beautiful woman with jade hair stops before him with an exuberance unmatched by any other person he has ever met, and he's friends with Present Mick. Nice to run into you again, she speaks, waving to him in all attempts to gather his attention. I missed you so much. So does my migraine. Guffawing comes out of her lungs, and the teacher cringes. And there it fucking is. Still so serious. She says louder, patting his back hard while mid-laughter. Izuku watches her and Aizawa interact, sweat coming down his face comically. Aizawa doesn't like Ms. Joke that much, does he? Ajiro on the side shake his head. Clearly. It's like Brooklyn Guy and his wife. Though he then stops to face the green spider, asking, do you know who she is? Yup, the smiling hero Ms. Joke, he tells him with a smile. She's a hero who has been working for a few years professionally before becoming a teacher at Ketsubutsu High. Ketsubutsu? Asks Hagakure overhearing them. It's another hero school, Momo tells her while adjusting her blue lens glasses. They're a rival school of UA High, along with Shiketsu and CI. See I? As the students converse, Ms. Joke looks on at them with awe. She then turns over to Iowa, saying, though it's nice to see you, it's nicer to see that you have a full class this time. What, did you finally grow a heart? You tell me, he remarks with disgust. Oh, you. She takes his arm and brings it in close. That offer for marriage is still up. I will get that restraining order. Mina watches the adults in their conversation and turns pinker than usual as she smiles. Oh, would you two happen to be involved a couple? Aizawa quickly says, like a cobra and a mongoose. At that, the woman laughs. Of course he'd say that. After a bit, she calms herself. Mineta bites his bottom lip griping. What the hell is up with these absolute weirdos and average guys attracting the hot ones? Is this the opposites attract situation? That is bullshit incarnate, mutters Aizawa in direction to the great boy. His eyes focus over with hesitation at Joke. If you're here, does that mean? Yup. Everyone, come over. The heroine calls over her students, an octet of teens no older than UA's. Those of UA marvel at their appearance, including Momo who gets a look at the one boy leading them who has a hairstyle and bone structure reminiscent correction identical to that of her boyfriend. Haminari comes close to Izuku, saying, you never told me you had a brother. He doesn't, it's just lazy design, Bakugo declares. Well, if it isn't UA high. Says that same doppelganger, approaching Izuku first and taking his hands. I'm Yoshindo, and I gotta tell ya it must be painful. UA has been through so much trouble this year, so it must have been tough for you guys. On Izuku's only response, still embarrassed by how close he is. The guy glances over and spots Bakugo, putting on his best smile for him too. Oh, the winner of the sports festival, Bakugo. Shindo says approaching the walking nuke. He holds a hand out to him. Let's make it so we do well in these exams. Scarlet eyes brim intensely at the dark-haired Izuku lookalike and with his artificial hand slaps it aside. Beat it. Bakugo. Iida comes forth waving his arms robotically at the walking nuke. How rude of you to treat someone else like that. First off, I don't care who he is. I hate everyone equally, is his reply, eyes never leaving Shindo. Second, I didn't come here to make friends like Todoroki over there, he glances at said ice maker to his right. Third, you make talk nice, but you got this look in your eye as if I'm your fucking prey. Shindo smiles here, confirming his suspicions. And finally, your ass looks like Deku, so I already fucking don't like you. He pushes past him and heads for the stadium. Iida approaches Shindo and pats his shoulder. Don't mind him. He's our resident problem child. No, it's okay. He wasn't wrong after all, Shindo says, muttering that last part to himself before he rejoins his crew. Amy watches him go, before edging to Momo. He's a sexy one, huh? Be quiet, she replies with dignity. Oh, come on. There's no way you couldn't have thought that. He's, like, a total older copy of your boyfriend. Copy, maybe, but that's all he is, she replies, taking Izuku's arm and bringing him closer. He completely lacks Izuku's adorable diamond freckles. Adorable. Izuku repeats, turning into a tomato. He doesn't have that innocent flair either, Ashido says while staring at the green-haired boy too. Then I guess more for me, Kami responds with a quick lick of her lips. Now Mineta's crying tears of blood, trying to blow up Izuku's head with his mind. Stare. The teacher of UA then points over to the stadium. Alright, everyone head inside. Make sure to take your suitcases with you. With that, everyone makes their way to the giant stadium. Along the way, Izuku freezes up and stops walking, looking around to check his surroundings. For some strange reason his spider sense is tingling, but he doesn't know why. There's no reason for it too, and… Izuku. Momo comes back to grab and bring him out of his thoughts. Something wrong? Oh, sorry. It's nothing, he says before following her inside. As they go, Ms. Joke notes how her students are getting friendlier with UA and how they're accepting it. Facing Aizawa, she asks, Eraser, you didn't tell them, did you? Silence. So, yes is what she can guess. Inside, the group quickly change into their hero costumes. Afterward, they collect into the gymnasium where hundreds of other heroes in training have collected. Soon, a blue screen shines before them on the wall. All the students raise their heads to the announcer on the screen. 1540 examinees, alright, let's get this over with. We've been working on this for 2 days without uninterrupted consciousness. That's the point where you start seeing mold people. He grabs a cup of coffee and splashes it on his face, its teamy essence emitting off him. Pleasurably, he says, ah, that's better. He then turns his attention back to the test takers. Anyway, I am Mara from the Heroes Public Safety Committee. Let us begin the orientation. For starters, there are 2 parts to this exam. On the screen appears a satchel and 3 beacons-like devices. You will each have this bag and these sensors. The bags carry 6 of these balls. An orange ball no bigger than a baseball one shows up on the screen. Those sensors must be hit by said balls, and if they're all lit you fail. Once you take out 2 people, your sensors will glow blue, indicating that you pass to the next stage. Thankfully, only the first 100 get to pass. Izuku's eyes widen at that bit of info passed onto him. So, out of 1540 students, only 100 can receive their license. That's less than 10%. 6.49 to be precise, Momo whispers from the side. It was a general estimate. I know. She playfully smiles to him midst their banter. Once we open up, you will have 20 minutes to get to know each other, and then the test will commence. Open. Many of them repeat this before their questions are answered as the building folds open outward. The examinees are in the middle of an open arena. After a bit, they all receive their respective gear and move out to establish better ground. Even UA's Class 1 comes apart, mainly Kirishima going with Kaminari and Bakugo and Todoroki splitting off by himself. Momo turns to her boyfriend, asking, "Will you be leaving too?" The spider boy shakes his head before saying, "We'll stay as close together as possible and make sure everyone passes. We need to do our best if we want to avoid that problem." "What do you mean by a problem?" she asks with confusion, getting the others to focus on them too. "Just think about it. There are a lot of schools here, so it's teams versus teams. And UA is the only school that puts a target on its back every year." "Target?" asks Ashido confused. Over in the stands watching from afar are Ms. Joke and Eraserhead. Aizawa groans at his sudden company as opposed to her sitting anywhere else within the huge open space left from no one wanting to be around him. "All I need to do is sign it," says Aizawa with a scowl. "You must really like this group. Whenever you would come here there'd always be someone missing or you wouldn't show up at all." After a beat, Joke then says, "Marry me." "When pigs shit locust." She laughs obviously. That could happen actually. As he stews in annoying, wondering why he's always paired with loud people, she continues. "So if you like them this time, why didn't you tell them about the one thing that happens almost all the time during these exams?" He remains stalwart as a statue before he eventually says, "Every time we come here we end up getting targeted by everyone, simply because they know of our students' abilities and weaknesses. And that's not a problem. Every year the students who end up passing are mostly from UA, because we don't need to warn them. Besides..." Start. With that, the test begins. The students of UA that have collected together go on edge as they are quickly surrounded by other students, including those from Ketsubutsu. These numerous enemies appear from everyone and start throwing their balls down at nails sticking out in the opening. That is to say, UA. As the hail of rubber balls come down upon them, they soon hit absolutely nothing. Even the ones that would hit the likes of Momo or Tokoyami or even Zero pass through, for they dissipate into nothing but a wisp. What? As the enemies look on questionably, a device sticks into the ground just in front of one group. Looking down they note it's a shuriken in the shape of a red spider, with a blue beeping light on its torso. It beeps a few more seconds before it stops. And explodes, sending them flying back. From within the mist of explosion, the counterattack begins. Iida dashes forth with a spin kick striking a hero in training in the torso. Momo throws her shield at someone and knocks her off balance, and Tokoyami captures a student in his dark shadow enwrapped body. The hero is someone who can turn around any situation, Aizawa continues off from earlier, no matter how disadvantageous. Unlike you other schools who look 2 or 3 moves ahead, we see how the entire game board pays out. Back to the action, a good number of the students that have attacked UA are down for the count. The landscape has also changed, with large boulders having been lifted around them. Shindo watches them curiously, before waving over one of his friends. One guy completely blue takes out his orange balls before he squeezes the balls until they become rock solid and passes them over to his buddy. That person throws them underground, which burrows through the earth. "We need to do something about that," says Izuku as if he leads the group. "I'll handle this." Jiru steps forth and injects her earphone jacks into the amplifiers on her wrists. She takes a knee thrusting her hands into the ground. Heartbeat, fuzz. Their vibrations hit the ground, causing the ground to break apart and expose the stone balls. They come down upon the closest target, Mineta, and almost hit him. Luckily, Ashido who is right next to him melts the balls by making a veil of acid to block them. Shindo watches with intrigue. Their choreography is good. "Let's split them up." He jumps down to UA's level and thrusts his hands to the ground, tremoring earth. The powerful vibration hits the ground and breaks it apart on a scale far outclassing Jiru's heartbeat fuzz. This attack tears apart the ground our protagonists stand on, causing them to fall to the lower levels of the location layout. The Kaba National Stadium, September 9, 11:34 am. Down below at the lower levels of where he fell, Izuku rises from the ground holding his head. He removes his mask and looks around to check his surroundings. Not getting a good view, he climbs up a large boulder made from the floor, looking around to scope. "We fell pretty far away from each other," says Izuku as he looks around. Sadly, he doesn't see Momo or anyone else anywhere. Should I regroup or try to make it on my own? Well, thinking about it here is not going to help him out. So he jumps off to more stable footing and walks away, pulling down on his mask to cover his face again. As he walks, up above he hears the announcements. 13 students have passed. "Wow, that was fast," he says while walking. His trekking leads him to a city, another artificial place made for the test. The spider boy looks over at the nearest building, noticing one of the doors is open just wide enough for him to sneak a peek. Huh. The spider boy squeezes in through the opening and tiptoes his way inside. Immediately, his spider sense turns on. Of course. Izuku goes on edge quickly, reaching behind his hand to pull out a shuriken, or as he dubs it a spider ken. He's gonna have to work on that name. Looking around, the room resembles a lobby for a fancy hotel. He sees a gargantuan water fountain, a front desk covered in black and gold, a couple of tables and chairs with equally lustrous colors, and plenty of places to hide behind. His senses alert him once more the minute he hears the door behind him closed shut. He turns around to face whoever did it, finding a hero in training dressed as a yellow bird. He can tell because he's met a bird person, and that's clearly a costume. "Who are you?" Izuku asks, before mentally slapping himself. As if he's going to tell him in the time limit they possess. "I've been watching you with UA High, and I've never seen you before," says the bird person. "What happened to the guy who can shift objects around?" The beak opens up and reveals a chicken person underneath. "Why are you wearing a bird costume if you're already a bird?" "Because I can't take it off." "Get him." With a wave of his wings and a well-placed crow, 5 heroes in training come out of the earlier mentioned hiding spots, including behind the desk, a boy with spikes from his back, and a turtle man coming out of the fountain, as if he possessed ninja training. The spider quickly runs over to the walls on his right, avoiding a hydro pump from the turtle coming at him. Bird boy has risen to also dodge the water attack. As he moves, Izuku quickly thinks over a plan. "That's true, unlike the others, my abilities aren't known to the world. Also, for some reason, they haven't noticed I'm Spider-Man yet. I'll take advantage of that." Following through with the plot in his mind, Izuku bumps into the wall and falls over. "Hey? What the hell was that?" asks the turtle man watching him. Is he weak or pretending to be? Let's just take him out and move on. The spike person shoots out 3 spikes from behind his head. All 3 fly up like missiles and come down upon the spider. Picking himself up, Izuku launches to the nearest table and flips it on its side. The glass on top falls and shatters as a result, but he does escape the needles which now stick into the ground. All eyes are on the table as it rolls over completely to reveal Izuku is gone. "What?" shouts the spike guy. "Where did he go?" "Must be an invisibility quirk. That's why he was so weak," says the turtle as he and the others look around. One of them even heads for the door to block it. Up in the air, the bird boy looks around for anything suspicious. Wait, turning invisible, and that white symbol on his chest is he. As he flies, he is suddenly struck in the face by web fluid that covers his entire beak. He is then pulled across the air before his face is rippled by an invisible force. He falls below but is successfully caught by another web line and hanged to a light fixture. Izuku appears in reality attached to a wall. He fires 2 web lines and pulls himself to the ceiling just 9 feet away from a chandelier. No one has noticed what just transpired, leaving him with the full advantage. He grabs a spider shuriken from his utility belt and unfolds it. "Remember your training. Now throw." Following Mandalay's advice, I throw the shuriken dead forward at a tree with a target mark and miss the tree entirely. No, terrible. She's surprisingly harsh. I take out another shuriken and focus this time. "How do you make it go the way you want?" Mandalay comes up and takes my hand, the one not holding a weapon. "Use your free hand to aim when you're starting. Don't overthink or you'll mess up." Sadly, overthinking is kind of my forte. How am I going to do this? I seriously doubt imitating Kaken will help me. But, I have to try. Don't think, just aim. Remembering Mandalay's advice, he aims before he throws it, his tool perfectly slicing through the fixture's wires and metal protection. The beautiful light fixture falls while sparking, landing 2 feet away from the turtle person. Said amphibian jumps up in shock looking at it. Whoa. What happened? He and the others look up at where it fell, seeing the wires sparking and nothing else. Though they also spot their bird friend hanging from webbing. As they talk about what's going on, Izuku lands just behind the group and moves to the person furthest from the others. He moves in and karate chops that person where the guy's neck meets his shoulder, watching him fall unconscious. Izuku grabs him and places him on the floor lightly. The spider moves quickly to the next person by firing a web on his back and pulling him to his 6 o'clock. In that same motion like fluid water, Izuku spins in the air and kicks the guy in the face. All the noise gathers the attention of the others, who turn around to face Izuku. He has his hand stretched out aiming at them. Electricity sparks around his fingers. Zap. The lightning bolt shoots out at the ground, electrocuting them. As the energy of One for All sparks through their bodies and they fall over, Izuku approaches them taking a knee. He digs into his satchel and takes out 2 balls for use. Thanks for the advice, Yagi. His thoughts go back to when he spoke with Toshinori about his new usage of One for All, while hitting their sensors. So, you fired the energy that came from One for All out, instead of coursing it through your body? Asks the former symbol of peace as we sit in his office. How? After a brief explanation of how I did it last night, I guess it's only fair that he's in disbelief. I don't fully get it either. Ever since I was kidnapped and saw no, don't bring it up. You'll just want to cry, Izuku. That the brief moments I would use One for All electricity would sometimes discharge. I look at my hands. I think One for All knows I can't use it the way you and the others do, so it's evolving in a way I can. Toshinori cups his chin. He looks to be deep in thought. I guess none of this ever happened to him while he was wielding One for All. It's kind of weird though. This is nothing like how you'd use it. Why is he putting his hand on my shoulder? Midoriya, you shouldn't emulate me too much. I'll keep that in mind, he says to himself as he finishes off the last of the sensors. With that done, Izuku's beacons glow blue. His bag reads, you have passed on to the next portion of the exam. Head to the anteroom. After taking a minute to spray the web solvent on those he webbed up, Izuku leaves out the building heading for the anteroom. A sense of accomplishment rises on his face as he swings to the break room, though he returns into a scowl, hoping the others passed. Including his swing over to the anteroom, he spots a small collection of other heroes in training there. Among them are Bakugo, Kirishima and Kaminari. Hey, guys. Oh, Midoriya made it. Says the Red Riot hero in training coming over to pat him on the shoulder. Wow, you had less time to train than we did and you still came on top, speaks Kaminari passing him. His childhood bully spots him with a glare, those scarlet eyes of his ready to burst like always. He passes Izuku, muttering, you're making use of your given powers after all. Yeah, I guess Izuku says while watching him go inside. After winning against a group of other heroes in training who have been training properly and took the time to improve their quirks, he didn't bother to think further on what Bakugo said and instead took his words at face value. Izuku. Recognizing the voice, Izuku quickly turns to face his girl Momo approaching him with Shaoji, Jiru, and Asui. The last girl is wrapped in a heated blanket. Thank goodness you passed. Yeah, it was troublesome, he says with his sheepish tone, relaxing while in her presence. Looking at them, he notices that they're all extremely exhausted, especially Momo as she's being carried fireman style by Jiru and Shaoji. Izuku, we got a package for you, says Jiru as she brings over their class president. The spider wastes no time in taking Momo into his arms, her head resting on his right shoulder. Gotcha. Momo lifts her head to look up at her boyfriend, smiling before using her dwindling strength to lift his mask off and give him a quick kiss on the lips. He switches her hold to the fireman style before walking inside the anteroom with the rest of class 1 of that passed. There, Izuku sits Momo in a chair before grabbing refreshments. Immediately she starts to chew the onigiri while he laps up the water. He watches as she downs it and the next, before washing it away with bottled water. Wow. Have a little air with your food, he says, freezing when she gives him the same look Jiru delivers. Of course, that worry disappears when she drops her facade of a scowl to smile. Izuku then asks, how was your exam? Exhausting, is her response as she recalls what she had to go through. When we got separated, we held up at a nearby building where we fell into a trap by CI Academy. Left eyebrow raised, Izuku sits on the edge of his seat listening in. One of their members, their leader I would assume, had a quirk that made her super intelligent. Dread takes nest on her face. Everything we did she predicted. She knew to block Xiaoji's sight, she knew to overpower Jiru's hearing, and she knew the cold was Tsai's weakness. We were trapped in a room unable to leave until I created a speaker to knock them unconscious using Jiru's quirk. She sighs, looking back at her exposed back. We were so close to defeat. Wow. I'm glad you got through it. And you? I fell into a trap too, but none of them knew about my powers or my other persona, so I threw them off to get the upper hand. He smiles looking off to the side with pride. My experience put me far ahead I guess. You guess? She teases, giving a snide leer. Okay, I know. There you go. An announcement rings into the eardrums of those who have passed. Mara speaks, we now have our quota of 100 examinees. After 20 minutes we will begin the second phase of the exam. Which is just enough time to listen to the first half of the album Where Is Love? I Bobby Caldwell, I'm going to fucking sleep now. Mara cancels the transmission, allowing the test takers to prepare for their final step. Chapter 40. In the anteroom, the heroes in training who have made it this far sit together refreshing their minds for the upcoming trial to take place. Haminari comes over to where he once was holding bottled water in both hands, just to see his partner in crime Mineta sitting with a scowl staring dead ahead of where they are. The electric team traces the path of hatred to where Izuku is, holding their class president Momo close to him. Dude, you need to let it go, says Kaminari sitting next to him. You stare too long and you're gonna blow up his brain with your mind. Worth it, he grumbles with bitter jealousy. Why? Midoriya is the definition of a geek, the kind of guy who would blow off a date with a hot chick to attend an all-might rally. How does someone like him have a harem? Wait, what? You haven't noticed that he's always around a smoking hot girl? I see him hanging around that blonde bombshell all the time, and she's always giving him that look where she wants to be impregnated by him. Blonde bombshell? You know. That blonde inventor from my island with freshly grown American titties creams her spinach every time he steps into her restaurant. And then there's Jiru, who wears his merch all the time. And he's not the only one. He points over to Bakugo, who is doing everything in his power to ignore him. Bakugo over there has the personality of a Chipotle enema after Chernobyl cooked it at over 1000 degrees, and the other sexy girl in our class is always fawning over him and Todoroki. As so, the electric teenager shrugs while Hi Friend cries blood. They say the hairier the bear the more attractive they are. Meanwhile, Todoroki walks by nearing the Shiketsu group. As he does he immediately notes that among them is a very tall hero in training wearing an arm gauntlet with an extremely exuberant face as he talks about heroes. That guy immediately frowns upon seeing Todoroki. Or rather, glare would be more accurate. Oh, it's you. The ice maker says, you know, ever since I got here I have noticed that you've got this intense hatred in on me. If you have something to say it. The guy keeps his eyes on him. You don't know who I am at all, do you? Should I? I am Inasa Urashi, and I love UA so much, says the teen, his eyes all focused on the ice user. I also applied to UA in the recommendations, but I refused. And if you can't figure out why then you might as well go back over there. Here, Todoroki glares back feeling offended. Excuse me. I love passionate heroes the most, which is why I dislike you the most along with your old man. That's when he flinches, Todoroki keeping his eyes at the guy. At that moment the sirens go off. A slightly recovered Mara says, villains have unleashed a large-scale terrorist attack on the city of city name here. Wait, you couldn't make up a damn name, not even I'm that lazy. He coughs. Anyway, due to building collapses many people are trapped. A roadblock has stopped rescue workers from reaching the site. Your objective is to save as many civilians as possible, bring them to the relief zone, and force away as many villains as possible until rescue workers can arrive. After the scenario is spread to them, like before the building unfolds. The heroes in training take off into the city quickly. While exiting the anteroom, Izuku thinks it over as his mind concocts a plan of action. While looking aside his friends from UA are all out and about to split up. Seeing Bakugo leaving on his own, the spider boy fires a web to pull him back. Obvious reservations on this move are obvious. What the fuck are you doing? He shouts, Izuku ignoring his shouting. Everyone, says Izuku catching his friend's attention, I think it's best we each split up into 3 teams. Rescuing, carrying, and protecting. One team will look for people as widespread as possible, another will carry them back to the rescue zone, and the last will look around for people to be rescued nearby and protect the safe zone. If you're mobile even with someone, join the carry team. If your best is finding, rescue. If you're a good fighter, protect. Haminari approaches Izuku with a scowl. And what makes you think that's a good idea? Because there are 100 of us here in a situation where villains have attacked, he replies, looking back over at his girlfriend. And there's a good chance if we all focus on finding people, those we save will be unprotected. Sadly, the electric boy is still confused. Jiru sighs before pushing him away. You go and protect the shelter, electric boy. Shaoji glances at Izuku before slapping his hands together. Then I guess my job is obvious. The large majority of Class 1 move forth heading into the disaster zone. Iida, being amongst the rescuees, watches the boy who quickly took command, despite only having trained with them in a few days. At the same time, this is the same boy who saved his life and helped him become better than what he almost ended up. Maybe it's because of who he was that they're taking his plan to heart. Further in the disaster area, the crew sees many dilapidated buildings as well as other heroes entering in pursuit of people to save. They even see members of schools who tried to get them disqualified, like Shindo from Ketsubutsu. Looking around, Momo takes a look around using her glasses. Asui, Yu, Mineta, and Shaoji check the water area for anyone who fell in and can't swim. Bakugo, Izuku, Jiru, and I will head further west and search for survivors. The waking Nuke glares at her, asking rudely, why the fuck do I have to do that? Why are you even here? Asks Jiru in annoyance. Because I fucking want to. Despite their incessant squabbling, the quartet of heroes in training makes their way out. They meet their first civilian actor, a little child. Having reached him first, Bakugo comes over to the boy. Please, help me. The boy cries, holding his leg oozing fake blood by the ankle. Class 1A's problem child takes a knee, resting his prosthetic on his right knee, glaring at him. You'll be fine. Quit crying. The hell is wrong with you? Points deducted. He shouts, suddenly breaking character. With an exaggerated growl, he shouts, "Hey. You can't just come up to someone bawling their eyes out like they're about to dehydrate saying man the fuck up, you idiot. Didn't your mother teach you how to handle kids?" Of course, the tick mark on Bakugo is evident. If he doesn't do something fast, he'll act just like when they were at that school of Kautas. After what happened to Best Jeanist, you'd think he'd try harder. Remembering his experience, Izuku walks forth pulling Bakugo back. Just remember the times you helped people before. Just calm down, we'll save you right away. Are you kidding me? Points deducted. Wait, what? The kid comes out of his act to reprimand the Emerald protagonist now. First off, just like Spiky over there, you can't approach someone so casually, you gotta be slow at first. Also, do you expect anyone to feel safe around you when they can't even see your face? You might as well be a villain. Sighing in a half-groan, Izuku quickly thinks of a solution that came to him thanks to advice granted by Sir Night-Eye and says, don't worry about how I look. You see, I needed to be a hero, otherwise, I look like I was bitten by a radioactive avocado. And you already know how bad its complexion is. Huh? The kid then flinches, realizing he's back in character. He pats his face and resumes the act, fake crying like before but less. If you ever saw it, you'd probably take a bite out of my face. Izuku laughs, his joke making the victim calm down just a little. He then stretches a hand over his head and pulls off his mask, revealing his smiling face. Don't worry. I'll save you right away, kid. I bet your mom and dad are worried sick. The kid accepts Izuku's hand and allows himself to be carried in his arms. Nice adapting. As Izuku takes off with the boy, Bakugo watches with a truly blank expression as Momo comes back lifting a grown man fireman style. Noticing his face, she asks, Bakugo, what's wrong? Nothing is his only reply. Shortly, Izuku reaches the safe zone and comes before Ishido. Yo, Midoriya. She waves to him as he gives the child over to her. Ooh, a pretty girl, says the child as he gawks at the girl who has him held. Izuku watches as they go, before leaving to swing back to his team. Once there he notes a nearby dilapidated building with a missing entrance. Jiru and Bakugo are going to and joins them. There, Jiru presses her ear jacks onto the walls of the wrecked establishment and listens in. After a few seconds she says, I'm getting 3 heartbeats. 2 on the ground floor and 1 upstairs. I'll check upstairs. Izuku crawls along the side heading to the nearest opening, a single window composed of sharp broken glass. Up onto the second floor, he crawls around the floor looking around for the person who needs to be rescued. All he can see is torn bed sheets on a fallen apart bed, a cracked television stuck into the wall, ripped carpet, and a hanging light that gives it dim orange glow. "Hello?" he calls out. "Please, help." He hears someone shouting this out nearby, followed by harsh coughing. That's some good acting on her part. Izuku kneels, walking forward in the direction of her voice to a bed, noticing the woman is stuck underneath it. He grabs the bed and lifts it with ease, grafting it on his shoulder. Once held up, he shoots a web line up at the wall, attaching it to the bed. With her free, he lifts the woman in his arms, bridal style. Even though she has some visible damage to her, this brunette lady is still a sight to behold. Now that he thinks about it, she looks familiar. Wait, Momo. She opens her eyes, looking up in the spider's emerald eyes, a deep blush forming on his face. Ah. He turns red at her flushed appearance, shaking his head to calm down. It must be some quirk of hers or something. He then says, "Don't worry, I'll take you to get some help." She reaches up and hugs the boy, shoving his face deep into her white shirt cleavage. Momo. "It's okay," she whispers sensually. "I have all the help I need in front of me, Spidey-sama." Eh? The spider boy flinches when his spider sense turns on. He quickly pushes her away as he winces in pain, quickly holding his face. Meanwhile, the woman stands just a few feet away holding a knife. "Who are you?" "Wouldn't you like to know, Spidey?" she speaks, mouth wide open as she licks her teeth. "I just had to see you again, and she said this appearance would lower your guard." "I would love to see more of you again, but for now," she moves closer to the only window in the room. "By Izuku Midoriya." Wait. She jumps out, dodging a shot of webbing. Izuku pulls himself to the window and looks around for her. Nothing. He then climbs out the window, looking around for whoever it was. Where did she go? "Hey Deku." Izuku looks down at Bakugo carrying an old man on his back. "Get a move on. Where's the person up above?" He still looks around for the woman, before facing Bakugo. Before he could complete his words and warn them of the potential danger going on during this test, an explosion goes off, taking their attention away in many random places of the training city. Once the destruction blankets the city in noise, all activity takes a screeching halt. The group stops their actions to look at the incident happening near the first aid station where the victims are being gathered. A glance can detail it as a group of villains led by the No.10 hero gang Orca. On the intercom, Mara says, "Villains have launched a large-scale terrorist attack. They have appeared and started their pursuit. Continue with your rescue efforts and suppress the villains at once." The lesser villains around him take out guns and shoot the area and the heroes in training, as the big guy himself speaks. "When it comes to protecting the people in the cities, a hero's job is complex and multifaceted. There is the actual rescuing and the dealing with enemies." One heroine gets covered in the cement shot at her and falls. "Now, which of these will you do, heroes?" They're at the safe zone. Shindo takes center stage, shoving his hands into the ground to release a shockwave into the earth that travels to Gang Orca and his men. He then turns to the others, shouting, "Get everyone to safety. If they hurt a single person, our mission is a bust." The vibrations. Gang Orca moves in close to him in almost a blink of an eye. Before the vibrating hero in training could react, the killer whale man releases a sonic wave that hits him point blank. "How's that beat for you?" How he falls back, stunned and twitchy. "Just because I'm wearing these weights," says the killer whale hero as he clenches a fist, "doesn't mean you can underestimate me." He looks at his left peripheral as a wave of ice comes his way. He roars, releasing a hypersonic wave to shatter it with ease. From its point of origin is Todoroki, annoyed at how powerful this guy's waves are. Todoroki. Gang Orca snaps his fingers, and his men move to the safe zone as other heroes are moving citizens to safety. Another stream of ice travels at them, only for Gang Orca to step in the wave and block it with his sonic wave. The pseudo-villain's men march to the safe zone with their cement guns, until a tremendous wind blows onto the scene, pushing them back. The cause of this is a hero in training floating in the air atop a platform made of wind. "AHA. You won't be getting a single step further." Over at the safe zone, among the heroes escorting people to safety is Izuku. He stops to take a look at the battlefield, noticing that Todoroki is using fire. But sadly, the combination of wind and heat is repelling one another. Even worse, they're arguing with one another, which leaves Todoroki open to being hit by a cement gun. He hands over the little girl he has over to Iida before saying, "I'll go help them out. You guys finish this up." Izuku runs to the battlefield just as the two fire off their respective quirks. In a repeat of what happened earlier, the two elements split apart. But here he spots the flames heading to the preparatory vibrating hero who still can't move. 5%. Without thinking, he leaps in the air at the man while circulating one for all through his body and stretches his right hand out to fire a web line. It sticks to the teenager and the spider pulls him in the air, so he narrowly avoids the flames coming his way. He grabs the guy while mid-air, spinning as a result. Izuku lands with a screech before laying the guy down. He turns back to the two who were fighting and angrily shouts, "What are you two doing? We have to work together." He checks down at the guy he rescued, who looks shocked by what he saw. That was a web. Uh-oh. Izuku did just expose his webs, which he kept in reserve in case he needed them. Well, no point in worrying about his secret identity, he needs to pass this exam, or else he can't do either. Well, Izuku Midoriya, speaks Gang Orca as he eyes the spider boy approaching the battlefield. Two fingers point to the boy before he focuses on the previous fighters who failed to stop him. The sea mammal approaches Todoroki with an arm stretched before he turns quickly to the aerial hero and fires a shockwave. He tries to move away with the wind but gets pushed back into the sonic wave's path by a blast of cement. Paralyzed, the guy hits the ground painfully. Gang Orca then turns his attention back to Todoroki and hits him with a point-blank sonic wave. He then looks back to witness Izuku having beaten down the two who fired at him easily and is coming at him doing a flying sidekick. Izuku contacts the orca's forearm and flips over it, landing on his shoulder back. Well, I already exposed myself. He then shoots webs down at his face to cover the pseudo-villain's eyes. With him blind, he hops off to grab Todoroki and moves away. The spider, unfortunately, couldn't get 2 feet away before stepping back to avoid a blast of cement fired at him. He spots the lesser villains have their guns trained on him and Gang Orca has removed the webbing. The only other people who could do so through pure physical strength were Muscular, as well as Trapezius while drugged, putting him well in their strength range. "Midoriya," says Todoroki, groaning as he tries to speak, "this isn't your battle." "You sound like Iida," he replies, laying the paralyzed teen down. "This is everyone's fight, not yours. If you think otherwise then you might as well go job hunting." Izuku walks away from Todoroki facing Gang Orca and his men, dispelling one for all. "Once you've got your priorities straight, get back up and help me. That goes for you two over there." He glances over to the Windman before going into the fray. September 9th, 1312. A little far outside of the stadium, a blonde girl can be seen walking outside away past the parking lot. She dazzles at the vial of a small amount of blood in her hands, her face red and golden eyes sparkling with ecstasy. I got it. Before she could amaze further on what she possesses, it's yanked out of her grasp by a thin web line into the air. From up above, the ghost spider hangs upside down in wait. "Oh, hello ghost." The spider girl pockets it. "How was he?" "Every bit as wonderful as you mentioned." Her hands clasp to her face as the heat on her burns brighter. "Thank you for this break." She then skips back off as the spider girl watches. "I gotcha now, Shigaraki." Back to action. Todoroki has been having the worst day ever. Ever since his loss to Bakugo, he has been trying his best to overcome the darkness left in his past. The scars of what his father did to his mother remain on his face, and the hatred that is amassed from it has made him dedicate to surpassing his father without using his quirk. But the fact of the matter is both of them are right. Instead of focusing on what's important, he instead jeopardized his chances because he couldn't learn to let go. Because of that, he's got another scar to prove he was a fool. You still have a long way to understanding what it truly means to be a hero, because letting people around you suffer because of your selfishness makes you the furthest thing from one. This event has been the biggest of the wake-up calls, and the biggest start for his desire to overcome his problems. His first real step to progress, and the only reason he has ever used his left side at all. He even started way before visiting his mother in the hospital. That's why it's a bit of a shock to realize how bad his hatred has been left in him once he and the rest of his class touch down at Takoba National Stadium and have run into rival after rival. That in and of itself is of no hindrance, except for a big ball of wind who loved UA named Inasa Yurashi introduced himself during the break between parts 1 and 2 of the test. I was in the recommendations. But I turned it down. While looking back at that moment, he should have remembered him as the guy who tied with him, and why wouldn't he? He's loud, annoying, and very shameless. He's Bakugo if he was as polite as Iida. But every time their eyes would pass each other he would notice a look of hatred. Then he told him as honestly as possible why. No one with hatred in their heart can ever be a hero. You're just another endeavor waiting to happen. That hurt him the most. It's almost a reminder that no matter what he does, he's too far gone. If he gives up now, he'll never reach his goal of being a hero his mother can be proud of. Even more, he'll never overcome his darkness. In between this, he appeared and took over his thoughts, Izuku Midoriya, otherwise known as the Spider-Man. Having had no interaction with the guy, only first knowing him from the likes of Yaoi Rozu gushing over him and the advice others have received from him, the first time he saw him was when he was delivering something to that pink-haired girl from the support course that got far. There, a slight hint was delivered that he was Spider-Man, and so much evidence kept piling up with that thought in mind to make him realize it's true. From what he knew before, Midoriya was quirkless despite having the powers of a spider. Well, there's a humorous story behind it. Midoriya had not attended hero school and instead became a vigilante, despite so much of the media picking on him. He had even less of a reason to be a hero than him, and he perseveres regardless. Here he is now, trying to earn a license to legitimize his actions and be a hero. He's this close to making that happen. What are you two doing? We have to work together. He even had the nerve to reprimand him, the right to. If he had been paying attention and bothered changing tactics to complement the cooling wind, they would have taken out Gang Orca by now. Unlike Urashi, he has another option. Well, it's not too late to fix my mistake. Todoroki glances up after finishing his soliloquy to focus on Izuku still in battle against Gang Orca and his men. His eyes spot Urashi giving him the same look. Clearly, he has the same idea. With Izuku, he is busy jumping and flipping over sonic waves and cement bullets. Landing into a crouch stance, he faces Gang Orca. The biggest threat is him, but without any help, he'll seal me in cement sooner or later. "Men," speaks the killer whale hero as he raises his hand, "aim all at once." His men draw their weapons and point at Izuku. If they all fire at the same time, he can dodge it. But without any tall structures for his webs, he's bound to get hit by cement if they shoot him carefully. I need to do this smart. Cover your eyes, Deku. Before he could take action, up above everyone sees that a grenade is launched up in the air over his head. He puts his trust in the voice who spoke and looks down. The rocket explodes and turns into a blinking yellow light. Bright enough it is that the villains shroud their eyes and squeal in pain. Izuku then looks up and spots Bakugo, Iida and Ejiro jumping over him into the battlefield. "Ejiro. Iida. Don't be surprised," shouts Ejiro Akatailman, the tailed teenager moving forth to spin before one of the foe villains. Twisting to the left, his tail slams into the bad guy's face and sends him flying over. "We're all aiming to be heroes, so there's no way we wouldn't do this," adds Iida Aka Ingenium as steam blows from the exhausts coming out of his legs. Using this boost in speed, he sweeps a villain off his feet and kicks him into a group of others. A few of the villains start to recover their sights. One aims Izuku and fires, his cement bullet blocked with ease, courtesy of a shadow claw attack from Tokoyami's iconic Dark Shadow. Bakugo lands next to Izuku, glaring at him. "You get those civs moving. We'll hold them off." "Eh?" Izuku looks to his rival in shock. "You sure?" The walking nuke gets up in his face with a scowl only a mother could hate. "You're pretty damn mobile with your fucking webs and jumping. Who else but you?" "Okay. Thinking about it, that's a good suggestion." He can leave this to the more fighting-oriented quirks while he aids in the rescuing. He then takes off heading to the rescue zone. Over with Gang Orca, he drops Todoroki and moves forward to Inasa. Might as well finish him off and then go help the others. As he storms forth, he stops when his body starts to sweat. That's when it explodes upward, a torrent of flames trapped in a wall of wind. "So that's it, you two recognized your foolishness and are trying to make up for it." While the battle continues, the Shadow Bird moves in close, beating back two villains who tried to get past the front line. Ashido flips and spins in the air and releases acid from her fingers to melt down their cement guns. "Keep it up," she shouts, throwing some acid to disable the guns. They're almost done. Still, within the tornado inferno, Gang Orca takes out a bottle of water he left on the side and dumps it out on his dark-skinned face. This is indeed a dim situation. My men are being taken down, and I'm being hit over and over by waves of heat. Anyone else would have given up by now. But, in the off chance you have to play a card, you should always prepare the next one. His red tinter eyes his Nero as he roars, releasing a sonic blast to blow away the flames finally. "So, what's your next plan?" he shouts, directing his steaming face at Inasa. Sadly, their response internally matches up. "None. That was our last trump." "Hey Willy." Bakugo shoots himself forward in the air, coming up close to Gang Orca just after his second wind. He makes the OK sign with one hand and places his other hand's palm behind it. I hope you got theft insurance because I'm about to own your ass. The light of his quirk can be seen on his end before he fires. AP shot. An explosive blast concentrated into a single point fires out. This super move hits hard enough to send Gang Orca backward and send chips of metal debris in the air. He falls to the ground in a skid, correcting himself into a crouch. His right arm that took most of the damage shows a broken gauntlet. Time. Everyone ends up stopping in their tracks as Mara calls out on the loudspeaker. At this moment, all the HUC who were deployed have been rescued from the danger zone. Each of them looks up to the sky as the news is broadcasted. With this, all the provisional license exam procedures have been completed. Izuku inhales relief at the exam finally being completed. After we tally the scores, we will announce them on the screen here for all of you to see. Whoever has sustained injuries should go to the infirmary. The rest change your clothes and wait. Over in the stands, Ms. Joke grins with awe watching the students all file away. She rests her head on her hand saying, "This was an interesting crop. How many of yours do you think will pass this year, Eraser?" Looking next to her, she notes the empty seat. A quick look over and she spots the introvert has made a beeline for the exit. Despite that, she waves him off. "Okay. I'll see you in June." Time passes until it's 2 p.m. All the students who have made it to the top 100 all look at the screen before them within the battlefield they once fought inside. Soon the screen turns on, and amidst a blue light, they each quickly scan their names. Momo, quick to notice that their names are listed by their surnames, immediately scans to the very end to find her name in the category. And there she finds it, Momo Yaoi Rozu, as one of the many who have passed. Hard work finally paid off, she cheers, as do the rest of them. Phew. Jiru says with a sigh. There I am. Is Iida's proud statement. Fuck yeah. Shouts Bakugo with a grin, pointing in the air the moment he sees his name in the ba. Shocker. Izuku meanwhile is streaming his eyes up and down the screen looking for his name. Until. Yes. I made it. He yells with excitement. Though he stops to cover his mouth, looking at the others who are also just as exuberant as he is. He then smiles while looking for more names, and quickly spots Yaoi Rozu there. He turns to Momo and gives a high five. "Congrats on passing," she says to her beloved. "You too." The two look around and notice plenty of their classmates have also passed. Though once Izuku's eyes happen upon Todoroki and his solemn gaze, he can tell he didn't exactly get what he was hoping. "Todoroki," they both say in perfect unison. The two walk over to the fire and ice user, before. "Todoroki." They stop just as someone else comes over. It is Inasa, dressed in his school uniform that also includes the leather hat. "I love that hat," says Kami looking at him. He glares at him, his eyes turning to sincerity slowly, before taking a stance at attention. With all his might at a speed no one saw coming, he slams his skull deep into the stone floor with enough force that a thud could be heard. "I'm sorry." But the Izuku says with a flinch. "I'm sorry," Inasa continues. "It's my fault you didn't pass. I was so narrow-minded that I didn't bother trying to work with you. I became exactly what I hated. I'm sorry." The son of Endeavor blankly stares down at him. A side glance follows before he frowns, also feeling a large amount of guilt. "It's not entirely your fault. Had I not been so filled with hatred, none of this would have happened. But there were some other things I realized thanks to you confronting me directly too. I have a ways to go before I can become a true hero." He then turns his eyes over to Izuku. "I'll take what you two have shown me to heart." The spider stares back at his new friend, giving a nod to him in affirmation. On September 1707. Finally free, the provisional license exams have concluded. Mara is off taking a long-deserved sleep somewhere. Azawa has finally escaped the terror that is Ms. Joke. All the students who have partaken in the exam are either gone or going. And Izuku. Yua. Our spider vigilante has finally evolved into a semi-hero. Here he stands to look at the provisional license authorizing hero activity card with his name and face on it, moisture hitting the card with each passing second. "Izuku, are you okay?" He recovers just enough to look over at his girlfriend, who comes over carrying her hero case. She looks more joyous than worried for someone asking that question. "It's just I finally did it." He shows her his ID. "I finally made it. After all those people who hated me, who told me I was wrong, who believed I would never amount to anything, I'm now a hero." Never in her life has she seen such happiness on his face. He looks so innocent, so pure, so sweet. "I'm just so glad I'm here. Even more, I kept my promise to Ichako after all. Achako, Momo repeats, eyes turning downtrodden at the mention of her name. Of course, he still cares for her. You have matured a bit. Yeah, the boy takes a moment to accept that bit of praise before the now wide-eyed teenager takes out his phone immediately and proceeds to take a picture. I gotta show mom and All Might as soon as possible. Do that, the girl sighs. So mature. Momo slips away the card out of his grasp to look at it. Hero name. The amazing Deku. She practically swoons. You really took my words to heart. You helped me out a lot after all. He takes the card back and smiles at her. I can't use Spiderman, and this name is far more similar to who I want to be as a hero. That's true. That kind of has to be a secret now. At that, a thought occurs to the boy's mind. Secret now would be the best time to tell her. Momo, that reminds me. The rich girl's attention, having never left her adorable boyfriend, reopens to give her a front row seat to the next set of words to come out his mouth. During the test when I was up in that building, there was this girl who attacked me. An almost automatic response he notes as her expression takes a drop in kindness. It is the same expression she gave when he first mentioned Black Cat. But, she looked like you. Pardon? This is in English. She looked exactly like you, but acted nothing like you, he adds, taking in a breath. She must be with the VI. The VI? After the exam ended, I've been spending a good amount of time thinking over why she could copy your appearance, and the only thing that makes sense is that she has a quirk that allows someone to transform into them. That's surprising, but also possible. A quirk that transforms someone into another person. That's my surmise, yes, he replies in a murmur. All quirks have a form of restriction on it that makes them different and more unique. So, if it's a quirk that transforms one into another, then it would probably require something to match that person's appearance. Maybe it's like a mirror image and she needs to face you to copy it. Or maybe she requires your DNA to transform into a proper duplicate. But does it also copy quirks? Can it murmur? Interesting. Momo speaks while going along with his murmuring. But, that also gives me another thought, one that I realized the minute I saw her. A scene replays in his head back when he was in Kamino Ward that night, trying not to get murdered by Shigaraki. A man who possessed a quirk very similar if not identical to Shimura. Tenko Shimura was arrested and locked away for possible connections to the villain alliance, but what if it wasn't him? What if he was framed? As Momo comes to this disturbing revelation, Itsuka Kendo comes up to the two. "Yaoi Rozu," she says, calling their attention. "Oh, Kendo," says the rich girl. But, noticing her expression as sullen as an obscure reference, she can tell Kendo isn't in a joyful mood despite having passed. What's wrong? The girl with orange hair takes out her phone and shows a video, which has an image of Kantoi. Peering over, both Momo and Izuku cover their mouths in horror, seeing the gruesome scene. Iwabami hangs over her agency, covered in blood, and held up crucified for all to see. Around her neck hangs a sign that reads, "For a better world." Chapter 41. September 11th, 4:23 p.m. It's a brisk yet tepid pre-autumn day. The greenery that once lasted through summer has started to become brown. Children have already started going back to school. And on this day, Izuku Midoriya can be found standing outside in the daylight amidst others at a graveyard. He looks down at a hole in the dirt where a coffin has been placed. It is finally done. After so long waiting and hoping for the day of his return subsequent a decade of his absence, Izuku can now accept the fact that his father will never return to him again. No matter how he'll try, he'll never be able to forget him. Izuku. The boy turns around to face Momo approaching him, his partner in crime also dressed in black to go along the theme. "I'm sorry you had to suffer through another funeral." "It's okay, Momo," he tells her, taking his hand. "I'll do everything I can to accept this and move on. I mean, someone my age would lose a few people they care about, right? It's only natural." That's not a healthy way to look at it. The two then walk away to join up with the rest of their party. Over with Inko, she stands with Eri in a green hair wig and a band-aid to cover her horn, Mitsuki, Masaru, and Toshinori, as many a mumble and murmur go off in the background. They range from questioning why All Might is there, passive-aggressively insulting Hisashi for being dragon, and wondering how much blood money the villain left his family. It's a wonder why they're even here. Izuku joins up with Toshinori, his face showing a much better tomorrow fragrance than before. He says, "Yagi, thank you for coming here." "Thank you for not calling me All Might," he replies, giving the gun finger pose before chuckling. "But seriously, I wanted nothing more than to be here. You're both a part of my life now, and it's hard to imagine it now without." Izuku, Inko speaks, getting their attention. Mitsuki, Masaru and I are going to take Yuri home. You two have other things to do today. Yuri looks up from hiding behind Inko and goes to Izuku, hugging his hand. The boy takes a knee and pats the girl's head. I'll see you when I get back, Yuri. Okay, Papa, she says with a heart-melting smile, squeezing his hand. She then lets go and leaves with Inko and the others. Over in the distance, Bakugo stands by an escort vehicle next to Cementus. But from where he is, he sees Izuku and Yagi as chummy as ripped meat for sharks to eat. I better go too, says Momo as she looks over at where Bakugo and her teacher are. She leans down slightly to kiss Izuku on the cheek. I'll see you later. I'll see you too, Momo. He watches as his girlfriend leaves with Bakugo back to UA. From what he remembers Momo telling him, the dormitory system has been made ever since all those traumatic events of the students being attacked by villains, as well as being a major target for the VI. Now everywhere they wish to go, a teacher from the school has to escort them back and forth. It's an acceptable system, but what he finds weird is that no one has attempted onto Toshinori despite the world knowing he's All Might now. It's as if no one wants to fight him anymore now that he's weak. With Izuku and Toshinori, the two sit together by a creek not far from where the funeral was being held. The two gaze out at the waterway where fish and birds flock. Soon, Izuku breaks the silence. Yagi, I wanted to ask you about Shimura. I don't think he's the real Shigaraki. I don't think he is either, he replies to the spider, taking him by surprise. You don't? Tsukauchi, me, and a majority of us at UA including Nezu, don't believe that he's the villain who commanded Muscular to attack you and sent those villains to attack USJ. Sadly, we can't just let him go. Why not? If he's innocent then. These also are only led to Shigaraki. The former pro tenses his fingers and rests his face against them. Back when I met him when he had Endeavor by the throat, he said something. He told me that I let Shimura die, which is something that only All for One would know. The same Nana Shimura who is Tenko Shimura's grandmother. I believe there's more to their connection than that. Your grandfather despises me, so it's no surprise that he would spite me by making her family suffer. But then I realized something, what if he got to Kotaro too? Kotaro? Kotaro Shimura, Nana's son. He sighs leaning back. When her husband died, she put Kotaro in foster care and made us promise to never get involved with him. And until her death, I never pursued him. He now runs a multi-billion-dollar company called Astro Corporation. That's when it hits him. Here, Izuku's mind starts piecing together information already known together into a truth puzzle in his brain. Flabbergasted, he says, Astro Corporation, that was the place where I got the spiders, and it was run by the guy whose son was accused as Shigaraki. Exactly. Toshinori looks further into the confines of his mind. When I delivered the spider to David, I had Tsukauchi look for the spiders at the exhibit, but we didn't find any of them. According to the staff, they were recalled after one of them escaped. Oops. Izuku looks aside in shame, squinting his eyes. Of course, they would hide it, they knew the spiders were poisonous, and if even one got out and melted someone by biting them, that'd be a lawsuit. Even without the spiders, you saving Erie that day also put Astro Corporation under heavy suspicions. There is definite evidence between them and the VI, but we just can't prove it. Not to mention, Kotaro Shimura had an alibi that night. Here, the boy gives his mentor a more determined expression. He may just have the final piece to this puzzle. If you think about it, I don't think he has one. The adult glances at Izuku in surprise as he continues. What if there was a villain on his side who had a quirk that could transform? By the way, you say that I feel you know something I don't. During the provisional license exams, I got attacked by a villain who had a quirk that made her, I guess, look exactly like Momo. She had Momo's appearance, voice, and even the feel of her skin, but activated my spider sense like any other enemy. He flicks his cheek where he was once slashed, the mark was gone thanks to his impressive healing. She came specifically to attack me and ran off after cutting my cheek, knowing that I was Spider-Man. She did. Toshinori gets up in shock, staring down the fearful spider boy. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I told Gang Orca when the exam was over. I figured he'd tell you. He didn't. Well, that's something he needs to figure out. The former symbol of peace forms the puzzle left in his mind and adds a piece of information the boy gave him. This explains everything now. But this does open the case. I'll speak to Nezu right away. Toshinori gets up and heads off, or is about to. Seeing Izuku still sitting, he reaches down and pats his shoulder. Thank you, Midoriya. The boy's eyes meet that unending smile the skeletal hero can deliver even in this decrepit state, and returns his own. Thank you for being the type to believe in their friend. He then walks away. Sitting alone for the moment, staring down at the oval creek leading away, Izuku leans forward while taking a moment to truly breathe. With so much happening, he has only a few moments where he could sit back and take in the situation around him, and thanks to Momo, he was able to get rid of the stress that comes with it. But now, as he looks at himself in the waking water, he takes a minute to understand his reality in a way he never bothered to notice. Around this time a year ago, he was a quirkless nobody who had aspirations that he would never have accomplished aside from one, removing himself from the equation to give his mother a better life. A little after would find him a boy with spider powers that he would use to become a vigilante, so he wouldn't let someone die because he didn't do something to stop it. Now, almost a year later, he is a hero in training and has proven everyone who told him no wrong. Well, except for one person. Because in the end, Kaken was right. Had he not gotten those powers, he'd probably go the way of all ashamed samurai. He would have never met All Might a second time. Kuri would be experimented on horribly. Mandalay would have died trying to kill Muscular. And he would never have met Momo. He would never have met Ichako either. Speaking of which, he gets up and walks away, returning to the graveyard. After his return, the boy walks through the stones. I figured I would speak to her before I left. It has been a while. Soon, Izuku gets closer to his friend's gravestone before standing right in front of it. A sweet wind blows by him. It fills him with a sense of serenity. A dragon filled with distraught and anger, now at peace with accomplishment, the boy can only describe his life at the time as such. Hey there, Ichako. He takes a knee before the stone. Well, I finally did it. I might have gotten derailed here and there, but I managed to do it. He digs into his wallet and pulls out his hero license. I can finally be a hero. Here's skydive into the earth. If only you could have been there to see it. To get one yourself. So you can help your family. He wipes his face clean. I'll be there to make up for it and become a hero you can be proud of, so maybe one day you can forgive me. The boy puts his wallet and it away. Then again, you probably already have. And all my dreams are just my insecurities and regrets from when I was a quirkless loser trying to kill me. Momo said that your death wasn't my fault, and she may be right. Stalking after these words is a powerful sigh. It'd be nice if you could say that to me. If only for closure. After a long moment for prayer, standing tall with hands together and head knelt, Izuku turns around. He then takes off, no longer weighed down. He has yet to receive orders, but for the time being, he needs to prepare for whenever his first mission is. Which means, he should have his costume within reach. Sadly, the green spider boy is unaware of the person watching him from afar. If he did, he could have seen this woman removing her mask, covering her mouth along with her face hidden within the forest of blonde. Each second passes as she whimpers, staring upon the boy. September 11th, 6:54 p.m. Within the fading twilight of the day, Izuku Midoriya can be found within the walls of UA High, dressed cleanly in more casual clothing, as opposed to the funeral tuxedo he was given. He reaches the support course room and knocks. The metal doors open up, and Melissa steps out facing him with a cherry-faced smile. Hello. Melissa. She reaches behind her and pulls out a metal suitcase. I knew you were coming, so I brought you this ahead of time. The blonde hands over the suitcase, allowing Izuku to procure the metal case. Your hero suit. You still haven't explained that, says the boy. Well, I can track where you are in the world through my spider sense. That's how I knew you were coming. I don't feel that with you though. It's how I found out where you were back during the Expo, she adds. At that, a thought occurs to the boy. That reminds me, at the Expo, do you remember Hitomi Yatsu? Briefly she replies, narrowing her eyes at the memory of the rude daughter of Wolfram. I haven't seen her since the expo, and I was a little worried. Did you? No, I didn't, is her quick reply, the busty girl turning around, crossing her arms under her chest. I've never seen her since either. Sadly, I don't think she'd be on our side. Hitomi struck me as unwilling to change, just like her father. Even before he made those arms. Izuku looks back at her with a piece of confusion in his face. Arms? Remember those metal arms that Yatsu used on you and Uncle Might? Painfully, of course, he knows she means the tentacle arms. Those arms are the final product of prosthetic arm replacements. Instead of making simple arms, he built tentacles that would allow more than the body permitted. They move at neural speeds faster than 1 nanosecond, that surpasses any signal the human body can emit. But, to accomplish that task, they came with a downside. I think I know where this is going. The neural interface that connects his brain to the harness and controls the arms were made by Yatsu with help from a Dr. Tsubasa. Tsubasa? Izuku remembers that name. It is the name of his pediatrician, the same person who told him that he was quirkless. Why does he have a connection to something involving mechanics? Does it have something to do with neural transmitters? The neural interface was sadly imperfect, and as they got closer to getting it to work, he overlooked flaws that Papa noticed. When he first used it, it deteriorated his mind. She shakes her head. That may be why he ended up like that. Yikes, Izuku sighs before adjusting the suitcase in his hand. Well, I better go. School's tomorrow, and I need this on hand should I get the call. Of course. See you later, Deku. She gives him a wink, making the boy blush once more. Getting his act together, Izuku leaves down the hall. With the suit, he can now dress up and leave immediately once his school day ends whenever he's pulled onto a job. As he makes his way out the front door, he stops short in front of Bakugo standing in his way. Though surprised, he says, "Oh, Kaken." Deku? The blonde nuke grabs hold of his shirt's right short sleeve and drag him away. Hey? Let's go. We're having a fucking conversation. From the after-storm expression on his former bully's face, Izuku could tell this was serious. Normally, he could just brush him off because of his spider strength, but this feels like something that needs to be said. Now within the gymnasium where once upon a time they practiced their super moves, Bakugo releases the spider boy and faces him. Izuku stands with anticipation watching his movement, fully expecting him to either scream his head off or attack him. Instead, he turns around to face him with a pacified expression that he has never seen before. For the first time in probably his entire life, Bakugo the walking nuke has been defused. You know, we've never had a chance to talk in private since I was laid up. He must be referring to when they were at the hospital when Shigaraki showed up. Well, that thing with Mr. Yagi happened, and I don't think it was the right time for talking. And it's not like you like hanging around me. And yet you still end up in front of my eyes. He glares at this point. Deku, why do you still associate with me? What are you talking about? Remember when I told you that your girlfriend told me you ran into Gigan? And you ran out before we could continue talking about it? I did. He thinks back to it. Oh yeah, I did. He grabs his shirt collar. I treated you like garbage for so long, ever since we found out your quirkless ass could do nothing. She even reminded me of that thing I said, something a hero should never say to anyone, and I had completely forgotten about it until at that moment. He looks defeated here. All you have to do is say the word and I'm fucking expelled. That guy can even go back to Aldera and look into what I did. So why? Izuku's eyes roam his bully before he pushes his hand off. Speaking with the stern and confidence that he's received from the many boners his girlfriend has given him, he says, what good would that do? Huh? What good would getting you expelled do for me besides reversing our situations and giving me the Schadenfreude feeling? His eyebrows focus downward. You're right, Kitsuki, you don't deserve to be a hero for what you've done to me. So many days have gone on forever where I contemplated that swan dive. And after what All Might said to me, I accepted that option and even planned to wait until that school trip happened and my life changed. With everything that's happened, I realized I need you there with me. I need to prove to you that I can be a hero, that I wasn't a worthless person below a background extra, that you were wrong about me and anyone who was either quirkless or had a weak quirk. He looks down at Bakugo's prosthetic hand. Ever since our fight and that hand of yours was taken off, I started seeing a side of you that I could actually enjoy being around. Just like when we were younger before your powers got to your head. And I may be stupid for trying to bring that part of you back, but that's what I want. And if it's impossible, then I'll just move on with my life. I still have Momo, Mom, Eri, Mandalay, Jiru, Ida, and the other friends I've made ever since I became Spider-Man, and if she's right, then I'll accept it. Yeah, that rich girl got you wrapped around her finger, Bakugo says with a snort. He then turns serious again and asks, was that the only reason? That Izuku briefly pauses, before closing his eyes to sigh, and no one would believe me. Oh, bullshit. You got plenty of. There is no evidence, he snaps, stopping Bakugo cold in his tracks. You've realized your behavior. You know that you were wrong now. But if you think about it, any adult would know that just by watching. I've told on you plenty of times before I gave up, and not a single teacher did a damn thing about it. The bit of anger can be felt in that last second, scaring back Bakugo's slight. You bullied me along with Nobita, Tsubasa, and Gigan, but you all got away with it. Not a single adult punished you guys or did anything to help me out. In a world where no one can use their quirks in public places or even in school, you still did whatever you wanted, all because you had the highest chance of becoming a hero out of anyone else. Even if Izawa or the others would go back and check, there'd be no adult to speak out against you. A tick mark forms on the ash-blonde teen's head. He seethes. Are you trying to tell me that my reputation was forged? That I was groomed this invincible future #1 hero better than anyone else simply because of my quirk? That is exactly what he's saying. Both teens jump back in shock at the new voice speaking. They look over to see Izawa standing together with Mandalay, Urashino Sasaki, out of uniform. Izawa. Mandalay. I told you to stop calling me that, she tells him, the boy cupping his mouth embarrassed. Bakugo, everything Midoriya said is true, because that's exactly what we did. You did? Sasaki and I are agents, says the Erasure hero. Agent heroes can do undercover work that a regular pro hero stuck in the spotlight is unable to, and looking into future students that we would allow into our ranks is one of them. In my report, every teacher gave you nothing but praise, while the students revealed your true nature. Strangely, not one of them mentioned you picking on a quirkless boy or bullying in general, even though that was exactly your type of character. You knew that about. I don't expel students for stupid reasons. If you're as incorrigible as that Ganretsu, you'd have never set foot on this campus ever again. We let you stay to change that behavior, because beneath all that you still desire to be a hero. That is who we wanted in this school. While Bakugo looks down with remorse and serenity, Izuku remains confused. Something doesn't add up. He approaches the hobo hero and asks, you said you interviewed him by asking students who know him, right? But, why was the first time we ever met in my room for that 9-question interview? Sasaki narrows an eye to him. You were in his room? I was sleeping, is his retort. It was the first time we've ever met, make no mistake, because when I said they made no mention of a quirkless boy that he bullied I meant it. It was almost as if you were non-existent. Of course, that only means one thing, they kept him as far away from Izawa as possible, which makes sense considering how much they don't like him. They probably even bribed the kids not to mention him. It only makes him more depressed, realizing no one would miss him if he died. So where does that leave me now? Asks Bakugo, clearly pulling the conversation back to where it started. You know now, so why am I still here? Because I don't expel for stupid reasons, says Izawa. I watched you during the license exams and looked over your reports. You knew your faults and tried to change by following the example of the one person you dislike most. That shows how much you wish to be better. Besides, it'd be pretty cruel for you to lose your hand and not have a chance anymore. That'd be a rip, mutters Izuku while looking aside. Sasaki places a hand around her mouth, choking her chuckle. Izawa then approaches Bakugo. On the other hand, you have been avoiding counseling lessons for your injuries and need to participate before I can let you continue. Some issues can't go away simply by ignoring them. What? A long drawn out what comes out of the walking nuke's mouth. Anyway, I have to go. School's tomorrow. Izuku lifts his suitcase over his back and walks off. He stops for a minute to look back at Bakugo. Kakin, I'll see you later. You better, Deku, he tells him before his rival leaves. As he goes, passing through the front door of the main campus, Izuku stops when he hears footsteps following him. He spots Sasaki coming up after him. Midoriya, hold it. What's wrong? Before he could register it, the woman has wrapped her arms around his head. His heart flutters like an ice butterfly floating through a field of snow flowers. Her flesh pressed against his face with the only barrier being a sweater not even thick enough to keep him from feeling her warmth. His head, now a tomato, turns upward to face her. Mandalay. Call me Shino and, I'm so glad you made it in. She squeezes more before releasing, the scent of ginger leaving with her stepping back. The boy watches as the burgundy-haired cat lady leaves campus ahead of him, a skip in her step almost in his sight. Why is she so happy? Maybe there's something I'm missing. Same time, Tartarus. You know, it is the second semester of your alma mater. Instead of teaching your wonderful students, you decided to pay a visit to your murder crush. There is something I need to talk to you about, all for one. Over the seas of Japan, the maximum security prison Tartarus sits like an island turtle. Inside this fortified structure of darkness for the most heinous villains, Toshinori Yagi sits before the tempered glass in his Silver Age costume, which he cannot fit into. On the other side in an equally white room, there is all for one, Ryu Shigaraki. The heart-filled chuckle comes out from behind the glass, the villain staring face first before the former pro hero despite lacking eyes. This place is stifling, Toshinori. If I could see I'd go insane. I can't scratch the itch on my back against my chair without guns pointing at me, so much security for little old me. It's a wonder why they just don't end my life. That's too good for you. And yet here you are, my deflated anchor arms enemy, trying to have a conversation with me. Don't tell me you're still trying to be a hero. As if you'd want to talk about that. Why not? I'm trapped in this fake impel down with no one to have a decent conversation with. My only son has died. The only relative I have has no interest in visiting me. All I have to pass the time are memories of my youth, shows that have faded away when quirks became the norm, and memories of what your master has stolen continue to haunt me. Narrowing his already darkened eyes, Toshinori asks, who is Tamura Shigaraki? Why don't you figure it out yourself? Like how I did with your pupil. His teeth wider than the room he's chambered into, all for one laughs. I'm pretty sure you already know. Overhead, the security guard speaks, All Might, you have 5 minutes remaining. Sighing, Toshinori leans forward in his seat. You spent all this time collecting quirks, preserving that body beyond human understanding to live for the beginning of this era, controlling, exploiting and toying with people to what end? Here he bites down on his teeth. What good would telling you my goals do you? You have no intention of understanding me, and even if you did we'd still be at odds. If anything, I always admired the Demon King and wanted to be him, and like my little brother, you always wanted to be the hero. I reveled in the thought of being that person forever. Then why forge a successor? Why did you? His response is silence. The minute you realize your limits you have no choice but to set up a successor, someone who can reach your potential and surpass them. Unlike your successor, mine is an adult already able to make his decisions, that's why it pains me to think about what will happen next. Next. Toshinori watches as the man who has caused him so much suffering continues. As he does, he notices his face has started flaking, more than just dead skin, however. I have only so long to live. And once I'm gone, he shall gain what could have been his and become that which you have feared. Either that or Tamura will kill him. Regardless of how that works out, you have a much pressing matter at hand. The villain king chuckles in his seat. There are a large number of shadows that are coming out to blanket the world, not just because you've retired, but because I have too. And you'll be sitting back for the rest of your feeble days watching powerlessly as the world falls apart because of your efforts. Or at least until Tamura or Izuku kill you. All for One gains a wider grin. All Might, you have 2 minutes left, speaks the guard. Toshinori grips his fists tightly, shaking. What are you saying? Why don't you bring him over? We'll have a nice long chat about curses and bloodlines. Maybe then you can muster up enough strength to look at me threateningly. A loud thud can be heard on his end. Toshinori has his hand pressed against the glass with all his remaining force. All Might. Step away now. I have enough power left in me to finish you off, Demon King. I know the spiders were a failed attempt to save your body. It won't take much to snuff you out. All Might, stop. Shigaraki won't kill me, and neither will Midoriya. All for One lowers his lips covering up his teeth, still smiling. We shall see about that. September 17th, 3 p.m. Over at Jayaku High, Izuku walks through the halls carrying his backpack. Passing by a fork in the road, the boy notes a couple of seniors walking away. He sighs seeing no one he has been looking for. He continues to walk until reaching the room where his science club would gather. He peeks in to see the others, but once again he doesn't see Hitomi Yatsu. Where is she? Izuku walks away while thinking over students he's lost contact with. While walking, his phone goes off with a text. It's from Mandalay. Deku, your first task is up. What proceeds next is a location with the name Mirko next to it. Mirko? He mutters, shocked by her words. Your mission will be given to you there. Chapter 42. September 18th, 4:23 p.m. Well, here I am, Izuku says as he stands before the 2-story building that is the hero agency of Mirko, a nervous smile creeping on his face. He reaches up and knocks. The door opens immediately and reveals the rabbit heroine standing right in front of him in casuals, Izuku quickly moving out of the way to avoid his fingers getting smashed. The boy shakes off the sudden shock and waves. Mirko gives him a quick look over before gesturing him inside with her head, her simple action causing her ears to flop a bit in a very cute way. The boy enters. The front consists of a rather relaxing gym environment, which is completely against what he was expecting of her. It also has Sir Night-Eye standing at the front desk. Sir Night-Eye? Midoriya, speaks the serious hero staring at him. Mirko walks over after closing the door. So glad you could make it, Deku. Her tongue sticks out. It's like you want to get beat up. I'm fine with my name, he says proudly. So, she goes to the nearest punching bag and starts wailing on it. You're probably wondering why your first work on the apprenticeship is with me. I kind of am. To be honest, I don't usually take interns. Help is for the weak. But, didn't you take in Momoyae Rozu for a week? I just wanted to fight against the girl who could make ocelite, and I did. Was so worth it. She smiles at the memory of punching and kicking against a powerful metal. Even got some stuff made out of it. It's that kind of attitude that put you in this situation in the first place, is Sir Night-Eye's response. Mirko scoffs, thanks. Situation. She stops at Izuku's question. You know about Future Vision's quirk over there, right? She thumbs over to the hero. Of course. It allows him to see the future up to an hour, Izuku says to her. That's incorrect, is his response, looking at the two, surprising the boy. It only seems like an hour, but I can see far further ahead. The further I look, the harder it is to pinpoint when those events happen. Mirko shakes her head with disgust, glaring at him. That's why most girls don't work with this perv. He could easily be looking into the next time I'm having sex or taking a shower. There's an accompanying eye roll. You flatter yourself too much. Then explain that to Ryukyu next time you see her, she tells him. That was supposed to be funny, like your whack sessions. Son of a bitch. I knew you saw that. Meanwhile, Izuku stands on the sidelines watching them go back and forth. After a bit, the two come to silence as the rabbit heroine sighs. Anyway, after Uwabami died, we looked at it and decided it fit the agenda of that guy, the hero killer Stain. Izuku remembers him as the person who fought and crippled Endeavor. I was going to go on patrol, but then this came up. She points to Sir Night-Eye, who takes out a piece of paper. Izuku takes it and reads the bright letters cut out of magazines and glued onto the otherwise clean sheet. His eyes widen when he reads, your sacrifice will make a better world too. After adding up 4 in his mind, Izuku says, you're his next target. And Sir Night-Eye is here because you looked into the future with his quirk, and if that's true, then you need me because Stain kills you. Eyes wide, the rabbit lady looks down upon Izuku with awe. Wow. You almost got it right, I'm impressed. Almost. After a few steps into his direction, she says, Stain doesn't kill me, he kills Sasaki. Izuku shoots his head up in their direction. Stain's next target is Mandalay. What? But why Mandalay? We don't know. Sir Night-Eye sighs while closing his eyes. Sadly, I can only see events. I can't hear them. But I have a theory. He opens his eyes now, looking at the two. That is why you're here, we're going to lure Stain out before he can take her life. How are we gonna do that? I have a plan for it. Mirko is already in on the details. He glances over at the rabbit girl resuming her kicks onto the bag. September 19th. Dusk has hit the city of Hosu. Here, Shino Sasaki can be found walking in her casual clothing, walking across the sidewalk. The cat lady continues to walk as the chilly breeze hits her. She looks at her surroundings while getting a good scope. So far so good. She sighs before heading to the nearest mall. Not so far away up above, Stain can be found watching the woman. Behind him is his partner in crime, Spinner the lizard man from the summer camp attack. There she is, the black cat. Why are we after her? Asks Spinner with a scowl. Because she deserves death. The hero killer takes out a photo featuring Shino as the black cat. She's a former hero who has stopped being a true hero to hunt down and kill one man. To forsake her friends and family for revenge makes her a prime target for my agenda. Understood, master, says Spinner to the person he idolizes. So, why aren't we using you-know-who? No need. Besides, that thing is being used elsewhere, is Stain's answer before he places a hand to his ear. Go. Within seconds, the glass within the many buildings around them shatters instantly. Everyone looks up and spots the glass has halted in the air. The fragile shards whirl before floating over to a sole person sitting above them on spheres. The villain responsible is a slim elderly man with a 1,000-year-old beard. He wears black clothes that compare to a monk and a large cylindrical hat. Feeble and weak-minded people, you must break free of conformity, he says to all. The darkest is coming. We must find it and destroy it. Oh boy. Shino runs over to the nearest alley as the rest panic. Now. The two villains move in, jumping over rooftops to reach the black cat. Above her in the alley, Spinner moves in first, coming down at her. Before he could make his assault, a figure appears into reality and dropkicks Spinner in the face. The strike sends him crashing into the wall, where he ends up bouncing and falling face down into the ground. As his sidekick groans in pain, Stain looks down in awe at the person who stopped him. You are. I'm the amazing Deku, and I'm here to stop your evil once and for all. Izuku holds his hands up in a fighting stance as he stands in front of Shino. The plan worked, Mandalay. I told you to stop calling me that, she tells him, though smiles. Over in the main streets, Mirko can be found jumping and hopping off glass, making her way to the villain. He's easily knocked off his glass balls by her flipping in the air to knee him in the face downward. Hage no insult. Back with Izuku and Shino, Stain and Spinner regroup together and face them. Mandalay Shino, go and help Mirko. I'll handle these two. By yourself? She asks, taking out her mask and wig. Do you trust me? You've more than proven to be able to. She turns around and heads out the alley throwing on her wig and mask. Stain narrows his eyes staring at Izuku, having completely ignored Shino. Fighting two of us alone. Planning to increase your stock, I see. Think of it as you want, he replies, preparing himself against the hero killer and his partner. I already know how your quirk works, you need to lick blood to paralyze me, making me the perfect person to fight you, because you'll never hit me. His lenses have narrowed as he checks Spinner from his peripheral. From the report made by Sir Night-Eye, he's just a lizard man. His quirk should be no different than Dr. Cage. We'll see about that. Spinner rushes at Izuku raising a knife to slice him. Izuku jumps to the left avoiding the blade. His hand then rises to grab the two knives thrown at him from Stain, who is also giving chase. Izuku throws the knives in his hand at Stain, who draws his sword to deflect them aside. Izuku jumps back into the air landing upside down on a lamppost before flipping upright. He's pretty good with a blade. Maybe words can dull it. Why are you doing this? Because no one else will. Stain leaps up at our emerald protagonist with his sword raised. He swings at Izuku, the boy jumping down off the lamppost avoiding him. The blade dents against the metal casing, and Stain lands on top staring him down. This world is poison. So many fakes and frauds have infested it, spreading the poison further. Everyone performs under the notion that fame, wealth and glory are all that matter. Not one of them believes or follows the doctrines of what a true hero embodies. He draws daggers from behind. The only one who did was All Might, and he's retired. Gone. Abandoned the world to its follies. He throws them directly at Izuku, the boy taking a knee before jumping away up in the air. Just as he does, his spider sense goes off. He quickly turns around and sees three blades thrown his way from behind. Moving fast, he bends himself in a spiral to avoid the blades with ease. This maneuver flips him right side up, allowing his feet to plant onto the wall. The thrower is none other than Spinner. And here we got some lone hero no name trying to stand out by beating the mighty Stain, says the lizard person with a cocky laugh. Shut it, Spinner. What? He's just gonna end up like that woman we're after, says Spinner before he digs behind his back. He pulls out a sword made entirely of knives. Putting his desires above others just to look cool. There, the hero killer smiles in agreement. Not wrong there. You're a fool to stand up against us alone. Stain takes a ball and holds it behind his back. Don't think I didn't notice your colors just like All Might. It's pathetic. How the hell do you expect to be him? How do you intend to replace that great man? Stain throws the ball up in the air and steps back. The grenade is met with a spider shuriken that punctures it. It detonates the weapon shortly before it could reach an appropriate height, causing a flurry of other smaller shuriken to fly everywhere. This storm of sharp weapons distracts Stain and Spinner, causing the two to block and dodge. Their eyes refocus back to where Izuku was and find him gone. What the? Stain shouts in shock. Spinner looks around too, eyes all around where he stands. He even checks above his usual range of sight where the lampposts are. Where could he have gone? Without warning, Spinner is pulled up into the air spinning from left to right. Through his sight, he sees that what's pulling him are strings made of webbing. Two attached to his face blinding him. The strands are then pulled side to side and he is brought face first into the lamppost. A loud clang can be heard from the impact and Spinner falls. Luckily, webbing catches him by the tail and hangs him upside down from his legs. Izuku appears into reality hanging from the street lamp. He stares down at the awestruck Stain, whose eyes narrow looking him down. He can tell he just figured something out. Webbing, so you're Spider-Man. Stain draws his katana from the ground and readies a stance. I thought your fighting style seemed familiar. How can you say that you're helping the world when all you're doing is killing people? Izuku jumps off the lamppost and lands into a crouch. He stands up and walks slowly to Stain. Innocent people who still try to help others that have families that love and miss them, regardless of whether or not they meet your ridiculous standards. Do not speak as if you have grounds to stand on. Stain swings diagonally down to the left at Izuku. He steps back and avoids the blade, the boy's eyes widening when the hero killer swings his body into an arc to come back with another slash. He steps back again, this time his chest getting nicked and ripping off clothing. Luckily, no flesh or blood got sliced off. Everyone in this world praises those with powerful quirks and grooms them to be heroes because that's the only way they can be who they want to be. What makes you a hero and me not? Silent in fury, Izuku examines Stain's next attack coming, which is a slash at his legs. He jumps up above the sword attack and spots Stain reaching for his combat knife on the left sheath. Acting fast, Izuku shoots a web line at the building behind Stain and pulls himself toward the hero killer with his left leg stretched out. He ends up kicking Stain in the chest and knocking him back into the wall hard, causing him to drop down to his hands and knees while the spider takes a crouch after landing. Stain coughs up blood, enraged staring at the young hero. "You little bastard, why aren't you answering me?" Izuku takes off his mask, exposing his face to the hero killer and taking him by surprise. You're just a kid. Tizamakaguro, you're not entirely wrong. I understand why you're doing this so much because, like me, you began with All Might. His words surprise the hero killer, who rises with some form of a second wind. Stain charges at Izuku with all his speed. His sword is ready at his right, slicing against the wall and sharpening against a brick enough to produce sparks. Once in range, the villain slashes at the spider. Just like me, you were inspired to be better because All Might could do better. But you never grew beyond that. Izuku dives over the sword past Stain, webbing shooting out and hitting the hero killer in the face to blind him from an accurate hit. After landing, Izuku quickly turns around and says, "We don't need a symbol of peace anymore, just virtuous people who can inspire others and do more than one man could." He rushes at Stain just as he cuts off enough webbing to see out one eye. It all happened so quickly. The hero known as Deku comes at him with his left fist drawn back, webbing shooting out from his other hand and attaching to the ground to pull him forward. His fist contacts Stain's face hard enough to make him spin. Blood comes out from Stain's mouth upon impact. Could have. Izuku spins upright and pulls again using that same hand and another web shot, punching the villain in the same sweet spot. Then you. After one more turn, Izuku jumps in the air and slams his left foot into Stain's other cheek. The powerful takedown turns Stain's vision upside down, the villain flipping sideways in an aerial cartwheel before slamming hard into the ground. Stain lies on the ground, fallen and beaten. His head rests in a crimson puddle of DNA. Izuku approaches him and pulls out his web spray, misting his face and making the webbing dissolve. With it weakened, the hero killer could finally breathe properly. You could have been the person who inspired others to do better, to do the right thing when no one expects it. Instead, you decided it was easier to be a murderer, killing anyone who didn't meet your dream version of a hero, a version not even All Might could live up to. What? Izuku kneels. All Might tried to be a symbol of peace that only he could uphold, but he's still just one guy, and everyone relied on him for everything. Instead of waiting around for a hero, we could be our heroes. Stain looks up to the spider boy, eyes widening in awe. While putting his mask back on, the boy finishes with, "Just like he said to me, you could be a hero." Through all the pain, the blood in his mouth, and the inability to move, his heart beats with joy. And because of it, Stain smiles. Over with Shino, the black cat stands behind the glass manipulator having him tied up using her whip. Next to them is Mirko, her arms crossed as she stares down the old man. What a disappointment, but at least we changed the future for the better. I hope so. Shino sighs, handing the man over to Mirko. Let's go check up on Izuku. As the two continue with their business, someone else watches the battle going on from above. 4 limbs carry this figure away, while eyes remain trained on the women. Now that will be unfortunately all for today's video, but do not worry, more will be coming soon for you to enjoy. Golden Fanfics out.